systems, you need spare radars, because that's kind of like, if we compare that, if you have a unit in a trench, everybody is down in the trench, just one is looking out if the enemy is coming. And that one that is looking out of the trench, it's the only one exposed and at risk of getting killed by a sniper, by the enemy. And you have to have replacements, obviously. And so these radars that the Ukrainians get from Germany, the extra TRML-4D radars, to ensure that if Restream system loses its radar, there's immediately a replacement. Everything else is quite safe from enemy strikes, because nothing emits. A command center and the launcher doesn't make any emissions that the Russians can pick up with radar sniffing planes and so on. But the radars have emissions, and the Russians can pick those up. And if you lose, let's say, if a Patriot battery loses its radar, it's useless. That's why the United States has replacement equipment for the Patriot batteries that Ukraine received in Poland. And in case anything is missing or is damaged, the United States can immediately drive that from Poland into Ukraine, and in a few hours you have it replaced. And as I said, the radars is the most important thing, to have spares around.
That makes sense. Thank you for that. And interestingly enough, the focus and concentration on air surveillance radars and the air defense units has proven to be vital for high-value targets. Otherwise, the Russians would target in Ukraine, besides, of course, targeting the cities. All righty, David, shall we move on?
Please do, yes.
Chris has a question, maybe one, if it's related to something that we just spoke about before we move to some other topic.
Chris, what's the question?
Well, I was trying to sort of get one in early for probably something related to what's happening in terms of the attack, if that's okay. Otherwise, I could wait till later, no problem.
Let's have it, because if we talk about attacks, that's the offensive. Go ahead.
Okay, so like open source at the minute, I mean, or openly, they're saying that the Ukrainians are in like Blahodnety. No, I couldn't say that.
The first time I think was correct, but I never know it myself, because there's first you can't pronounce half of it.
Blahodnatny. Yeah.
It's difficult to pronounce them, and then there's like 50 of these places normally.
Yeah. Okay. So and that's like on the way to MriyaReport, which looks like the shortest distance to the Azov, right? So I'm only saying that because it's like public, it's all over everywhere, right? Yeah. Okay. That's one point. And then the other point was that so Doman this morning was like basically talking about the question started off, Thomas, right? What number do we have to get to of Russians killed, right, before Putin decides he's had enough, right? And the answer was, there isn't a number, right? That was the answer this morning. There isn't a number, right? But is the point here that if you can attrit enough of the Russians that are in Ukraine that cannot be replaced, then you're heading towards a victory?
Yes. I had assumed that the Russians would give up after 100,000 deaths. I was wrong. The Russians are still in this kind of mentality that lives are worthless and nobody cares, because we are way, way past 100,000 dead Russians now. So the amount of Russians killed isn't really bothering the Russians at all. If the United States would have lost 100,000 troops in Iraq in the first year, you would have seen riots all over the United States. The Russians just pretend nothing is happening. All those people just, whatever. And the Ukrainians actually are trying now a different approach. Since the Russians don't care about dead Russians, the Ukrainians are trying to destroy the Russian army in the south, assuming that if the Russians see images of 10,000s of Russian prisoners of war, something they can't ignore, because the death you can bring home at night and bury in secret and quiet, and then pay the families some money so that they shut up and don't make a fuss, as is happening. Like Prigozhin, if some widow is making a fuss, he gives her a car to shut her up. So what I assume is the Ukrainians trying to do what the Israelis did in the Yom Kippur War. The Israelis basically figured out that there's little chance to defeat the Egyptians because the Egyptians had more troops. But what the Israelis then decided was, just for the people who don't know, the Suez Canal was the front line in the Yom Kippur War. And the Egyptians breached it and crossed into the Sinai, which was occupied by Israel, with an entire corps, 10,000s of troops. And the Israelis then said, okay, we can fight those guys to a standstill, or the Israelis crossed the Suez Canal into Egypt and cut off the entire Egyptian army in the Sinai. So suddenly the Egyptians were in the Sinai with no connections to Egypt, and the Israelis had crossed over the Suez Canal into Egypt proper and encircled the Egyptian army, which was beginning to run out of water in the desert. And at that point, the Egyptians agreed to a ceasefire, which then led to the Camp David peace agreement, because both sides realized they can fight eternal wars against each other, but they cannot beat each other because they're both just too strong. And what the Ukrainians now seem to try to do is the exact same thing. They're trying to basically get an entire Russian army encircled and then force it into surrender. If you come down from the north and reach the Azov Sea between Mariupol and Berdyansk somewhere, and if you can cut off the escape into Crimea for that Russian army, you have 90,000 Russians that have the choice between death or surrender. At some point, even if a lot of them want to fight, you don't have to fight them. You just have to keep them bottled up and artillery them into submission. At some point, you will have thousands, 10,000s of Russian prisoners, which in Russia the people can't ignore, because basically, if Ukraine then presents to the world, there's a field, and in that field you have 20,000 Russians sitting on the ground, waiting for their fate. Even the Russian propaganda cannot really ignore it, because that's going to spread. And all those families are going to wonder, how do I get my son, my husband, my father back? So I think the Ukrainians are trying to do that now, because clearly the idea of killing 100 or 200,000 Russians to get the Russians to rise up or protest the Putin regime for killing that many Russians doesn't work. Because for the Putin and his regime, Russian lives are absolutely worthless. And as we have figured out now, for most Russians, Russian lives are completely worthless. They don't care. So what? Lots of Russians die. The Russians absolutely don't care. The Russian cemeteries are full of dead Russians. And the reaction from the Russians is, whatever. Let's go party. Let's fly to Turkey for holidays. Let's go to Egypt on holiday. Let's have a huge bash celebration about stuff in Moscow. Absolutely ignoring the immense amount of losses the Russians have suffered in human cost. Mind-boggling for anyone in the West. I mean, if you compare that, the United States has more than twice the population of Russia. So the United States at this point would have lost 500,000 troops in Ukraine. If you compare population size percentages, that's more than the United States lost in World War II in a year. But the Russian people don't care. I mean, if you think, let's say, about Germany, Germany has less than half the population of Russia. The Germans would have lost more than 100,000 something troops by now in a war. There would be riots all over Germany by families. So the old rule that in Russia all the lives are worthless except for those that rule in the Kremlin is confirmed. The hope now is that basically the Ukrainians plan to go in and take so many Russian prisoners and show them off on TV. And at the same time, if you come in and take so many Russian prisoners, there's no Russian army left in the south. All this land is also liberated. The hope of the Ukrainians is that maybe that crushing defeat and those images of fields and fields of Russians that have been taken prisoners will lead to a change in Russia. It's a hope. I don't believe. I don't even think the Russians will care if all those Russian prisoners would then die. Because our mentality where we value life is alien to the Russians, because there was a song, I don't remember who sang it, the Russians love their children too. You remember from the 80s and so on. It has been disproven. Yeah, it has been disproven. The Russians don't love their children. The Russians rather have a car from the state than their children come back from a war that the Russians began. So complete, unbelievable, not understandable, not fathomable for us Westerners, but that's the Russian mentality. And I myself am surprised, because I believe that 100,000 people, there would be some protests, and none. So yeah, I hope that answered your question, and I'm sorry if I keep talking about that, but I am still wrapping my head around this incredible disdain by the Russians for their dead compatriots.
Well, actually, we shouldn't be surprised, because you and we discussed there many times. We continue to agree on the matter, and if you look back in history, there's more than ample evidence. Right. Shall we have a little look-see? We had questions about the capabilities of what is currently being discussed and rumored, and what is requested by Ukraine, meaning the F-18s, which Ukraine would wish to purchase or respectively take over from Australia, and whether they have sufficient capabilities in order to not only deter the Russians, but also could act as ground support. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes. The F-18, as the Australians have it, is an excellent fighter, right? The thing why I consider it to be an inferior fighter for what the Ukrainians get with the F-16 is because the F-18 in that versions that the Australians have is not produced anymore. The production line has been closed years ago, decades ago, in favor of the FA-18 EFG, 3 versions called Super Hornet or Growler, which basically have the same design features, but are 80–90% a different plane. So you're not getting spares of a production line. And yes, you can at some point then upgrade from the F-18 that the Ukrainians would get from the Australians, but you cannot get basically from Lockheed Martin or from Boeing or from all these American companies involved in the production of fighter jets spare parts directly off the production line.
No, of course. I think everybody understands. The key question is, will they be useful in that role?
Yes, the F-18 is an excellent fighter jet. The Australians definitely kept them in excellent condition. The Australians updated them from, I think, 1999, 2000, with a better radar, with a new avionics, with a better mission computer, and so on. And the F-18 has a lot of the exact same weapons as the F-16. What is a major advantage is obviously that the F-18 has a much bigger fuel capacity. I think it's almost 1,700 kilo of fuel more. Yes, it has 2 power plants, so it's 2 turbofans. They burn more because it's 2 engines, so they burn more fuel. Still, the range is excellent. The speed is excellent. The amount of weapons you can clip on or mount on the F-18 is excellent. You have all the targeting pods you want, lightning, and so on. You can add fuel tanks and so on. So it's a really, really good jet. Right now, the Ukrainians can't really use it because to fly close air support, right? For the Ukrainian ground forces, you need to first take out Russian air defenses. And for that, you need the AGM-88 HARM, which also the F-18 can use. But only the F-16 has the added equipment for radar, the HARM targeting system and such things that help automatically to target radar emissions. So, is the F-18 excellent? Yes. Will it help Ukraine? Yes. What will be the main function initially? Shoot down Russian helicopters, shoot down Russian planes, shoot Russian drones down. The F-18, like the F-16, can catch up to Russian cruise missiles, maneuver behind them, shoot them down with Sidewinders or AIM-132 SRAM air-to-air missiles, or even IRIS-T missiles that if Spain should deliver some. So yeah, there's a lot that this fighter jet can do to help Ukraine. But typical NATO missions, close air support, where there's a bunch of fighter jets circling above a NATO brigade that is on the move to protect it and bomb away enemy in its path of this NATO brigade. At that point, if you would try to employ F-18 or F-16 in that role, Russian air defense batteries would shoot down almost all of them. You have to decimate first Russian air defenses. The best way to do it would be Israeli Harpy suicide drones. Why? Basically, 20, 30 miles south of here is a Russian air defense battery, and you just launch 2 Harpy drones. Those drones will fly down and look for radar emissions, and once they have the radar emission, they will dive and blow up the radar. And as we just learned earlier, no radar, you have blinded the air defense battery. The newest version of the Harpy is even so good that you can send it out and it will dive automatically and destroy automatically emissions coming from a signal truck or a signal command post. So if you have an air defense battery, a Russian, an S-300 air defense battery, if you have some Israeli Harpy drones, they will fly out, and unless the Russians are lucky and have some Pantsir or Tor system nearby that is active and manages to shoot the 2 Harpies down, the 2 Harpies will destroy the radar and the command post of a Russian air defense battery. The Azerbaijanis used the Harpies to devastate within days the entire Armenian air defense systems. Nothing was left. Radars destroyed, command posts destroyed, everything was destroyed. The Harpies just completely annihilated Armenian air defenses, which opened the way for the Turkish TB2 drones, which then came in and bombed every single Armenian artillery position and tank that they found into a wreck. So, should Ukraine take this F-18 from Australia? Yes, definitely. But it's not a solution for the main problem that Ukraine has. which is the Russian air defense system, the ground-based air defense systems. For that, you need Harpy drones or F-16 in the version that the United States has developed, which is the F-16 CM F-16 CM50, which is basically the version that has specifically improved avionics and cabling and systems to go out there and make enemy radars target the plane. So basically, these F-16s are flying into the enemy airspace and telling the enemy, look at me, I'm an F-16. Target me with your air defense system. Once the enemy activates its radar to target those F-16s will fire the newest versions of the AGM-88 HARM missiles that will go down there with GPS and a radar emission sensor to target and destroy the enemy radar. And they won't escape. At the same time, the F-16 will deploy decoys on a feeder that will fly behind the F-16 to keep telling the enemy radar to keep targeting it. And the enemy radar still believes it's targeting an F-16 while it's targeting actually a decoy that is dragged by the F-16 a few hundred yards behind the F-16. And the enemy radar is like, yes, we have an F-16 in our sight. It's perfect. The F-16 is flying there and we can target it with our missiles. And at the same time, an AGM-ATM HARM is coming to kill all those air defense troops in their command posts and in their radars. Those are the best systems to destroy enemy radars, and the United States has it, and it's only with the F-16 or with the FA-18, FA-18. No, wait, it's a different version. It's the EF, electronic attack. It's a version of the F-18 that is called EA-18G Growler.
I think our friend Hop,
That's the
our friend Hop, who has the hand up, can talk about exactly that. I was about to involve him because you're talking about weaseling, teasing out the enemy, which the F-16 is prone to.
And the F-16 CM50 is prone to do it, and the EA-18G Growler, which is a version based on the F-18, but a completely different version in avionics and everything, helmets and engines and missile technology. So the United States has two of these planes. The Italians and Germans have Tornado planes designed for this mission exactly. The Tornado ECR, Electronic Combat Reconnaissance, I think. And so yeah, there are planes in NATO exactly for that. Right now, what Ukraine receives, this Australian FA-18, can deploy the AGM-ATM HARM for self-defense. But if these go out there looking for Russian air defenses, the Ukrainians would lose so many pilots and so many airframes, it's unsustainable. So Ukraine should get those Australians fighter jets because they will be better than anything Ukraine has now and much an improvement over the Russian systems, because they can also deploy 8 of the air-to-air AIM-120 MRAM missiles. So they can shoot, each one of these Australian planes can get 8 MRAM missiles. And just to give an idea, let's say the Ukrainians get 40 by 8 is 320 MRAM missiles. So if all the Russian fighter jets that are still active and those 40 Australians meet up, the 40 Australian fighters could shoot down the entire Russian Air Force in one go because they can carry so many air-to-air missiles. So yes, Ukraine should definitely get them, but I'm still saying we need to pressure the Israelis to start delivering Harpy drones to Ukraine, because the Harpy drones are the most guaranteed way for Ukraine to successfully destroy Russian air defense system without risking and losing Ukrainian pilots and airframes.
Thomas, would you allow me to go to Hop quickly on this matter?
Absolutely, because I need a sip of water after talking that long about one topic. Sorry, guys.
No problem. Hop.
Mic check.
555.
Thank you. Gonna beg to differ a tiny bit, coming in from a different angle, just from an experiential point of view. The Aussie F-18s, I totally agree with Thomas. They're in great shape. They're not the same aircraft, but as an F-16, very different design philosophy. And I'll tell you where I think that design philosophy can help the Ukrainians. Okay, obviously, 2-engine airplane. It's got better endurance than the F-16s, and it addresses a problem that the F-16s cannot fully address, and that problem is operating down, in the Black Sea. You've got a 2-engine airplane. It can deal with a lot of issues and have a good bring home. It is a weapons truck when you compare it to the F-16. And yes, it's got all those nice weapons pylons, but on those weapons pylons is an indigenous built-in ability to carry the Harpoon, the NASAM, a bunch of other stuff. And on a weapons loadout for an F-18, if you're let's say you're doing maritime area denial operations, you're taking away a whole avenue of approach for the Russians. And granted, they haven't been active down there in a while, but it allows you to come into the south of Crimea, and because you've got the 2 engines, you know that if you have an engine issue out over the ocean, you're gonna get home. You're gonna bring the most valuable thing you have home, which is the pilot. Also, now you've got harpoons. You've got air-launched harpoons with all sorts of sea denial for the Black Sea Fleet. The other weapons loadouts, you can put a couple of AMRAAMs and a harpoon and even some other stuff onto an F-18, and the drag count will be low enough that it can operate for a longer period of time at a greater distance than the F-16 would be capable of. It's not taking anything away from the F-16. F-16 was originally designed as a lightweight fighter, and although it's not very lightweight anymore, it's still an air-to-air beast. The F-18 is a draft horse in that sense. It can do a lot of things, still run fast, do all the anti-drone, anti-cruise missile missions, but it also has a bunch of different blades in this Swiss Army knife, and allows for usage down over the water, which I'm big on, but also from a seed standpoint with Link 16, even though they don't have the sniper pods and some of the other pods that MLU F-16s have, they can still operate in the Link world and they could carry 2 AMRAAMs, 2 HARMs, and a harpoon on a single mission, still have a decent drag count, i.e. fuel endurance, and you can put them up in an area, and for that period of time, you've denied the Russians the use of the air, the land, the water, and also the inability to actively engage with ground-based air defense. So I think it has a different role, and I'm kind of pontificating here, but it could be a crucial building block to allow the F-16s to do what F-16s do best. And I'll shut up and listen.
Very, very good point, because I completely forgot the harpoon, that the F-18 is a Navy plane, and therefore harpoon anti-ship missiles. It's one of the key tools that it carries to interdict enemy shipping, which obviously Ukraine has to do. Completely didn't think about it right now because I'm so focused on the offensive. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh,
Oh, sorry, Thomas.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, please. I'm going to be. So there was a little lull. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to ask everyone if they could retweet the space, tell everyone that Thomas is here, and tell everyone I'm here as well, right? Because that's a really important thing to do. I would also remind people that MriyaReport, we've been 24/7 since the 24th of February, 476 days. Raises, and the other day we did an amazing fundraiser, and I can see a friend of our space, LR, down there. Thank you very much for the amazing work you've done. Right, but if anyone does have the price of a pint, I won't say a coffee, the price of a pint, I'm over 18 or 21 certainly, so I can buy a pint. Go to MriyaReport.org and chuck us a penny or two if you can. Thank you very much. And back to you, Thomas.
One thing that I was wondering, I think the F-18 has a much shorter runway need than the F-16. Since it's a Navy plane and it has a dual engine and more, and since Ukraine's are operating a lot from road airfields, basically road strips where they have used roads that they have converted into air bases. Yeah, I would have to check the runway length that an F-18 needs versus the runway an F-16 needs, because I don't know it by memory. But if I'm not mistaken, the F-18 would be needing a less long runway than the F-16, which would help Ukraine to operate from road bases. Yeah.
I think the key aspect there is that you can get both, especially the older Hornet, you can get up into the air decently. Both have been tested in that regard. Both have been quite versatile. Yes, the F-16 has a bit of a, shall we say, dirt drag, but you can run them on roads. And I think this is what we've seen also in Ukraine, Thomas. If you remember, we discussed this once, that the Ukrainians have been building out their roadmap network to support exactly that, meaning having better capacity all across the country in various locations to actually start their planes. Righty-ho. Thomas, shall we go to the two hands which we have and then move on to the next topic?
Please, yes.
Right, the first one hand up was Chris, and then we had Araya. Chris.
Mic check. Can everybody hear me?
555.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Hi, Thomas. Big fan. Always love hearing you talk on the space. I guess kind of in a similar vein to electronic attack, but also in air power. My question kind of deals more with kind of the strategic problem that Ukraine has in dealing with the TU bombers that are taking off and launching these drones from farther away. I believe all the way up, from Olyanya Bay, and I believe it's the Engels Air Base. Now I know that the solution I was thinking of that would be perhaps both politically palatable to the United States and other allies, but also practical, was actually, I was wondering if you thought that Ukraine would be able to employ this particular weapon system that the Air Force has. There's currently, as of 2019, only 20 of them, but in the U.S. Air Force, but it's called the Counter Electronics High Power Microwave Advanced Missile Project, or CHAMP, and it's based off of the AGM-86 ALCM, the Air Launched Cruise Missile. Now I know that in the United States military, there's really only one launch platform for it right now. However, I do think that the Ukrainians have one aircraft that could serve as a launch platform, because I know that the AGM-86B and then the AGM-86C ALCM has the GPS guidance, whereas the AGM-86B, which is the nuclear tipped version, I believe they both, I believe, have a range of about 1,500 miles, which would be, you could launch it from, I believe it's, Kharkiv all the way up to Alenia Bay, but also you could launch it from. You could even reach Engels, the Engels Air Base from launching that missile within Ukraine. But basically, the CHAMP project was basically converting the AGM-86 into a what's called an electromagnetic pulse flux compressor or emitter. So it emits an electromagnetic pulse. I believe it can do 100 discharges in one sortie that will fry the electronics of any electronic system, including the solenoids of a turbofan engine. And so if, given that it's non-lethal, I would think that perhaps, the Biden administration and of course other allies might think that it's more politically palatable since it's not a lethal weapon, but it would basically disable aircraft and aircraft systems on the ground, and without perhaps any loss of life, but render those bombers unusable. I was wondering what you thought and if that would be feasible, because the only launch platform I think the Ukrainians have, the U.S. only right now the U.S. can only launch the AGM-86 from a B-52, particularly because it's so heavy. However, I do believe that the Ukrainians have the Su-24, which, given that I believe it's called a KAB-1500L, which is it's a very heavy bomb that is actually heavier than the AGM-86. So given that their weapons pylons can hold a KAB-1500L, which is heavier than the AGM-86, and given that the AGM-86 and the CHAMP project, I believe, is GPS guided, I was wondering if, perhaps they couldn't retrofit, kind of like they did with the HARM, but on an Su-24, use that as a launch platform for the CHAMP missile, which is based on the AGM-86, and disable all the bombers on their runways before they take off. Anyway, I'll land there.
Thank you. That's impossible, because those bombers are part of the Russian nuclear triad. If the United States goes to mess with those in any way, you're moving so close to nuclear war that the United States will never, ever risk it. This is kind of like if any country starts attacking United States bases with B-52 bombers or B-1 bombers or B-2 bombers. You're getting the nuclear triad is the Russian response to any kind of nuclear threat to Russia. You start damaging that with American weapon systems that the United States cannot deny it delivered. You're getting awfully close to a Russian nuclear reaction against the United States, because an attack on the triad would usually be retaliated with a complete nuclear annihilation strike by the opposing party. So the idea to give this to Ukraine, the United States, if there's any sensible person in the United States Security Council and in the White House, they will shoot it down, because this would basically constitute a first strike against Russia's nuclear arsenal, and at that point all bets are off what the Russians will answer to. Don't even propose it to the United States government. They can't do it, because the risks outweigh the rewards. The best way for the Ukrainians to take care of those damn bombers is to have a special forces team with suicide drones sneak through the Finnish-Russian border into the north of Russia and just start hitting those bombers while parked on the tarmac with suicide drones launched from somewhere in the forests of the Kola Peninsula. Because that would be a Ukrainian operation. The United States could completely deny any involvement. It wouldn't be involved. Even the Ukrainians could deny any kind of involvement and say it's just a Russian partisans. But giving the Ukrainian an immensely advanced weapon and then having massive amounts of re-engineering work to do to get it the Ukrainians able to launch it against one of the three pillars of Russia's nuclear triad, I can only advise against that, and I hope nobody entertains that idea seriously, because that is an attack of the United States against the Russian nuclear capabilities, and would warrant by all kinds of nuclear deterrent or nuclear weapons history a Russian nuclear response. Absolutely. I'm personally absolutely against that.
Okay, but do you think that the Ukrainians, like, actually blowing those bombers up would be any more of a provocation to instigating like a nuclear response against them?
No, because the thing is, the Ukrainians already launched long-range drones at the Engels Air Base, and the Russians just moved their bombers somewhere else. So the Ukrainians doing that with some limited success, like you come in and some drone lands on a bomber and detonates a hand grenade, and the wing of the bomber is damaged, the Russians cannot respond with a nuclear bomb at that. The United States Champ missile is intended that basically they want to use it against all the key Chinese airfields in a war about Taiwan, to basically come in and annihilate in one go all the Chinese airfields from which the Chinese could launch bombers or fighters against Taiwan. So this is a massive, because you're not just damaging one plane or destroying one or two planes, you're just basically annihilating the airbase with a non-nuclear weapon. But the base is gone and nothing there works anymore, and you have basically eliminated a huge chunk of Russia's nuclear bomber force. And so the best thing is basically for Ukrainians to say, like, well, you know, we have 4 volunteers, they have a dozen drones, like some guys that struck the Kremlin, and nobody knows really who was it. Was it Russian partisans? Was it the Russians themselves? Was it Ukrainians? Who was it? Nobody knows. Get some people out there and just hit 2 or 3 of the bombers, because then the Russians have to redeploy them, because they cannot risk losing them at Olenka, whatever the base is called, and have to move them even further into Siberia. The further away from Ukraine they are, the less sorties they can fly, because they have these long approach routes. So yeah, the much better way is to tell the Ukrainians to, you know, find volunteers that go out there and play with some drones instead of hitting the Kremlin, which is symbolic. Do something that helps Ukraine get rid of those bombers. And yes, that's a really dangerous mission, and there's a high chance that the guys will get caught and killed. But if you have special forces willing for that mission to volunteer, the Ukrainians have the drones. It's a very thinly settled area, the north of Russia, north of St. Petersburg, out there to Murmansk. And if you can move up there some special forces with those drones, even just damaging 2 or 3, the Russians will have to move all of them into Siberia to get out of this Ukrainian drone range. So you could do that, and that would help Ukraine. And there's no possibility the Russians could retaliate against that, because you got 2 bombers damaged, and then you retaliate with a nuclear weapon. You're going completely overboard, and the world will completely shut you out. The United States giving Ukraine a highly advanced, extremely powerful, massively damaging weapon that is meant to annihilate the Chinese Air Force, to take out Russia's nuclear triad. You're walking into such a dangerous territory, where I just can say I don't hope we ever get into that area, because nobody knows how the Russians in the Kremlin that they know. Yes, and it's extremely dangerous to if that would happen, because the nuclear triad is basically something. Just to give you an idea, the United States and Russia both have the policy, if either of them would launch a nuclear attack against any part of their nuclear triad, so if the Russians would launch an attack against the American nuclear triad, or the other way around, the other country would respond with a launch of all its nuclear weapons at once. Why? To make sure that all those weapons are in the air and out of range of the enemy's possible attack. So the nuclear triads are something we just need to stay away from, because there we the only thing that the Russians have that makes them power that countries in the world basically have say that they have to deal with Russia is the nuclear weapons they have. You attack those, you basically get at the last part of the power that the Russian state has in the world. And you attack that and destroy a huge chunk of it, the reactions will be devastating. So the nuclear triads, stay out of that. And again, to the Ukrainians, if you're listening, the drones, get some drones, go out with the drones, hit them. Like you hit the Russian radar plane in Belarus with a drone. And you don't have even to destroy it, because if you damage it, the Russians, or like with the Engels Air Base in where you hit it with some old Soviet reconnaissance drones, then the Russians have to start moving stuff and to have to put air defense in there, and you can have the Russians lose a lot of energy, thought, and material to protect their air bases, or have to move the bombers away. But don't give them in any way weapons that can devastate the triad.
Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it.
A good topic to close out this way. Alrighty. Yoda, good evening.
Hey, Thomas. Thanks for coming.
Hello, hello.
I think some other hands, Axel, or
Yeah, we were about to go to Rhea and then to Paulie.
Hi there. I listened to your talk about hitting the radar systems, Russian radar systems with the Israeli Harpy. If that's on the shopping list of Zelensky, this is the time I think he should be asking Israelis for it, because I've been hearing that Israel is about to sell 200 Mark II, Mark III Merkava tanks to Europe, which can then be off-sold to Ukraine. I think that's the intention, because that leaves it open for the tanks to be brought over to Ukraine without directly being funded by Ukraine. I would like to see Merkava 4s over, but 2 and 3 will be better than what we've got now. And a Harpy system would be excellent to take down the Russian radar systems. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, the Merkava were on my list of things to discuss today, because that's an interesting system and point. Just so everybody knows, the two best weapon systems that Israel produces right now that Ukraine would need in huge numbers are Harpies and its cheaper derivative, the Harp, which is not with radar seeker, but which is an optical seeker, where basically the pilot can fly the suicide drone into a target. So those two suicide drones, Harp and Harpy, is something that Israel produces and that Ukraine definitely, I know, wants and should get if possible. And the other system that the Israelis produce and that Ukraine definitely wants and needs is the Spike anti-tank missile. Because if the Javelin missile, you need to see the enemy tank, right? For the Javelin missile. And for all the other tank missiles Ukraine received, you also need to see the tank. On the other hand, with the Spike, you can just launch it. The Spike climbs into the air, activates its camera, and then starts to look down, and the gunner that fired the spike can look for targets from the air like with a drone. And basically he can then fly up to the different versions, 8 kilometers, 10, 15, even 20 kilometers, different versions of the spike. And he can fly and look for a Russian target that he wants to hit. So even there's some Russian armor behind some trees, so you don't see it, you can launch the spike and from the air find the Russian armor and strike it from the top and destroy it. So the spike anti-tank missile is better than the Javelin, and the Ukrainians want it since day one of the war. And the biggest customer of that missile are the Europeans, which have bought 10,000s and would love to give Ukraine a few thousand, but Israel has so far denied the Europeans the permission to export it or donate it to Ukraine. So these are the two best systems that Israel has and that Ukraine would like to have. Anyone who knows someone in Israeli politics, pressure them to give Ukraine these two systems. Now about the Merkava tanks, I doubt that Israel will agree for the Merkavas to go directly to Ukraine. I believe those Merkava tanks will go to European countries, which in turn will give their existing tanks to Ukraine. So basically, one country that we know that is willing to give tanks to Ukraine is Cyprus. Cyprus bought some 80 Russian T-80 tanks and is very willing to give all 80, I think 80, 82 tanks, is very willing to give those tanks to Ukraine if it can get a replacement tank. So there's a huge chance that those Merkava 3 tanks will go. I'm not sure at this moment. I'm just, from what I know, which countries have tanks and which countries have requested Western replacements before they can give tanks to Ukraine. One is Cyprus with 82 various T-80, T-80, different variants of the T-80 tank. One country outside of Europe is Morocco, which has also Belarusian T-72 in an upgraded version, which it is willing to part with for a replacement from a Western tank. So these Merkava tanks, where would they likely go? So my assumption would be Merkava 3 tanks would likely go to Cyprus, maybe Morocco, and then Ukraine would get like something 80 T-80s from Cyprus and probably some 130 T-72 upgraded versions from Morocco. And I assume the Merkava 2 tanks, because those have the same cannon as the Leopard 1A5, of which Ukraine is receiving 100 plus. One of the biggest users of this Leopard 1A5 is Greece. So giving Ukraine Merkava 2 tanks when Israel is so unwilling to donate directly to Ukraine seems unlikely. But giving Merkava 2 tanks to Greece as replacement for Leopard 1A5 that Greece then directly forwards to Ukraine, because those are all operational, they can just be put on trucks and delivered to Ukraine right away, would make sense, because then the Greeks would get a slightly better tank, because don't think that the Merkava 2 is much, much better than the Leopard 1A5. Those are similar, with the Merkava having a bit better armor. The Merkava 3 is a much better tank. But I don't think that they will go directly to Ukraine. So at this stage of information that we have, the speculation would be Merkava 3, of which Israel has like 700 something produced and a few hundred stored. Merkava 3 to Cyprus and Morocco for more than 200 Soviet-made tanks, but in very highly upgraded versions for Ukraine right now. And Ukraine already uses T-80s and T-72s, so there's no logistic drama to add them to the Ukrainian brigades right now. and the Merkava 2 to Greece, which then would basically hand over hundreds of Leopard 1A5 to Ukraine, and those could just arrive and immediately be deployed because the Greeks have those in operational units. That means they don't need to be refurbished like the Germans or the Danish Leopard 1A5. So that would be a sensible solution. Morocco always has said it wants to get Western tanks before it donates to Ukraine all its remaining T-72s. Cyprus has said it's willing to donate its T-80s if it gets a Western replacement tank. Nobody in the West has enough of those tanks ready to go. The United States is likely reluctant to give those two countries Abrams tanks because Cyprus, has a conflict with Turkey and Morocco has a conflict with Algeria. So giving those countries a lot of Abrams tanks would maybe unsettle the balance that these conflicts have now. So it's much more likely that the United States, seeing that Israel has hundreds of those tanks stored and doesn't know what to do with them, convinced Israel to provide these tanks to countries that then in return can provide tanks to Ukraine. That said, what I still don't understand is that Jordan, which has hundreds plus Challenger 1 tanks, which are excellent also, isn't handing them over or reselling them to the UK, which is something that I really, really would like to see to happen too, because those Challenger 1 tanks would be an excellent, excellent tank for Ukraine. Besides that, that's the first time that Israel is willing to part with some equipment that would then indirectly support Ukraine, which I think is an excellent move by the Israelis. But personally, I believe it's not enough yet. And the thing that I want the Israelis to do very, very much is to finally greenlight for the Europeans to give Ukrainians Spike anti-tank missiles, because the Spike anti-tank missile is a devastating long-range anti-tank missiles with capabilities that no other anti-tank missile in the world, except for the French Acheron, which is a not copy, but let's say it's very much inspired by the Spike, has, but the Acheron is just entering now production and there's so few of them. While Spikes, Italy has some 10,000 Spike missiles lying around that Italy will never need and easily could donate to Ukraine 2,000. And with 2,000 Spike anti-tank missiles just from Italy, you could be sure that you would destroy 2,000 Russian vehicles at no Ukrainian losses from a distance that the Russians wouldn't even know what hit them. But the Spike will hit and will destroy and will completely annihilate anything they hit.
I think there's a very good point for you, Huda, because you know probably both systems rather well.
So the interesting thing is just there was a leak by an Israeli senior military official, not complaining, but actually kind of complaining, saying how nervous they are of the weapons that have already gotten possibly into Russian hands and the fear of getting into Iranian hands. And the reason why that's so important is Israel's fighting an active war on its northern border against Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy. I don't think you'll ever see Merkavas in any form in Ukraine, just simply for the fact that Israelis don't want to take the chance that their adversary, who are hell bent on destroying it, it could maybe get one even and try to, I don't know, reverse engineer it, find something. They've gotten damaged ones that the Israelis lost in Lebanon, but the Israelis also blew the crap out of it in the air mission. But the Spike is interesting because it has up to possibly even further 8-kilometer range, and you don't need line of sight. For our listeners, that means that someone could literally be on the other side of a mountain, a hill, fire that Spike off, and it'll hit the target. It does not need to go up and down, get a hot dog, take a nap, come back and smash whatever is there. I think that it seems that because of its range, Thomas, don't you think it's less risky that a spike falls into the wrong hands, the launcher at least, even if they can be so far away? But I guess battle is fluid, and those are their concerns. That's what they state their concerns are. I think Thomas, you nailed it. If the Cypriots and the Moroccans were to get a mixture, and the Greeks a mixture of Merkava 2s and 3s, that would free up a system that the Ukrainians already are familiar with, and they need that mass as well. So, what do you think about the enemy getting that equipment and trying to smart it, reverse engineer, and try to figure out how to mitigate Israeli actions in the next war, probably that would be in Lebanon or Syria? What do you think, Tom?
Harop, Harpy, Spike has been lost in the Karabakh war. The Armenians have it. It's quite known. The Armenians then sold it off to anyone who was bidding. So Iran, China, and Russia were in the bidding to get the remnants, and those few that crashed or failed of the Spike, Harops, and Harpies. So the Azerbaijanis didn't get the newest versions of these weapon systems, like the newest, but the basic principles of those, the Azerbaijanis fired thousands of Harops and Harpies and hundreds of Spikes, and as always, a small percentage, like a tenth of a percent, failed. And so, yeah, the Armenians are known to have, they also got a Turkish TB2 that crashed after going out of range due to some mountains that were cutting between the ground station and between the drone. So the problem is, the Armenians didn't capture any launch station because the Azerbaijanis launched far behind the front to make sure those valuable launch systems for Spike, Harop, Harpy, and so on aren't destroyed or uncaptured by the enemy, but the missiles and the drones themselves, if the Israelis are still trying to keep secrets, they're gone, they're out there. And naturally, like the United States, nobody tells the Israelis to give them the newest version of the Harpy. I mean, the Harpy is, I think, in the 4th or 5th generation now. Nobody really knows because it's a state secret in Israel. The Azerbaijanis, I think, got the 2nd generation, and that worked wonderful against all kinds of Russian air defense systems. So if the Israelis give the Ukrainians also the 2nd generation of the Harpy, which obviously has been sold to every vile regime in the world by the Armenians by now, understandably, the Armenians needed money after that war to rebuild their military. Not much risk in giving Ukraine 2nd generation versions of those systems. And yes, I wouldn't give anyone the newest version of weapon systems, because while launchers will not fall in enemy hands, pretty sure that will not happen because all these systems are launched far behind the front. If you launch the newest version of an anti-radar missile, it's risky that if it doesn't find a radar, if it fails for some reason, the fuse fails or something, it could fall in enemy hands and you have lost your technological advantage. But 2nd generation Harpies are from the early 90s, if I remember correctly. I think early 90s. I mean, that stuff is so old that you could find on Wikipedia more advanced technology than that.
Yeah, they are old. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think that there still is pretty cautious people. I'm sure they're going to think that just because the Armenians sold some stuff, we don't know the condition. But yeah, no, point taken. They could definitely probably do. What kind of stockpile do the Italians have? In terms of generation, do they have the latest and greatest, or are they rocking 2s and 3s?
The Italians never, I think not a single European nation got Harpy or Harop, because Harpy and Harop are for countries that don't have air superiority. And as we know, NATO is an absolute air superiority obsessed alliance. And so there's not a need for Harop and Harpy in NATO countries. Countries that bought Harpy and Harop are like Azerbaijan, who don't have an air force that can make air superiority and then air interdiction and close air support missions, because there just not enough fighters and not more than enough fighters. The Italians started buying the Spike in 2003, which is also 20 years old. So, and I think the Italians, the newest batch they got in 2016, which is the latest generation, but they bought some, I don't remember, like 2,000 missiles in the first few years of production of the Spike. So it should be first generation or second generation, and it's medium range and long range versions. So the Italians, those 20-year-old missiles, I think the Azerbaijanis received more modern missiles than the Italian oldest in the depots. So I don't think that there's a huge problem, because at least for the long range, we are already in a second completely new redesigned version, which is called LR Mark II. So then there's the extended range, there's the non-line of sight, and there's the short range. So yeah, there is in Europe, because it's also produced by, not by Israeli factories, it's used by Eurospike. It's a company in Germany that is owned by Rheinmetall and Diehl Defense, is produced in Europe, the Spike. So this is also a reduced capability versions that the Europeans received compared to the Israeli one, because the Israelis didn't transfer 100% of the technology. Still, it's the best air defense missile there is. Not air defense, anti-tank guided missile there is. And the Europeans, the Germans bought 5,000-6,000, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So the Germans bought an immense amount. The Netherlands bought thousands also from the first production run. So there's first generation missiles all over the place in Europe. And in total, the Europeans have 10, 15,000, most of them first, second generations of them. So there shouldn't be any problems for the Israelis to agree that the Europeans are allowed to donate 20-year-old missiles that have been produced in Europe and are of a lesser technology than the Israeli versions and are quite old in the. Also, the launchers are first generations the Europeans have and not second generation. Yeah. I understand that the Israelis don't want Israeli weapons to kill Russians, because the Israelis assume that then the Russians in Syria would try to take revenge against Israeli pilots flying missions against Hezbollah in Syria. Fully understand that. The thing is that basically the Spikes in Europe are all produced by a German company and with lots of European components based on an Israeli design. So yes, I understand the point that Israel has. We don't want dead Russians by Israeli weapons, because Russia in Syria could retaliate against Israeli pilots striking Iranian weapons deliveries to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has the goal to kill as many Israeli civilians as possible, and we don't want that. So I understand the Israeli point of view. On the other hand, if we want to defeat the Russians, one of the best systems would be to give the Ukrainians Spike, and it would also save a lot of Ukrainian lives. So yes, there's always this. Each country has its own interests. The Europeans want to give Ukraine Spikes. The Israelis don't want to have Israeli pilots being shot down over Syria by Russia, and then the pilots falling in the hands of Assad, the dictator of Syria, or into Hezbollah, which then would burn them alive. So yes.
Yeah. And also the other thing is it's not just the killing of Russian pilots. The Russians have a lot of influence over what Syria allows terror groups to do. So it's the rocket barrages that Hezbollah could fire at Haifa, at the oil refineries. They could do a lot of damage. They've got hundreds of thousands of missiles as well. So It is a conundrum, but you know what? Rabbi Asman, chief rabbi of Ukraine, has made several trips to Israel to talk to people. Maybe he needs to bring that one up. Who knows? He probably has already brought it up. But I think he's been quite successful.
For me personally, the thing that Israel could do best, since Israel is very, very, let's put it this way, competent in such operations, there's a plant in Iran that makes drones that keep striking Ukrainian cities. If that plant would burn down, everybody in the world would be happy. And for such a plant to burn down, there is one country which has the ability, the people, the tools, the mindset, the intelligence agency who is able to do it. So even if Israel is like, we're not giving Ukraine anything because of the Syrian stuff, if Israel would be helping, let's say, get rid of the factory producing those stupid drones that keep striking Ukrainian city, then I mean, Israel has done so much already that everybody would just be totally in love with Israel after that. But internal politics.
They hit one in Syria, one of the assembly plants for the Shahed.
Already a good start. Already a good start, but it's never enough because main plant is in Iran.
Yeah, no, they actually take the Syrian one because they found out it was producing for Russia as well. So, yeah, wow, a lot to unpack. Hey, Tom, just a quick second. I just want everyone to know, MriyaReport.org. Been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're new to the space, Tom's got a lot of friends. Please do consider helping out. Just today, MriyaReport sent another $2,000 to Chef Zhenya for food. That's on top of the $3,000 2 weeks ago. As well, for Lane's 3018 Brigade, it's received a total of 20 plus thousand, probably a little more. They're using those funds to purchase antenna for trucks. I think they're using it to buy a drone for $8,000. So I think the total will end up being about $25,000 with the extra 5,000 for antennas going to 3018. And obviously, Kherson received a lot of money from our donors who purchased. One donor specifically purchased a generator, electrical generator, solar power generator system for $7,000 for the Children's Hospital in Kherson. Plus, there are plans to purchase a lot more generators because there was a very successful fundraiser for Ukraine on MriyaReport. Benefits for those giving from the United States is they get a tax receipt that they can write it off. All in all, a lot of really great work being done with your donation. So if you're new and you're unaware, please go to MriyaReport.org. You can donate through the website, and soon there'll be instructions on how to donate through the international banking system through Chase Bank. And money is going to a great cause, helping Ukrainians survive. It's helping them with equipment. It's helping them with food, the basic stuff that everyone needs to survive. And a lot of our team are super proud. Especially, I want to thank all of our co-hosts, everyone who spends hours, thankless hours online, keeping the flame alive. And as a result, this team of people have been able to produce, to obtain a lot of funds to give to Ukraine. So Chef Zhenya will be posting something soon. Verlaine will post more of the product that she was able to buy, and Kherson as well. So keep your eye out to the MriyaReport main account. You'll be able to track what those donations are doing. It feels good to help out. It feels good to advocate for Ukraine. And it also feels good to be able to help if you can financially. If you can't, please do just retweet the space. Let people know you're here. The reason why we're able to help Ukraine outside of advocacy is because of the listeners and viewers like you. I stole that from PBS, but people like Thomas as well, and John Spencer, and General Hodges, and General McRyan, and Chuck Ferrer, and all these people that come in on a regular basis to talk to you. It reaches a critical mass, and our message gets out. We support Ukraine. We know Ukraine will win. It's a matter of time, not if. And every donation goes to help those in need. We're also going to be donated thousands of clothes from some of the children's clothes from some of the donors, my family included, will be sent to Rabbi Asman including handicap wheelchairs and walkers and other devices for the elderly, all because of listeners like you. So if you can give, please do go to MriyaReport.org and follow the prompts. If you're a charitable organization and you want to reach out to the executive director, Peter Doran, you can reach him through the website, and there are ways to donate from charitable funds. Those are usually done by check, and they get sent to the lawyer for MriyaReport, which is Tom Roble in San Francisco, an expert on NGO stuff. And we can get all the documentation you need. Once again, we also have Benevity, and that is a matching site that you donate, and if your company supports donations to 501(c)(3)s, you can double your donation. A very kind supporter, actually one of the pro bono lawyers for MriyaReport, sent $1,500, and his work matched it for another $1,500. That's a great way to help make your donation go further if you have a matching program through your company. Benevity.com, I assume, is the website. And so that's it for me. I just wanted to let you know this is the result of all the good work that people do here. Chef Janya was very happy today. That's more money to buy food to serve to people on the front lines and whoever else he serves food to. So Tom, again, I was saying it last time you were on, and I wasn't able to finish because I got cut off. I want to thank you, and the team thanks you. Your sophistication, your knowledge is incomparable, and people come to listen. And if they are so inclined and can help out with a few dollars, that's great too. If not, just staying in the space and retweeting it means a lot to everyone. Thanks so much for listening. And back to you, Tom. I don't know if you knew all the good stuff we were doing, but over to you.
I knew you were doing a lot of good stuff, but please tweet more about it so I can retweet it, because if you just have it in the space, if people are not listening, they don't know it. So anytime there is something going on, what you do, please put out a tweet. I will retweet so people see where the money is going, and people see, yes, that things are happening and that we are helping, and that Ukraine has friends and supporters in the West, and that, for example, in Kherson, real change is happening because some of your donors donated so much money to help the Children's Hospital and other places in that very, very brutally damaged city now.
No, 100%. We should put in the nest here. Maybe we can clean up the nest, get some of these tweets out, and put them, the ones from Ferlane or from MriyaReport that show the first 11,000 about 3 weeks ago. Then there's the other 3,000 in cash, and they're using the MriyaReport credit card to buy $8,000 worth of drones outside of Ukraine, plus another 5,000 for these antennae. I'm not sure what the antennae are for, but she said they really, really need them. So the MriyaReport board said, you got them, and off we go to the races. So maybe we can have some of those tweets in there, Axel, or whoever's got control in the back end. We don't toot our own horn enough, Tom. You're 100% right, and it's very important, because I think when people see the giving and the generosity of others, it inspires them to give if they can, and it also shows the world that average people from around the world, we're just everyday people. We can get together and we can affect change. For Kherson City, the hospital alone is a great thing, but they also want invincibility points that are stacked up with generators. We're looking at water generator from the air, the Israeli one called Water Gen. They reached out to MriyaReport and offered to sharpen the pencil, if you know what I mean. So this is all very good news. And again, it's because of listeners like you and great guests who come on like you, Tom. So thanks so much. And pass it back. Axel, David, you got a bunch of hands or something.
Yeah, so it's a toss up between Paulie and George. I didn't see your hands come up. I was busy tweeting, so I think we can have a fight for it. But George won. George.
Yes, I wanted to ask ask Tom this, because he said about the Merkava tanks going, obviously, and it obviously makes sense that they would go to another country, whether it be Morocco or because we're talking, it's, I guess the initial report, one European country. So when it comes to the Merkava 2, there's about 580 that were produced, and there's 500 and some Leopard 1s in Greece. So that that would be a pretty sweet deal. It'd be 1-to-1. What does he think? The timeline, obviously, because you're going to get, if you get 500 Leopard 1 tanks for Greece, do they have the crews trained up to be able to just jump in those things?
That's the point. I assume the Ukrainians, already train 100 crews on the Leopard 1A5 that the Germans, Danish are providing. The Italians are trying to buy back with the Germans another 94 Leopard 1A5 that they, in a moment of stupidity a few years ago, sold to a Swiss company, and they're still parked in Italy. So do the Ukrainians have the crews? I doubt it that they have them now. But since Denmark and Germany have set up a training program to train a lot of Ukrainian Leopard 1 and A5 crews at the same time, I assume that you can ramp up training very well and get a lot of crews ready for deployment to Ukraine. That said, I think it's more key than getting Ukraine, let's say, 500 Leopard 1A5 tanks right away. It's more key to get the Ukrainians, sorry, the 100, 200 tanks that you have ready now, and let them know there are an unlimited number of spares and replacements. Why? Right now, if you are your Ukrainian tanker and your tank gets damaged, you know there's, for example, no Leopard 2A6 waiting for you back at the depot to get into. So you will try to save the tank you have at all costs, risking the life of you and your crew. And the lives of the crews are always more worth than the tanks themselves. Why? Because the crew takes training. Well-trained crews are not that many, and you really want to keep these crews alive, because actually every life that you lose is a loss for the country, right? So always remember, the crews are more valuable than the tanks. If a crew knows, God, my tank just hit a mine and it dropped one of the tracks and it can't move anymore, but if the crew knows, we get out, we run out of the enemy's fire and get back to base, there's the next Leopard 1A5 just waiting for us, fueled, ready to go back into combat. They're not wasting any time trying to save the tank that is lost. They're going to get the next tank and go back into the fight, while another team with a recovery vehicle, an armored recovery vehicle, which Germany, Italy, France, and other countries, the US, and so on, delivered, will try to recover the damaged tank. Allows for a higher tempo of operations, allows for the crews for being, let's say, less risky when they get when the tank is damaged. So I assume that the United States with this deal is not trying to get Ukraine 500 tanks in one block, but it's trying to get the Ukrainians replacement tanks and spares for when their tanks that are in use are damaged. So I assume the first batch of tanks that goes to Ukraine are the Leopard 1A5 from Denmark and Germany. Then the Italian Leopard 1A5 and the Greek ones, if that is what this deal with the Merkava is about, will come in batches, with some of them being for newly trained crews and quite a few for existing crews as replacements. And yeah, so there's gonna be a mix of that, but Ukraine, the more tanks they have, even if they're just in depots waiting for use that are later, the better it is, because let's put it this way. The 47th Brigade attacked with 3 of their 6 Leopard 2R mine clearing vehicles, and it lost all 3 in a Russian ambush. They were all damaged. Now the brigade has to be really, really careful how to employ the remaining 3 of those valuable mine clearing tanks. If the brigade would have 30 of those mine clearing tanks, the brigade would be like, okay, we learned our lesson, we figure out what the error was, we can go in immediately and try again. if you have little equipment and you lose a lot of that, you have to reduce the speed of your operations to make sure you don't lose more equipment. So what I assume this deal is for Ukraine, not just to train new tank crews and get new battalions ready, but also for Ukraine to have the replacements and the numbers that they can keep up a high speed operational tempo without having to worry about we lost that many units, we have to take a break to basically recover that equipment first and fix that equipment. Because let's put it this way, if you're a race car driver and you damage the car, then you have to wait till the car gets pulled into the garage and they have to fix it. You're not going to do any races for 3 weeks, maybe, if there's huge damage to the car. But if you're a race car driver and your race team has 5 cars, you damage one, you know the next day, the next race, you have a new car, you can get in and race it. That's what the United States is trying to do, to make sure Ukraine doesn't have to take a break in its operational tempo, because any break will help the Russians to recover, to fix their supply lines, to fix their defensive positions, to maybe bring in some reserves, to bring in some conscripts. Keep up the tempo means that the Russians are always on the back foot and the Ukrainians can strike and strike and strike and strike. And for that, you need equipment more than you actually can employ. So you have spare and replacements. The United States is the only NATO military who has massive amounts of replacements for everything. The reason the United States can donate to Ukraine so much equipment is because the United States military always buys way more of everything it needs, with the clear idea, if we need 100 M777 guns, we will buy 300 M777 guns. Why buy 3 times more? Well, maybe in the future we need more guns, and if we don't need more guns, then still we have enough replacements that in a war, if we should start losing these guns, we don't worry, because we know every crew has the task to save itself and ignore the gun. Go back to the nearest depot, grab a gun from the replacement store, and go back into the fight. That's the key. So what the United States is trying to do is trying to give Ukraine the replacement, let's call it death, to basically not worry about equipment. And why it went to Israel is because not a single European country has that depth anymore. They all gave up this amount of depth after the Cold War. As an example, during the Cold War, every German Air Force wing had a bunch of spare fighter jets stored. So the German wings in the Cold War, if I'm not mistaken, they had 48 fighter jets per wing, and about a dozen or 20 just standing around, but kept in working condition, so that the pilots were told, if you get shot at and the plane is damaged, make sure you get out over NATO lines, land with a parachute, hitch a ride to the airbase. There's a fighter, fueled, armed, ready for waiting for you to go back out and bomb some Soviets. Don't waste your life. There's spare fighters. All European countries gave up on that after the Cold War. The only NATO nation that still has this is the United States. And obviously Israel. Israel has gigantic depots full of equipment. And the United States turning to Israel is because Israel is the only country that can provide that stuff. And it's also an indictment of all the Europeans, because not a single European country can actually provide that stuff. So if it's Cyprus is really one of those countries that wants to give its tanks to Ukraine, and no European country could give Cyprus on short notice 80 tanks to replace the tanks that Cyprus might give to Ukraine. That means, since there is no European country, it wouldn't happen, this deal. the United States and Israel have stored tanks they can give to Cyprus on short notice. The United States tank, the M1A2 Abrahams, is too good, would infuriate Turkey, and you want to have Turkey on your side because those annoying Turks still have to approve the Swedish NATO membership, which is way overdue already. So you can't give the Cypriots a modern tank, but if you give them Merkava 3, the Turks can have no big problem with that. And yes, so you give them Merkava 3 and then you can give Ukraine tanks. Only because Israel keeps to this war economy, stocking up on equipment for a war to have replacement and spares. And also, you know, if the war drags on for longer, you have these replacements and spares to give to reserve units.
And yes, we had those spares in those days. I mean, we had more starfighters than we had F4s, but yes. Thomas, if you don't mind, we will be transitioning to our friend Nuno in a minute, but I think that Paulie has had his hand up for quite a while. If we should, would be able to get through that question, that would be helpful.
Please, Paulie.
Thank you, Thomas, and greetings from Finland. My original question was relating to Pere and Spike missiles, but I guess we have already dealt with those. Regarding the current topic, would it be possible that the Spaniards will finally find their balls and ship some Leopard 2Es? They have quite a lot of them, and I don't believe they have any fierce wars to be to be won or lost in the future. Thank you.
Spain is in a semi-war state with Morocco. There's 2 Spanish cities, enclaves, on the African coast. I think Ceuta and Melilla is the names. And some of the Spanish units, like there's a brigade on the Canarian Islands, and there's 1 brigade in Melilla and 1 in Ceuta. And those units are basically high readiness units that the Spanish have, because there's this Morocco considered these to be still colonies, right? That they want the Spanish to vacate and return to Moroccan control, and the Spanish basically are not giving up on those cities because for fishing rights and certain control rights for the Strait of Gibraltar, because at Gibraltar this is a British territory, and the other side is a Moroccan and Spanish territory, because there's a Morocco and a Spanish city, which is, if you look at it, there's a huge fence around it, and it's fenced in, and it's crazy. And the Spanish have 2 full brigades in each of those cities. Basically, each city is like, I don't know how many people, but there's 5,000 men of brigades, 5,000 troops in there. That said, the Spanish with the Leopard 2E, they have 4 brigades, NATO-assigned brigades. Each one of those has 1 tank battalion and 1 armored cavalry group. So those tank battalions and that armored cavalry group are grouped together in regiments. Those regiments use up all the Leopard 2E the Spanish have. So the Spanish would have to take out Leopard E's out of their 4 operational brigades to provide some to Ukraine. The Leopard 2A4 the Spanish have, those are in the 2 brigades in Ceuta and Melilla, but most of those are stored because the Spanish plan to rebuild them into bridge layers, armored recovery vehicles, and armored engineering vehicles, and so on. So as far as I know, all the Leopard 2Es are in those 4 brigades, in 4 battalions, plus 4 armored reconnaissance groups, which each have a tank company of Leopard 2Es. And Ceuta and Melilla have around 25 to 30 Leopard A4 tanks each. And the rest was meant to be rebuilt into armored support vehicles, bridge layers, and so on. And so the Leopard 2A4, they could provide to Ukraine if they are in the condition to be used, because they have been stored for 10 years, something plus, maybe 10, 15 years already. And yes, the Spanish could still build new Leopard 2A tanks, because the Spanish have a production line, or had one, in Spain, that they could produce them themselves. It was a condition of the Spanish buying the Leopard 2E, that they can build it in Spain at their factory, Santa Barbara Blindados. Yeah, the Italians now are trying to buy Leopard 2A7 too, and the Czechs are buying Leopard 2A7, and they're also demanding their own production lines, because the Germans haven't not increased Leopard 2A7 production since the start of the war. That means Italians and Slovaks would have to wait years for the Leopard 2A7 tanks. That's why, for example, the Italians and the Czechs are telling the Germans, we only buy the Leopards if we may produce them in our countries, because then we don't have to wait 5-6 years to get them. And long story short, I doubt that the Spanish will part with any of their Leopard 2E tanks, the 2E España versions of their tanks, because they have 4 brigades that are pretty strong brigades, because I mean, they are well equipped, well armed. The only thing they lack is a modern artillery, self-propelled artillery system, which the Spanish want to buy for years, but those are very good brigades. The Leopard 2A4 are in Ceuta and Melilla, which the Spanish want part also, because obviously the Spanish are very reluctant to part with equipment that is on the front with Morocco. You will also see that some of the best Spanish units are in the south of Spain, around Cadiz, and because Cadiz and that area in the south are opposite Morocco, and the Spanish have always this fear of Morocco in a moment of complete insanity trying to attack Ceuta or Melilla, and the Spanish that would then have to fight a war against Morocco.
Which is unusual, isn't it?
So
Thomas,
yes,
given the fact that Morocco is also a partner of NATO and one partner of the coalition, it seems always that it would be a fantastic opportunity to bury that hatchet or that concern on both ends and work through it.
The problem for those two countries is that neither of them wants to really in any way budge on that issue. And just for the people that don't know, Morocco was a colony divided between Spain and between France. France and Spain then decolonized, and Morocco became a country that was recognized in the world. There was a Spanish enclave in the south still, that then the Moroccans in the Ifni War, if I'm not mistaken, Ifni, wait, I think it was called the Ifni War, which was a short, very quick war where the Moroccans overran the last Spanish enclave in southern Morocco. And so it was, yes, let me check, yeah, 58, the Spanish lost it. And yeah, so the Spanish have fought with Moroccan war, decolonization wars, and both countries basically insist that these two enclaves belong to them. The problem is that the Spanish are in Ceuta since 1415. So there's more than 500 years that the Spanish own Ceuta, and I think Melilla is something similar. The Spanish conquered it like, I don't know exactly about Melilla, but I know that Ceuta was part of the Reconquista, so it's 500 years something that the Spanish controlled that city, and the Spanish are like, for 500 500 years. That city has been part of Spain. We're not giving it to Morocco under any circumstance, and Morocco is like, it's still a colony, and we demand you give it back to us. So those two countries are at odds over this. Oh, both cities have 80,000, 85,000 inhabitants. So there's 170,000 Spanish people living in those two cities. And yeah, the Spanish are not gonna give it up, and the Moroccans keep insisting that this must be decolonized. And yeah, so the Spanish and Morocco are at odds here. Neither country has an interest in a war, absolutely not. Neither country, right? You can tell both countries are completely uninterested in that, but both countries keep militaries ready in case the other country has a change of heart. So Spain's army and air force won't give anything to Ukraine that is deployed either in the Canarian Islands, because Morocco considered the Canarian Islands also Moroccan territory that should be handed over to Morocco in a decolonization move, which the Spanish consider completely ridiculous, because the Spanish are also more than 500 years in possession of the Canary Islands. And yeah, so going into that, the Spanish will hand over equipment to Ukraine from brigades in the Pyrenees or in Barcelona or Madrid. Anything that they have readied for a fight against Morocco in the south is off limits, and the Leopard 2E tanks fall into that. So, and the Patriot system obviously falls also into that. And the NASAM system, which is in the Canary Islands, also falls under that. So Spain is I think Nuno is here now, I see, and he knows more because he obviously is from Portugal. And he knows more, so I will defer to him now.
That point.
Yeah, so I just saw that he's online because I opened my screen.
Thomas, mate. Hey,
So hello, Nuno. I will defer to you now about these topics and listen to you, because I'm sure you know more about the Spanish military positioning in that region, because that's the only, Morocco is the only strategic level threat that the Spanish government sees in its strategic defense papers. And that is why
Nuno himself.
Yeah,
Nuno
and
himself, right?
so basically we have always to remember that some countries, like Italy's only strategic risk is Islamic terrorists in Libya or Tunisia, and for that Italy will not part with anything that it has based in the south. Same with Spain, with Morocco. So keep that in mind when you say these countries should give something to Ukraine. There are strategic considerations these countries have, even though Morocco is an ally of the West. But you never know, and that's why these countries are wary of parting with certain equipment. Nuno, I will listen to you now.
Hey, mate, how are you, Thomas? Good to have you, man. I was listening, and you're absolutely correct. 3 or 4 points to that. First, Spain has also with Morocco, beyond the territorial dispute of Ceuta and Melilla, and they have a dispute on immigration, of course. So those forces sometimes run border security, and they also have issues with energy. Some of the pipelines that supply, and the gas pipelines that supply Europe from Algeria and Tunisia are coming from there through Morocco. So there's major issues with that in terms of immigration, energy. There's also all sorts of trafficking going on also. So there's an transnational criminal organization angle to this. And as Thomas was saying, there's significant forces always ready to deploy to Africa, because there's an arc of instability, not only in Morocco. Morocco has a problem. It's an ally of the West, of course, as Thomas was saying, it is. but it has a major issue. And the major issue that I see with Morocco is the king has no offspring. It's a monarchy. Don't forget that. The king has no offspring. Given that the king has no offspring, there's obviously strategic considerations if something happens to the king. Also, another important aspect of this, don't forget, and Thomas was well referring to this, that there are considerable operations still going on in Mali, in Central African Republic, in the Niger, in Chad, and a number of, in Libya. Even the Italians have a significant presence in Libya, even if they don't admit it openly. I usually joke with Thomas to say that the only thing that the Americans should have done when Ambassador Stevens was killed was not try to go rescue him, but just call Rome. Call Rome. They own half of it, by the way. So some of those.
Did you just say the king of Morocco is childless?
Yep.
He's not childless.
No, he has a crown prince. He has a crown prince.
He has a crown prince, but he has there's tensions in the region.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regarding
no,
that.
definitely there's tensions. Yeah. No, definitely track of the tensions. But yeah, he has. I've met them.
He has a crown prince, but there's some tension in the monarchy's heritage. Let's put it this way. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's some problems there, but I'll say that Thomas is correct, and there's some considerations to be had about the Spanish. Eventually, I believe there's in the works a contract for 2 A7s or two alongside with Portugal and Germany. Okay. Or better, a German contract that Portugal and Spain will buy from. Okay, that's part of the overall framework where Portugal handed over its tanks to Ukraine, the 3 tanks, and some of them we should keep delivering, because we actually, Portugal has little use for them except keeping up the capability until we can bring up a new squadron, full-on battalion of tanks with the 2 A7s. But I'll take it. See, we have a lot of questions, I believe, for Thomas. Thomas, if you want to take some of the questions, please go, man.
We can take them together, and just before I forget it,
sure, let's go.
Morocco and Algeria are in a constant near state of war, because both those countries have a little discussion about the Southern Sahara.
Yes, the Tuaregs.
Yes, there's a Morocco annexed a territory to its south, which I have embarrassingly forgotten what the name was.
Western Sahara.
Western Sahara.
The Sawahiri.
And the Algerians keep supporting the rebels that are there, that obviously are killing Moroccan troops, and that's a constant instability problem there. And basically, yes, so the Spanish, there's a peace there right now, but that peace in the North African region, south of Spain, could be ending or could be broken rather quickly, and the Spanish are worried about that and keep forces and navy and troops ready for that contingency.
Mm-hmm.
And so that the Spanish don't deliver certain capabilities is understandable, and I'm not faulting them, because obviously I understand that, like the American generals, the Spanish generals have a duty given to them by the government and by law for certain defense provisions, and reducing that capabilities without a direct government order would violate the oath these officers have taken. So yeah,
and there's an issue with the energy because one of the pipelines run from Algeria through Moroccan territory, and Spain was cut off from gas last year, I believe, in an incident between Morocco and Algeria, because the Spanish over Western Sahara, because the Spanish provided on request from the Algerians some medical treatment to one of the leaders of the Sahrawi rebellion. So this is
okay.
that's
Yeah, there's things that I didn't know that Nuno knows because he's from the region, and yeah. So obviously there's stuff going on with all the, I mean, the same reason why Croatia is reluctant to part with its tanks, because obviously it has Serbia as its neighbor, and you never know what those guys are up
exactly.
to. And yeah, so with the Spanish,
Vucic playing a game as usual.
yes, so that's also, for example, Albania and Montenegro have stopped providing a lot of ammunition to Ukraine because both countries look at the crazy neighbor that is Serbia and think maybe we're gonna need all those bullets because the Serbians are again making a fuss, because the Russians are egging them on to make a fuss to distract the West. So yeah, countries have their own reasons, and with that, let's move away from the history of Ceuta and Melilla, which are fascinating histories, cities, and I would love to visit one day. And let's move on to
we took Ceuta the first time.
okay, and let's move on to the hands, because then I will have to go and have some dinner at some point.
All right, that would be Abdullah
well,
first because he's been waiting for a long time. Then Lou, and then Jörn. Abdullah.
Hey, thank you, Axel. Good evening from Dubai. Just wanted to ask Nuno and Thomas. Speaking of Africa, I remember Prigozhin and his Wagner group were supposed to pack up and to go to Africa and create chaos, further chaos in the continent. Just wanted to get your what's going on that front, and also if the Ukrainians were to get intelligence of Prigozhin's whereabouts, is it beneficial to take him out, or is it better to keep him alive to further destabilize Russia? Just wanted to get both of you your opinion on those. Thank you very much.
Can I, Thomas?
Yes, take it. I have an opinion about Prigozhin later.
Let's see if your opinion is the same as mine. First of all, Abdullah, assalamu alaikum. I hope Dubai is doing well. And regarding Africa, Wagner remains and has extensive operations in Africa. Commercial operations. They obviously they advance Russian interests, but it's also commercial operations for them. They have operations in Central African Republic, in Cameroon. Actually, they use Cameroon as a pipeline for their wood trafficking, from their wood business, their precious woods coming from Central African Republic. And they also use that. They also provide security for the local Central African government and for convoys moving from Central African Republic to the port of Cameroon, because the Central Africa is a landlocked country, and that port in Cameroon is absolutely critical for its supply. Actually, the UN also does that, but mostly Wagner obviously takes the big cut at that. They have vetted interests in the war in Sudan. Actually, me and Thomas, we both looked at it. There's an ample gold mining operation going down in Sudan with Wagner. It's one of their cash cows. They use that to finance other operations in Mali, Niger, Chad, some in Burkina Faso that's been going on. So there's an ample footprint regarding Wagner in Africa. And obviously part of it is advancing Russian interests in the interests of Russian state, but also a good part of it is just Mr. Prigozhin making money, supplying all sorts of security, mercenary types, doing all sorts of things to in Africa. I think, and I've said it multiple times, I think Wagner should be declared a foreign terrorist organization by the US and by European countries, and we should unleash the tools we have to deal with foreign terrorist organizations. That's something we should do. And one way to curb Russia is to wear it down around the edges of the conflicts in Ukraine. That's my point of view on that. And the other thing is about Mr. Prigozhin. I wouldn't kill Prigozhin right now. Prigozhin right now, that spat with Shoigu and Shoigu wanting Wagner reinstated and all that's been going down, I wouldn't whack Prigozhin right now, because Prigozhin may turn out to be useful in the long end to destabilize Russia. But that's my opinion. What's yours, Thomas?
About Prigozhin, I agree fully with you. The guy is useful as a tool. You can tell that Ukrainians know that because the Russian Liberation Corps, which is in Belgorod fighting the Russian army, speaks badly about the Russian government and any Russian minister in general all the time, but keeps praising and heaping love. Actually, they kiss Prigozhin's ass in every single one of their press releases or press conferences, because Prigozhin and them are fishing in the same pool of right-wing, fascist, nationalist Russians for troops. So if you look also, that only when the Russian Liberation Corps offered Russian prisoners of war to fight for them, the only guy that was like, yes, I want to fight with you, was the guy that was from Wagner. Yeah. So then there's more chances that Wagner and Prigozhin will run over and join the Russian Liberation Corps than that Putin will actually kill Prigozhin. So we shouldn't kill him. We should kind of like flame this civil war, fuel this civil war between Prigozhin and Shoigu. And while in Africa, I agree with Nuno that we should fight Wagner, but I wouldn't declare it a terrorist organization. I would go in a Cold War style campaign of unexplained explosion, plane crashes, barrack bombings, and such that just happened to the Wagner guys in Africa. No one knows why this barracks of Wagner in Africa blew up. It's a mystery.
Tribesmen kill Wagner because tribesmen do that.
Yes. So you know, it just happens that all the Wagner barracks somehow detonate on the road. No one knows why.
It's the heat.
What did they say?
Yeah, it's
Angola
the heat.
is a difficult, it's a dangerous environment, right?
No, not for Wagner.
Not today, no. I was quoting your boys from the 1970s when other people went under.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, Wagner should be, because Wagner went to Africa to commit war crimes. Basically, if you're an African dictator and you have a problem with massacring women and children, you call in Wagner because they love killing women and children. So yes, Wagner needs to be fought and exterminated like a terrorist organization. But if you declare it a terrorist organization, it goes underground. Right now, Wagner has offices in all kinds of places and representatives, and they're going around in convoys in cities and are really open. So it makes it really easy to target them. And if you target them with intelligence operations, kind of like, oops, that Wagner car just blew up. Oops, that Wagner airplane just fell out of the sky. Nobody can blame anyone. I mean, accidents happen. And you can really devastate them that way without really driving them underground, where it's more difficult to find them. So yeah, but for now, Prigozhin is a tool that can be used to stoke trouble inside Russia. And once his usefulness is over, there's no need to keep him around. But until then, make sure he has the ammunition in dirt and stuff that he can heap on Shoigu and basically take away some of the resources of the Russian Defense Ministry because they have to fight him and not just Ukraine.
And also, to Thomas' point, I think the RDK and the LSF could basically there's an opening here to create a true insurgency if you add Wagner to RDK and LSF. That's a relevant point that Thomas is stating. There's clearly an opening here. And I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but the guy is a criminal. Wholeheartedly agree. I don't like the guy. I think the guy is brutal, is ruthless, and he's the enemy. But right now, if Satan came up and said, I want to fight some Russians and stoke an insurgency in Russian, I have two questions to Satan. One is, how do we coordinate? And the second is, what do you need? So we fight with the Russians we have.
Right. LR, thank you very much for waiting.
My pleasure. Hey, I have a question that I promise to keep very short. In fact, we'll set a record here. Thomas, you can answer this with one word. But before I ask the question, I want to join Yehuda in thanking you, Thomas, for everything you contributed, your time, your expertise, your opinions. I mean, it's very, very enlightening to all of us. And I know we're switching over to Nuno and we're all anxious to hear what he has to say, and I am as well. So here's the question, Thomas. Since you weren't able to stick around a little longer the other day when we were running our fundraising, would you be willing to try to break a Tinathon record in terms of your time on the space in conjunction with a fundraising drive that will try to break the fundraising record that we have?
Can do. Just need to speak with Domin and Axel when we're gonna do it. But that's 10 hours, people. So you better all get ready with some tea and some chamber pots, because we're not gonna let you get away from the podcast then, and you will be here for 10 hours with me talking about everything. And then I'm gonna torture you with the history of Moldova and Transnistria, which is fascinating and actually basically, again, evil Russia, and the history of Karabakh, which is tragic and has a lot of evil Russia in it. And then if you want it, I can throw in some Svaneti from Georgia, which is full of evil Russia. So basically, anytime I start reading a book about a country next to Russia, it's okay, always full of evil Russia. But we can do that. Depends when everyone has time.
All right. We will pick the appropriate time. But thank you.
Thomas, I'll coordinate with Lou and you on that. And just so you know, Thomas, there was a lot of other donors who were sending me nasty messages when Lou was going on, and they said, we want to break him. Well, keep going, Lou. And so they started. It was a contagious giftathon. I thought it was kind of funny.
Excellent. Let's get donations to Ukraine and then post whatever we buy and help Ukraine with those donations, so people see that money arrives in Ukraine and helps lives. Because the situation in Kherson, I know people that are there, journalists right now, is desperate and tragic, but the most international press has already moved on, which is a travesty, because the suffering there doesn't stop because there's something new the press wants to report about.
Yeah, we're gonna have the deputy mayor of Kherson back, Helena Luhova. She was very excited, very happy with Lou's generosity, and in general the whole space. So a lot of funds were raised. We're gonna be able to buy them a lot of the stuff that they need, but they're always gonna probably need more, Thomas. we're going to start with generators for the hospital and also for the invincibility points and sundry supplies that they need. We've also been in touch with the chief rabbi who's going down to deliver a lot of, believe it or not, they need towels and blankets and bedding, stuff you wouldn't think of. But we're definitely, we've raised a lot of money in the last, in a 1 day period on, I think it was a Sunday to Monday, a great deal of funds that are all going to go. And the deputy mayor has promised that whenever she has 10, 15 minutes in between meetings, she's going to call in and post those pictures. She'll have one of our assistants post all the pictures of the products. And so our listeners can see it on the ground and see it working. And it means a lot to the people of Kherson. They need a lot of help, and they're going to need it for a long time. The dam was blown by Russia. It's an act of war crime, crime against humanity, call it whatever you want. But those people in Kherson need our help. So I'm really happy that you've agreed to that, Thomas. We'll chat offline about it. Thanks, Lou, again. And we're going to get some of your competitors in the philanthropy business to break you, apparently. I didn't understand that. That's how charity people talk. All right, thanks.
Amazing was that? Absolutely, how amazing was that? Right. Okay. So there's one hand left, and then we're on to you, Nuno. JUN.
Hello, everyone. I'm really looking forward to that marathon. Hope you announce it a couple of days ahead so I can tell my wife that I have to go to a work trip. But actually, I'm just going to stay in a hotel room and not take care of the children while I listen to you. So, yeah, announce that a bit beforehand. I'm not going to take the conversation off road, but I just think the little swing by Western Sahara we had was very interesting, and I worked a lot with that issue. I think there are not many people that can say this, but I've actually been in the self-governing part of Western Sahara. In Tifariti, there are some pictures on Wikipedia, among other things, a Moroccan F5 that had been shot down in the Battle of Tifariti in 1991, pictures that I took. That was the last battle of the war before the UN brokered ceasefire. And that was a tactical victory for Western Sahara, but a strategic victory for Morocco. And it's a very interesting conflict. It's also interesting when you compare it to the situation in Ukraine, because there are some similarities. But one thing that's really hurt the Sahrawis and their cause is that their friends has been on the wrong side of history twice. Once was the Cold War, where Algeria was on the wrong side, and also right now, where Algeria is one of the most loyal Russia supporters there are, which is massively sad, especially for us that cheers for Western Sahara and don't call them rebels, but a liberation movement. And the international law is massively on the Sahrawi side. Spain actually still has the responsibility for Spanish Sahara, that they called it, because they were given the task from the UN to start a decolonization process. They didn't finish that because Morocco and Mauritania invaded. Sahrawis kicked out Mauritanians, but are still in sort of a state of war with the Moroccans. And actually, when Spain supported Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, one of the asks from the Spanish government to the Americans to support them was for them to fix the Western Sahara issue, to get it done, because the Spanish population massively supports the Sahrawi, but Morocco has, as you mentioned, power over the Spanish with the threat of opening the floodgates of refugees over to Spain if Spain isn't in line on the Western Sahara issue. So John Bolton tried to build a plan, but failed. And right now it's still heading in the wrong direction for the Sahrawis because Algeria is so massively wrong on this issue. But there are some parallels that you should look at when it comes to international law. And in this battle in Tifariti that I mentioned, the Moroccans did some war crimes. For example, they poisoned the water sources there. So it's still inhabitable after that battle, which is kind of similar to some of the stuff that the Russians are doing in Ukraine now. So just a bit of context on Western Sahara. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And with that, May I?
And we learned something new.
Absolutely.
At least I learned something new here.
Me too. Me too.
And what's the chances of that? That is insane to think about.
No, Jorn, that's really good points, Jorn. I mean, my former there's a UN mission there. My former unit commander was a long time in that mission. He was there, so I know a bit from some of our guys who went there in the UN mission. But that's very interesting insight, and that's one of the tensions between Spain and Morocco too, as Thomas was alluding. But that's really interesting stuff, Jorn.
Absolutely, and the UN mission, the MINURSO mission, is also the only UN mission on the planet that is not allowed to report human rights abuses because French has insisted on that in the Security Council. So Moroccan police can beat Sahrawi demonstrators to death in front of the UN soldiers, and they're actually not allowed to report on it. So that's a bit dodgy.
All righty. Now, Nuno, shall we turn south in the counteroffensive?
We shall turn
Guys,
south.
before Nuno goes into that, I am starving because I skipped dinner for this, and I feel now, I'm 3 hours late for dinner, and I feel like, guys, I love you all, and I'm happy you listen, but right now I'm like, I need to cook some spaghetti. Okay.
Go, mate. Go, mate. Go. Thanks. Good to have you, man. Well,
Thank you.
I'll join the Tinerton for a bit, but I already talk 10 hours a day with you, so don't worry.
All the best, everybody. Thank
All
you
the
for your
best, mate.
time. And tomorrow at 7 p.m., I will be back with a new look at the Ukrainian offensive. And again, it should be 20 minutes, and then we're going overtime by 3 hours as usual. But I hope you have the time tomorrow too. All the best, everybody, and hear you soon.
Bye, Thomas. Follow Thomas, guys, if you don't.
Buonanotte. So, Nuno, let's go south. What's happening?
Let's go south. What's happening? So, Ukraine has been. First of all, good to have you all here. Good to be with all of you here again. And I've published to the nest some maps regarding that we're going to discuss about. In military terms, what are the biggest issues right now, or the biggest objectives right now? So, not full on. We are in the counteroffensive has obviously started. Everybody is tuned with that, and if you look at those maps, we'll see there's first of all a big push. There's a robust push by Ukrainian forces south to pressure the contact line of Zaporizhia and Donetsk oblasts south. If you look at those maps I've posted, you'll see in the map on the left, there's areas where the main areas where Ukrainian offensives have been ongoing. We should be wary that Ukraine, first of all, hasn't committed the bulk of its offensive forces. There's no way this is the main push or the main axis. I've seen a lot of things written online. Well, it's failing. Well, it's not moving anywhere. Well, cool it. First, reaching operations is difficult. Second, this is not the main effort at all. Third, plenty of fog of war. Okay? If you look at the information space, you'll see that most of the sources we've been talking about and discussing and are Russian sources. So there's obviously a little bit of cope. There's obviously a little bit of downplaying, but Ukrainians have mostly been quiet and mostly have only been confirming what's really taken over. So there's a fair amount of I would say there's a good chance that Ukrainian forces have moved south a bit. I saw all the hand wriggling and all the craziness about some Bradleys and some Leos destroyed. Thomas actually did a very interesting thread. It wasn't brilliant, of course not, but people, if we sum up all the angles and all the pictures we've got from those Bradleys and those Leos, the Russians basically destroyed a whole army corps of armored vehicles. And I saw a lot of people glooming and dooming, sorry for the expression, over something that is natural, that will happen, and more of it will happen. Okay? This is combined arms operations are a massive business, are a dangerous business, especially with an enemy that has mined his way through with and is basically in some fortified positions. That said, what are my thoughts on what's going on? First of all, I think first objective, you need, if you're going to launch a major operation in the south, because the south is key terrain, you need to fix the forces defending Tokmak and Melitopol. I usually joke, and I've said this multiple times on here, and I've said it even in commentary I did for TVP World today. It will be available later today. Melitopol is where you win the war. Melitopol, you control the whole corridor to the south, which is really, if we look at it, the major gain that Russia has. Now, that said, you need to fix the forces defending Melitopol and Tokmak so they don't go anywhere else. Okay? How you do that? You attack them. That's what Ukraine has been doing. And you can look at those maps and you'll see that you have an effort straight south from towards Tokmak and Melitopol. Now, Tokmak and Melitopol are probably the two most defended cities in the whole of Ukraine by the Russians. The whole of occupied Ukraine by the Russians. That and the entrance to Crimea. Those are the two most fortified strong points that Russia has. Because Russian generals can look at the map and they see what we see. It's where you cut off that corridor. It was one of their first objectives, and the reason is exactly that. It's also, both cities are also, Melitopol and Tokmak, are also key logistical hubs and ground lines of communication for Russia, both from forces coming out of Crimea and forces then the link to Russia towards the south with the highway that connects Melitopol, Berdyansk, the road that connects Melitopol, Berdyansk, and Mariupol into the Donetsk, and then the rail line that goes through Tokmak towards Melitopol, towards Russia. So that said, it's obviously the most fortified Russian position, but it is also, if you launch an operation without fixing those forces can act freely as reserves, right? So in that sense, it's important that you get a sense of why is Ukraine attacking the most fortified part of the front. I know this, I've said a lot, they developed this great counteroffensive and now they're attacking where everyone expects them to attack. I've said it here, you need to fix these forces. Then, if we look further east, you'll see that Ukraine is driving south towards a city called, and I'll butcher this name again, Staromlyanivka,
Starolimivka.
which is just south of
Starolimivka.
Starolimivka.
Okay.
Yes,
The one
a
where
hell
they
of a
blew
name.
up the dam to the southeast.
Yes, they blew up the dam. That city stands north of the main Russian defensive line in that region, and it has a road that goes south towards Berdyansk and runs parallel to the Mokry Yal River. So now this is important. Why? Well, it's important to press this. This city is about 80 kilometers from the Berdyansk-Mariupol road. Melitopol, Berdyansk, and Mariupol, which is one of the main supply routes the Russians use. You need to press this south to have the Russians behind their defensive line, the main defensive line, and you need to bring in your MLRSs and your artillery within range of the main supply route in the south, the road that runs from Berdyansk to Mariupol to Melitopol. That's what I think the Russians are the Ukrainians are doing. First, they're fixing Melitopol and Tokmak, and the Russian forces in that region, in that area of operations. Then they're pressing the front south to get the main supply routes within reach, because of course they can hit it with Storm Shadows and eventually with the Scalps, which is the same missile. But the issue is you need to interdict it by fire, and you cannot do that with cruise missiles. Cruise missiles are a limited asset and are for high value targets in terms of logistics and in military terms. So what Ukraine is doing there is basically driving south steadily to get their artillery and their MLRSs within range of the main supply route in the south. That's key. And the other thing that all of these operations seek to do is unmask Russian reserves. The pressure is creating a situation where Russians are basically bringing forces for those reserves, bringing reserves up to confront Ukrainians. And this is important. Why? Well, this is important for the simplest of reasons, which is getting Russians to unmask their reserves and then hammer those reserves. Once they've committed these reserves, it's important to get an idea where you can drive the main effort. And that's going to be the thing. You need for now to identify where you're going to, you need Russians to commit reserves, you need to get those main supply routes and ground lines of communication within reach, and then after that's done, you can decide where you're going to commit the main effort. Of course, Ukrainian command has an evaluation and a plan for that, but plans can change depending on what the enemy does. I still believe there's going to be other supporting axes to this operation. Let's not forget that south is the key terrain, but supporting axes can be efforts in the north or efforts where there's opportunity. We've seen some advances, for instance, in Bakhmut, not by offensive units created for this counteroffensive, but by units that were holding the line. Because let's not forget something which is relevant, is Ukraine has a lot of units in different states of capability or different states of strength. Some will be at near 70-80%, others will be way down in 30-40% in regenerating, but they have units all along the contact line that can also seize opportunity when when Russia has committed its reserves. But it was important for Ukrainians to get a sense of what reserves are there and make Russians unmask reserves.
That's the
Now,
thing. They're teasing them out, right? You said unmasked. They're teasing them out. They're drawing them out, and they're luring them into positions where they are not able to defend themselves easily against very, very good scouting artillery, right?
that's one. There's a counter battery. There's a counter battery war going on. Of course, Ukrainians have been pretty successful at that. But let's make no mistake: breaching operations are difficult. But even if the reserves are committed into proper defensive lines, that's no issue. It's important to understand that you need the enemy to come out and show what it has in store, what reserves it has, even have the enemy counterattack some of these positions like they already did, unsuccessfully, fortunately, but this will happen, right? Because of course Russian commanders will look at it and say, if there's an opportunity, we'll try to take it. But if they find they have the reserves, but you need to draw out these reserves. The moment you draw out these reserves and you are satisfied with the state of the operation, you can then decide, okay, we are going to commit the main effort this way, or we are going to launch others. We are going to seize opportunity that arose in the meantime in other places, the line of contact, and then we'll see what can be done about this. I think it's important to realize, it's relevant to realize that it's a game that needs to be played, and this is interesting, and I think people should be aware that it will take some time. Okay, it's not something we do easily. It will take casualties. Ukrainians will take casualties, but the truth of the matter is, it's important to obviously have the Russians commit, because the Russians have this problem, which I've spoken at length about over the weeks, which is geography. They have 1,000 kilometers plus of contact line, and they don't have the assets to man it densely. So, but they have some reserves. So now it's time to bring up those reserves. It's time to knock out artillery with a counter battery war, and it's time also to threaten the ground lines of communications in the south. While this has been ongoing, we've seen other units take advantage in Crimea, in Bakhmut, Ukrainian units, and we've seen some very deep strikes into Russian positions using Storm Shadow and GMLRSs to strike at command posts, troop gatherings, and other communications hubs, weapons depots, and whatnot. So it's important right now to keep this pressure towards the south and keeping units in reserve in order to then drive a main effort to effectively breach and create chaos and produce effects on enemy lines and enemy units. So it will take some time. Make no mistake about it.
And at the same time, Ukrainian troops are still being trained on a number of these assets, which have been contributed and they've been working with. I mean, we had the notice that, for example, the Leopard A1, Leopard 1 A5s are still being transferred. There's troops in the north and in the west and the northwest, which are all being trained. I mean, that was to be expected. We actually discussed it here, and you highlighted it here weeks and months ago. So as this goes on, we still only see currently close to 3 brigades involved. That's not much. There's a couple of TDF and follow-on forces, but it's not much.
I'd say it's more like overall, I'd say probably 10 brigades involved in this.
In maneuvering, but not in
In
actual
maneuvering,
contact yet. Yeah.
The contact is about 4 brigades, 5. It's hard to say. It's hard to say right now, right? But this is a part of this operation, and I see Melus as his hand up, but I'll ask you to wait a bit more because I have a good friend coming up, which is All Source. All Source, good to have you, man. Good you have.
No, it's been too long, man. It's been too long. We shared a space.
It's been way too long. All Source is a proper cavalryman from the U.S. Army, so I'll defer to you on breaching operations. I very much appreciate your opinion.
He's the human embodiment of a tank.
Absolutely.
All Source, go ahead.
no.
On breaching operations, you're the man for
No,
this.
so again, I think, I mean, I DM'd you. I kind of dropped because I had to take a call when I wanted to speak, so I missed kind of a large portion of this conversation. But like in summary, you know, breaching operations are very complex. But like I was talking to this yesterday. I know Aaron Bomer is another speaker of the space before you guys had him, and I brought this up in the space, and kind of one of the things that is piquing my interest, and it's good because now we're getting confirmation basically on reporting, is that we haven't seen basically the commitment for this offensive operation. Basically, we haven't seen a decisive operation or a main effort. Like it's you know, you could kind of argue that maybe in the Donetsk side we have, you know, maybe some other areas, but you know, a lot of this is still becoming shaping operations. Now, it's speculation as to why. It is pure speculation. There could be a million different reasons as to why. You know, maybe Ukrainians have identified a weakness in the Russian defense that they want to exploit that wasn't part of the original plan. So basically, they're what we would call intelligence preparation of the battlefield that's completely changed.
Yes.
Go ahead, Nuno.
No, I was saying, go ahead. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so
IPD, to an extent, it could be a major shaping operation.
Yeah, so maybe their main effort that they identified previously is to defend it. They're like, oh man, we don't want to like waste combat power here. Let's fight. Like, there's a different reasons, but one of the things, again, and I'm just purely speculating and spitballing here, right? This is like what something in my mind came up is I think one of the things that I don't want to discount entirely is the Kherson front after the dam blew up.
I agree.
I like that really put Russian defensive positions in the Kherson front in a terrible situation. And it's funny, Rybar yesterday, because I was talking to this with other people, and then Rybar said the tweet like, "Oh my God, we're so concerned about the Kherson front," right? And kind of in the past, it wasn't realistic because an amphibious operation of that magnitude, I mean, it's very complex, very difficult, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But now if you're running into a situation where, you know, now that riverbed is basically gone, and I get it, it's very muddy, you have to wait, but like, you know, that is not hard terrain for light infantry. You know, by the way, if you wait for that area to dry up, and again, mud isn't like, as a tanker, I understand mud is difficult, you get stuck, but it's not like this impenetrable, like, oh my God, anywhere there's mud, tanks can't operate. No, it's not like that. It's just, you know, you got to be a little bit more cognizant of it, but it's not this natural barrier that stops everything. You just have to do analysis and terrain, and some mud is fine. But there's some part of me that is like, if I'm a Ukrainian staff officer right now, and I operate at the G3, right, in the Ministry of Defense, or the J3, and I say, look, why don't we just wait a month? I don't know. Like if we do analysis, that river, this entire lake, that's one specific area of the river is completely dry in a month. Why not just wait and then just launch an offensive there where they don't have defensive positions as robust? They don't have the combat power to defend it. All their artillery is basically geared towards, you know, the Zaporizhzhia and Donetsk area, which, by the way, one of the interesting things we're seeing right now, based on what's available publicly, is that we're seeing our Ukrainian military specifically targeting artillery. And I don't know if all that is just counter battery, though. I honestly think that is just normal collection and targeting. And basically at the Ukrainian general staff level, they have directed Russian artillery asset is #1 in the high payoff targets. Like if you find an artillery asset, you blow it up.
you kill it.
And that's shaping. So everything we're hearing right now is still the shaping operation aspect of it. And we haven't seen a commitment. And I don't know if it's because Kherson opened up, maybe they're trying to find something else, but I agree with Nuno, we're just not seeing, because breaching operations at that point would be decisive. And we just haven't seen that level of commitment really to what we would expect in an operation like that to be occurring right now.
And I was saying when you dropped out that another two aspects was, one of them, you need to fix the forces in Tokmak and Melitopol, which makes even more sense with what you're saying, because you want them all geared up to defend Melitopol and Tokmak and to defend from the units running south if you're preparing to launch an operation coming out of Kherson, right? And another aspect of that is you want to push enough south to get the ground lines of communication, the main supply route running from Melitopol to Berdyansk to Mariupol in the south within fire control, right? Because the moment you have that under fire control, you have the forces fixed in Tokmak, if you open a main effort, say, from Kherson, there's a big problem there.
And I think the weakest area right now, based on what we've seen currently, right, and we're just analyzing from now in the back, clearly is kind of that Mariupol axis, right, and where we're seeing the intensity. Yes. That is clearly the weakest point. What is interesting, though, having said that, is that Ukraine has not committed forces on that axis to the degree that I would assume. So that doesn't indicate it's a main effort to me.
No, they could commit, let's say, 10, 15, 20 brigades running down from Vuhledar down south to get to, and they probably would breach towards Mariupol and Berdyansk, and they haven't.
So yeah, I think there's a lot of changes. I think for our audience, which might be a little bit frustrating, but it's just welcome to how this works, is we're not going to know until it happens. But the thing is that because Ukraine has not committed the bulk of their forces in a kind of like a decisive operation, is indicative of clearly Ukraine is still trying to shape the battlefield. They've now the shaping aspect of this, right? Is I'm not going to go into. I can go way into military jargon, but I won't. But we're basically at what we would consider in the.
You're welcome to do so, Walter. You're welcome to do so. This is a very fertile ground and receptive audience.
So okay, like Army doctrine. Let me just, because that's what I'm comfortable with. There's multiple phases of operations from phase 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The key thing here is phase 2 and 3. Seize the initiative, and 3 is dominate. To me, I don't think we're in seize the initiative anymore. I don't. Hear me out. Because seize the initiative, for those who don't like to, just to kind of understand this as a listener, like imagine shock and awe in Iraq, right? The shock and awe. That's your phase 2, right? For you to understand. Mm-hmm. Your phase 3 is, okay, your tanks are coming across. They're going through. Like, I do believe we transitioned from phase 2 to phase 3 because now we've seen at least a partial commitment of this counteroffensive units that were designated to do it along the front line. But it's kind of like this weird area where it's like, I would expect a lot more for this type of operation, but we're still in the initial phases of phase 3, right? Kind of like, so once you go to the phase 3, you generally, as a staff officer, you're like, phase 3, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, depending on how you want to break through. I would have expected to see more in the breaching operations attempts by the Ukrainians at this point. And the fact that they haven't exploited the success that they've had in Donetsk to the degree that I would assume with all the combat power they have available, to me indicates that Ukraine is still, I think they're trying to find a way to achieve success with the minimal amount of casualty possible. Because if you're Ukraine, there is a part of you to think, and it's safe to assume, that even if this counteroffensive is successful, you cannot plan that it's the end of the war, right? You can't plan.
Exactly.
So you want to maintain that combat power. So you maintain that, and this is what happened in Kherson, right? In Kherson, it was, we're not going to commit our forces to destroy the Russians because we just want to seize the territory. That was the primary objective, seize territory. And the Russians were forced to pull out because of a difficult situation, and then they seized territory because the Ukrainians, I think, have a clear understanding that it's very difficult for Russia to regain, like to reinvade territory. Like once they lost it, bro, like
they cannot take
you can't take it back. Exactly. So I'm thinking that this is kind of where the Ukrainians are operating, because we're seeing chatter. First, we're still seeing advances in Bakhmut, which is kind of crazy, right? Bakhmut, Ukrainians are having advances there. That to me is a supporting effort. If you're looking at this from like an operational,
it's a clearly supporting effort with no additional offensive units. It's the guys who were there. Period.
Right. So you got Bakhmut, and then the other one is Crimea. We're starting to see a lot more chatter in Crimea in the north, right? Which maybe we might see more offensive operations there, which could be a supporting effort, which will likely be a supporting effort as well, because I think the plan is, okay, either not only seize territory, but then force Russia to commit, forces to defend. I am very skeptical that Russia has a very capable reserve force. And the true sense of the matter, not only at the echelons that they operate and in the areas that they operate, but even like at the strategic operational area. Like they don't. It's not easy for Russia to maneuver reserves across the entire front in this invasion. Number one, and even in areas where the front line, let's say Zaporizhia, right? I think the forces they have are right. I think people need to understand when we're talking about reserves. Yes, you can have a reserves at the tactical, operational, strategic level, right? But it's not at the level that I think, let's say, how the West would operate, like Nuno and I when we fought, right? Your reserves are 2 levels down from the unit you're at. So if you're let's say, a brigade, it's a company.
Your reserve is a battalion already.
So you go 1 level, you go 2 levels down generally, and then that's generally kind of like where you might have a reserve, or sometimes 1 level, especially when we're analyzing off-4 tactics, you generally have a reserves at that echelon. I just don't think Russia has mastered that capability yet, because if they did, we wouldn't have seen the difficulties that we saw in this war. And even with the mass mobilization, we haven't seen them really utilize reserves effectively. I mean, if anything at all, because then
supporting them because that's the other point. You can use a reserve, even a same echelon unit, but if your logistics is still the same and it's not reinforced, you cannot sustain an additional unit in the fight.
Yeah, and so
right?
I think what for everybody here to kind of in summary is, I think the waiting. Right now, you're seeing all these reports, like everybody's saying that they haven't committed. I think that is true. I agree with that 100%. I think the reasoning, though, we don't know what it is, but I think it's a very important reason why they haven't done it, and we just need time to tell.
Yes, and I would add to that, great points, by the way, that dwelling onto the phases of operation and all that, people should realize that shaping activities are always an undercurrent in all phases, right? You're always shaping the battlefield. Actively,
Targeting and collection.
Right? You're always
targeting and collection always happens.
Exactly. You assess, you target, you fix, you find, you finish, and you disseminate information at all levels: the operational, the tactical, the operational, and the strategic. And you do it by priorities, and you do it always as the undercurrent to current operations, but to future operations. There's in the staffs at NATO level, and well, the staffs we work with, there's always a cell called J5, which is future operations. In future operations is exactly this: is the operations that we are going to, based on our assessments and our own intelligence preparation and shaping activities, we'll prepare for the future, right? So this is something that people should be aware, and I agree with all sources on this. I mean, there's clearly not a main effort commitment by the Ukrainians. The reasons, I believe they're trying to draw out to unmask reserves. More than draw out, unmask reserves. You need to understand what the enemy has that you potentially have not seen. And the other issue is getting hitting artillery, hitting where the enemy, because artillery is one of the strong points of the Russian army, and getting those ground lines getting the ground lines of communication targeted, as they did in Kherson. Russians retreated out of Kherson because logistically it was impossible to hold over time. So that's I believe that's the reasoning, and we may be witnessing quite a bit of a period in this. there's a good season of fighting ahead until October or November. So there's some opportunities to exploit this. And yes, Russian could mobilize and all that, but at this stage, it won't make really a difference. And I agree with all sources. Probably they don't have the strategic reserves that they would like us to assume they have. I see some hands up, so I'll go to Melus. And Melus, please go ahead. Thank you for waiting.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Just a short update on breaching. Germany just has announced that they have delivered 2 more VCENT-1 mine clearing tanks and some tank transporters and trucks. So that comes in handy, I guess.
Yeah, sure. And that's one of the things we saw, those 10 Bradleys and 2 Leos and wherever getting knocked out, and the US just replaced the Bradleys, and the Leos are on process of being replaced. There's a discussion with Swiss to send 25 to sell to Germany 25 Leopard 2. So that's probably heading to Ukraine. And we haven't seen the commitment, for instance, of the major Leopard 1 formations, which are quite a few hundred tanks. So let's wait this out. Latin, good to have you. Please go ahead.
Hey, Nuno. And so question for you and also for AllSource, because I was listening carefully to the last few minutes of this conversation. And AllSource, you were kind of talking about some of the phases that we'd be looking at, and that one of the phases would look a little more like, or not that it would look like, but that it would be, if theoretically at least, what Desert Storm looked like, shock and awe, that sort of thing, Iraq, 2003. But I've always been working on the assumption that in the absence of air superiority, we're not really going to see anything that looks like that, which is not, you understand where I'm going? Like, I'm trying to figure out how the Ukrainians are going to be able to do it, because I just can't see, because the air power is lacking. They have some capabilities of the Storm Shadow, but they don't have the full range.
Oh no, absolutely,
and quantity.
Absolutely. But you operate with what you got, right? So what we did see prior to this offensive in Zaporizhia, right, was clearly an increase in.
Also,
hey, Nuno, can you cover over?
Okay,
I got to take
yeah.
this call. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yes, what I think what AllSource was going to say is we saw a massive increase in artillery use and in MLRS use, and that with sustained bombardment. Of course, what you mentioned, Latin, is obviously important, because yes, we saw in Desert Storm in Iraq in 2003. Well, not Desert Storm, I believe Iraqi Freedom. We saw a major aerial operation. Even in Desert Storm, we saw a major aerial operation, and the absolute sustainment of air superiority and close air support to ground forces. But they'll have to make up for that. Of course, yes, the Storm Shadows are important. Cruise missiles can make up for it a bit. And in terms of deep strike, there's been a more active participation of the Russian Air Force. We've seen it. The VVS decided to show
like
up.
60 sorties only, from 0 to 60 sorties. That is really not big, actually.
But they decided to participate in the war. So
probably more
and
than
they lost 4 aircraft.
Yes, but there's quite a bit of them. But Latin, you were saying?
Yeah, just to follow up, and now I see George is here, so I'm interested in hearing what he has to say as well. That's another side of the equation there, Nuno, that you were talking about, which is the Russian aerial response. I personally am still just seeing from OSINT, from what we're seeing, I'm only still seeing they're pushing in what I'm calling at this point their expendable resources. Their Su-25s, their Ka-52s, aircraft that have really been in the fight already, and that they've clearly shown they don't care if they lose them because they've been consistently losing them. Anyways, I still don't see the capability.
The Su-35s,
Right,
and
that stuff. The stuff that looks a little more like what NATO would use, they're still holding back. But on the side of on the correction on the my previous point about what we should expect to see, it seems to me that in the absence of air superiority, they will use the aerial artillery and the aerial precision guided munitions that they have. But because it's less, is it fair to say, less than what NATO or US would use, is it fair to say that what we can expect to see on the ground as a result may not be as dramatic, maybe more of a grind than what we have been in the past used to seeing on television with campaigns like Iraq and Desert Storm?
It's fundamentally different, I think, Latin. That's for sure. But we've seen some really interesting artillery preparation. We are seeing some really interesting artillery use with, for instance, a whole battery of two S-19s wiped out by Ukraine counter battery fire. So we haven't seen yet also the commitment of the main artillery assets. I think the artillery is playing its role, but it's not at a level that's supporting a main effort. And it all comes down to this, right? You also use the necessary, you don't expend it beyond what is needed to support a certain activity, right? Because it's limited. So what you do is you basically use what you have in the measure that you really need it to create an effect. It's less spectacular, let's put it this way, if you want to go there, than what NATO would do, of course, by a number of reasons, or the US would do by a number of reasons. But the real issue is, in my view, that you're using it in the right amount to support the operations you intend. And if we haven't seen the main effort, we haven't seen the intelligence, the artillery, the fires preparation that comes with the main effort, because the offensive brigades that are going to be used will have their own organic artillery. See what I'm getting at? I don't know if it's making sense, or Latin.
Yeah, it does. And I think that, see, because we know what NATO would look like in these situations. The emphasis on air power is so overwhelming that that's where you see, just to give it a historical example that I'm sure George remembers, but they light up Baghdad.
Of course.
And so, but the Ukrainians aren't going to be able to do that. So they're going to be using, it's a smaller scale. And I come back to the question of whether we can expect to see something that's more grinding. Having said that we have understanding that the main effort hasn't started yet, but it probably will look different.
It will look different, and I believe we are witnessing a certain economy of force. Okay, because if you're willing to fight the main effort at scale somewhere down the road, you also need to manage your stocks, and you need a certain economy of force. Okay, which by that I mean you need to use the necessary amounts and not commit stocks that you may need further down the road. And there's a big push going on in the West, in the extended West. We're talking Japan, South Korea, we're talking other places, Israel. There's a big push going on to bring in more 155 artillery, bring in more rockets for the GML, for the rocket launchers, for the MLRSs. So there's still a big push of supply going in, because now we are entering the industrial part of the war, right? Where offensive operations consume far bigger stocks than defensive operations. So in this sense, if when a main effort arrives, Ukraine needs to be certain that it has all the stocks it needs in the supply lines it needs. There's obviously won't be as spectacular or as big as what NATO would do. George, please go ahead. You have your hand up. Welcome.
Well, thank you, everyone. I was going to say, so yeah, to Latin's point, the funny thing though, Latin, is we haven't I don't know if they've used them. I haven't seen much video of it, but we haven't seen a lot of equipment. At least we know they have certain things in numbers, right? We know they have tons of self-propelled guns. Sorry, I got probably some kind of drone flying over my head. Hold on a second.
The drones of Philadelphia.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we haven't seen that. I haven't seen any MICLICs being used. There's a lot of things like that, like the HIMARS, the GIMLRS rockets that have all those the tungsten balls. We haven't seen much.
The M30A1, the M30A1.
Yeah, we've seen maybe a couple of shots of that. Haven't seen much. Haven't seen the Russians. Trust me, once they get hit with that, well, you'll be hearing reports because if you live through it, you'll never forget it. So
it's a nasty piece of hardware.
Yeah, I mean the damn it was always a tungsten ball, yeah, but it goes through an engine block. So go figure that one. What I'm saying is, we haven't seen the main effort, and we haven't seen a lot of their capabilities that they have. So
and we haven't seen the hundreds, the 300 Leopard 1s that are there. We've seen a few Leopard 2s being used.
We haven't seen any chieftains, right?
You haven't seen one Marder. You haven't seen one Marder.
Yeah. Or challengers or anything like that. And we know that we had the numbers of some of the battalion, some of the brigades. We haven't heard a peep from them. So, this, everybody says, oh, the offensive's on. But because, and to Latin's point, because we don't have the air power, Ukraine doesn't have the air power that the United States and its allies had. Let's look at Desert Storm. The air war started around mid-January, right? Sounds like the air campaign's over my head right now. But the air campaign started around mid-January and went till
March, I believe.
No, it's mid-February.
Mid-February,
yeah.
A month, something like that.
So maybe because the Ukrainians obviously don't have that type of air power. They don't have the helicopters like this. They need to get the Russians to move off their ass, right? And they need them to go where the Ukrainians want them to go.
And you need to unmask. That's my point, George. You need to unmask reserves.
Exactly.
Where are they? Bring them forward.
Exactly. And the president of the Czech Republic said, I believe it was yesterday, and he was a general, so he would know. He's like, this is the offensive, but we're still in the shaping operation. And I honestly, truly believe that, because I think the hammer blow's going to come. Where it's going to come, it's about anybody's guess. But I think they need to suck these Russian elements into certain areas. They want them to get off their butt where they were sitting and move them. And how do you do that? You press along a certain line of the front. And, the fact that they got some penetration caused the Russians to commit units they probably didn't want to commit from Kherson and other places. So we don't have the full battle map in front of us. Well, we have the lines, but it doesn't tell us where all the individual units are. And that's the key. So that death blow, that shock and awe campaign might just happen. That third line, everybody's talking about this third line here and the third line.
You can't shock. Yeah, but George, you can't shock
that?
without air power. You cannot shock without air power. You can create pain. You can't shock.
I'll tell you what, Axel.
Sorry. No, you can't.
Hold on a second.
Trust me. Every
Okay,
every single guy I've spoken to in UCOM says the very same thing.
Okay, well, I'm just going to tell them something because maybe they weren't there, maybe they didn't go through the trenches like my unit did. When you've got an MLRS or a HIMARS system dropping 180,000 tungsten balls on you with just one rocket, trust me, when you're on the goddamn receiving end, you're going to be shocked and awed for about
Of
a split
course.
second. So that's what I'm talking about.
I agree
we
with
haven't
you.
seen that. We haven't seen I haven't seen a video from a drone show 6 Gimlers with an M30A1 rockets hitting across a trench line. Guess what? Nothing survives that. No vehicle, no person, not a bird, not a mouse, not a ferret. And that's what we haven't seen. And when I mean shock and awe, I'm talking about for the Ukrainians, they don't have to drop, free fall bombs from B-52s like we were doing in Desert Storm, right? We're not talking about we're not up against an army on paper that has 1 million men. They
No,
don't have 5,000 tanks. They don't have 4,000.
I think what we're just George, we're
let
cross
me-
purpose. I'm
No,
talking
but
about
let me-
helicopter
No, I'm just saying.
bases.
I have to agree with George on this issue, Axel. You cannot produce the same level of shock than an aerial bombardment with B-52s and stacks of flights at different altitudes, bringing in bombs and whatnot. But trust me, if you have a full battery of M270s plus artillery like a full battery of PZHs and Caesars, whatever, of self-propelled guns, with the right ammo, you can level 2-3 kilometer grid squares in one call. And that's
Absolutely.
pretty much.
I agree.
That's
I don't
goddamn
dispute
shocking.
And
That's goddamn shocking.
It is. I don't dispute it, but George, please hold for a second. What I'm saying is shock and awe means you take out the helicopter bases so that they can't get off the ground. You take out their third echelon completely, and you can't do this without air power or without proper missiles with sensible droplet or airburst capacity. And that's why I'm advocating, I think you will both agree, I'm advocating that we help the Ukrainians get better missile capacity, ground-based, as opposed to impossibly now giving them quicker access to air power. That was my
Exactly.
point. I'm not trying in any shape or form taking anything away from the valiant efforts of artillery, precision-guided munitions, long-range artillery, and the massive amount of firepower Western tanks and mechanized infantry have. I'm completely with you.
What we need, Axel, too, is in lieu of air power and, like you're saying, long range weapon systems. We also need Gimler's rockets that have DPI.
The cluster munitions,
Yes, the old ones, and some countries have them. We need ATACMs with a cluster munition. We need any artillery rocket with any artillery, shell with because hey, look, if I've got a line of trenches and I got to drop, a couple of 105s or 155s, but I can drop a DPICM 155, 2 of those. Hey, I'm getting more bang for my buck, and that's what I want to see. And what I'm saying is, to Latin's point, we're going to see obviously a changing of the picture. We're not going to see, like you said, Axel, we're not going to see that deep strike, shock and awe. But at the point of breach, if I'm pouring 9, 10, 15 brigades through a 10, 15 kilometer gap, I should be able to pulverize everything. I don't care how deep that trench line is. But we haven't seen that because they've been saving it for whatever purpose.
Yes, I agree. And one aspect of this is, of course, the air power aspect is critical, but for many reasons, this has to be done in this window. And given that, we have to be aware. We have to be aware that it's not yet the main effort. There's still significant assets being ready to use, and I'm a strong believer. Let's call it this, that when the major blow comes to Russian lines, wherever the main effort is decided, it will be something that we can all see and we can all ascertain. And I would like to point out that one of the brigades we haven't seen is a Swedish trained and equipped brigade that's somewhere out there, a full-on CV-90, and all source knows that the CV-90 is one hell of an IFV. A full-on CV-90 Leopard 2 Archer brigade that's somewhere in Ukraine, and no one has seen it.
So I'm sorry again. I had to drop for that call, and I came back. And again, I just want to just a little anecdote. I didn't say shock and awe. I used that as an example of what, because the key term is the CZ initiative. Again, if you look at Army land doctrine, if you look at FM 3-0, which kind of lays it all out, there's the CZ initiative, and then that's phase 2, and then phase 3 is dominate. And I think, Lan, to your point, what I'm trying to get at in the CZ initiative, I use shock and awe as an example as what it would look like, obviously as the U.S. But the Ukrainians have to fight with what they got. And we do see, we did kind of see some of this ability for CZ initiative, some targeting, some collection, et cetera, and then the movement of forces along all the fronts until the Zaporizhia offensive started. And now we're at where we're at right now. But again, as Nuno also laid out, targeting collection happens throughout all phases of operations, basically, until, the conflict is over, the war is over. And so that we're going to consistently see. And I think what is important to highlight is that, again, going back to the original point, is that what we're seeing in the targeting a lot lately is in the South, the focus is artillery. And I think that's the right call. The Ukrainians need to prioritize Russian artillery. If you see an artillery asset, blow it up. Done. That is if I'm a general down there, if I'm a colonel down there with targeting capabilities and collection capabilities, I am saying my number one high payoff target is any artillery asset at the Russian arsenal, because that is clearly what they utilize now mostly to try to hinder Ukrainian advances.
And artillery radars.
Artillery radars, exactly.
Radars.
And so again, I think we are at an element of phase 3 at the dominate, what I would expect. And again, this is just me pondering, just spitballing. But I think that's kind of the conversation, is this kind of like, I think the Ukrainians are trying to find weaknesses. We are seeing attacks. And I think one of the problems we're running into, to be flat out honest with everybody here, and it's the right call though, is that there is very severe OPSEC. Right, we're not getting the info that we're not getting the information like we did in Kharkiv or Kherson. We're just not. This is it. So I think there's been a deliberate choice, and even the Russians have been kind of a lot stronger with an OPSEC than we generally used to. Yes, we get the War Gonzo telegram, etc., but that's just basically one source. I think all in all sides are trying to keep as quiet as possible, and the information that we eventually get, especially from like Ukrainian advances, we have to acknowledge the fact that is probably 24 to 48 hours in the past
behind the ground. Yeah.
So it would be interesting if there's a breakthrough that happens, right, or a main commitment, a main effort by the Ukrainians are committed. The irony is probably the first time we're going to see a report of it is actually probably Russian military bloggers, but I don't think we might put credence to it because, again, of where the source came from. And then 24 to 48 hours later, we might get something from the Ukrainians. And so we just have to also acknowledge that there might be a time delay, or that a lot of the things maybe are happening on the front line. It's just not publicly available information, and we're not going to have access to it. So maybe the Ukrainians are fully committed, but it's just we don't have the information because of very strict OPSEC, and maybe they have more advances than we actually know. It's just we don't know, and we have limited information right now.
And to that point, just let me say something, Axel. To that point, also, it's a pretty impressive OPSEC effort to get this kind of echelon of forces to keep quiet and have tremendous security discipline, right? Operational security. It's quite it's a remarkable effort. It's a remarkable effort, and that needs to be clearly pointed out. I'd say Ziegel was next. So Ziegel, go ahead.
Let me just insert one thing before Bill goes.
Yes.
Very briefly, I think what all source highlights is quite real. But the thing is, Russian military bloggers are only noise. But then in the noise and the fact that it occurs is an incident indicator. Sometimes when it really clusters, it's even an event indicator. But there's no content indication for us necessarily. But the fact that there is noise is interesting. But please.
Ziegel, please go ahead.
Yeah, I the one thing that's been missing that I've been waiting for and the more I think about it, that the day of shock and awe, I believe, is when GDLSB shows up on the battlefield. You know, with the 150-kilometer range. I think when if I were them, I would.
There's an issue with that. Let me address that. There's an issue
Okay.
with that. Ground launch small diameter bombs, which is what you're talking about. There's an issue with the kits because Saab. First of all, it's produced by Saab, Swedish company, and Boeing, and it's a weapon that was available in very limited amounts. There was apparently some kits produced by Saab that were available. Nobody knows exactly how many. It has been kept under wraps. There was some instances where people say it may have been supplied, but we actually haven't seen it. But it's a very newish, let's put it this way, capability. Not the small diameter bomb, but the ground launched version. Because basically the ground launched small diameter bomb is correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's a GBU-39 bomb attached to an M26 rocket to be used from a HIMARS with a guidance kit.
Correct. Yeah, exactly correct.
With
So-
the guidance kit. So the problem is the guidance kits, right? We have plenty of one, plenty of the other. There's just a limited number of assembled ground launch small diameter bombs. So there's an issue there. They may have been supplied that we know of. They may not have been used, but we really don't know because there may be operational level targets that were hit by small diameter bombs that we haven't been aware of that we thought were other assets that hit them. So there's that.
Really
Yes, go
quick.
ahead, George.
Yeah, you know, there was reports of them being used. You know how they make a very weird noise right before
Yeah,
they
yes, they
right before they hit you.
Stuka noise, yeah.
And it's like kind of like a whistling noise. Anyway, so the companies that were I forget which ones it was. I don't know if it was North. Yeah, I'm talking about Saab and Boeing, and then I think it was another company. I think it was Lockheed that puts them into the Gimler's pods, or is it Northrop? I forget which one.
Yes. There was some issues there with.
Yes, but they went ahead before the United States even decided to send that they were going to announce they were going to send that they assembled a significant amount of pods with them. So that's why I'm like, okay, we know that they said significant amount. Each pod has 6 of them. We've only seen a few reports of them. Where the hell? That's why people are asking, where the hell are the rest of them? So
but there was a 9-month lead time on the procurement of those, and I think they were bought in November.
Exactly.
So I believe they're coming. They'll be coming anytime in large quantities. So
they may be kept. Yep. They may be kept in the wraps too.
I would keep them. I would keep them under wraps until D-Day, and then I would load every HIMARS I had with them and launch, and hit everything that's been on your target list that you couldn't get to on the day. You know,
there's some assets in Ukraine already.
Yeah, I know that
are not public knowledge.
Yeah, I know there's been some, but I would think that at 150 kilometers, you have a lot of things that are now in range if you had enough of them.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I don't know who's next, Axel. I wasn't paying attention. I think it's Kerry, but I may be wrong. Yeah, go ahead, Salter.
Sorry.
All souls need to go soon.
No, I don't need to go. I just
No,
want
you
to share
don't.
this.
Oh, that's great. I was
Go
just
to
I was
the
afraid we were going to lose you again.
Go to the nest. Check the nest. It looks like there was that such a landing right now, actually.
Yep. What did you? Wait, the Swiss Parliament.
Oh, that's Albina fella's post. Yeah, that's yeah.
It is reported that battles are taking place in the temporarily occupied Novakhovka, Kherson region, left bank of the Dnieper. Or Dnipro, as we should really call it.
6 hours ago. 6 hours ago, some rumors started.
That was just posted like 7 minutes ago, and it's funny because the Telegram channels in the Russians said there was a dude, if you watch the video, like that's some heavy fighting. Like that's some heavy fighting. So it would be interesting if somebody can geolocate this to confirm it. Because we were literally just talking about this, but it would be interesting if somebody can geolocate it. I mean, I know it's hard.
I hadn't seen that.
It literally just broke right now.
Yeah, that's impressive because if that's a thing in Novakakova, then yeah, occupy the Kherson region. So there may be something going on. That would be funny as hell. So
I fighting guys. I mean, that is not. Dude, that's a lot. You're hearing artillery gunfire. I mean, that's some intense battle. So I just wanted to share that because we were literally talking about it, and it's funny because that's a little bit more east than where I would maybe zoomed. And I don't. Again, this isn't like a main effort. I don't want people to think like, oh my god, the tanks are rolling through. Like, don't jump to that.
It could be a supporting effort.
It could be light infantry. It could just be like because now the river base. We don't know what it is. It could be a million different things, but but something's happening there. I think that's the important aspect.
Yes, and whatever operation you have ongoing there, you can send in heavy light infantry, a few regiments of light infantry armed with anti-tank weapons, and then support them from the other side with the artillery and MLRS. Can be a number of things. Can be special forces lighting the place up. Can be a number of things. So, but that's a good catch also. So let's keep an eye on that because if that's something that develops, there you go. There you have a supporting effort with an undefended area. That is something to consider. I don't know who's next. I think it's Kerry or Latin. I'm not really sure. Or Lexicon. So, Axel.
Sorry, I was just coughing. I apologize. I think it was actually Latin.
I think it's scary.
Latin, lexicon, Jens.
Lexicon, please
exactly.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. I'll be fast. And so all source and Nuno, George, thanks for giving me some really important information. And you know that I always defer to veterans, which I am not. I'm looking at one aspect of how air power might this one aspect, air power, and how that might contribute to things looking a little bit differently. Because sometimes I see questions from people on the space and elsewhere in Twitter about what it really I think they have in their mind what we call shock and awe. And I just want to be clear to everybody that shock and awe really is what in American Air Force doctrine is that initial decapitation strike on the enemy. So whether it's Baghdad or Belgrade, those are two examples that we've seen in the last 20 years or so, 30 years. And that's the part that everybody thinks of as being that. Then the next phase is George is the part you were talking about, which is a little more dragged out, which is where you fight for air superiority as well as grind down their ground forces. That is less dramatic, takes time, just as important. But anyways, my point is that it seems to me that one of the big questions with Ukraine is something like Storm Shadow, which is a critical capability for them right now, is that we don't know, and we probably won't know anytime soon, how many they have and how many aircraft have actually been modified to carry them, because that's going to determine a lot about how much they're able to do with that, but they will. And I'm very interested in seeing as things move on what you guys have talked about how other capabilities, non fixed wing aviation, will play a role in this. It's going to be different, and I think we all know the Ukrainians are creative, and it'll be interesting to watch.
Regarding Storm Shadow or the Scalp, let's say not revealing too much, but let's say there's a few hundred of them supplied to Ukraine already. Okay. And the other aspect of that, Latin, and everyone, I have a good friend who just texted me something. He's in the audience, doesn't matter, but he's pretty much in the know. Well, the battlefield lag of information is about 3 to 4 days at this point. 72 hours at minimum. So there's that. Between what we are seeing and what's really happening on the ground. Okay, I think Lexicon was next. I don't know if he has any questions.
Well, do I? Out here in the peanut gallery, I'm kind of mystified because our experts have been trying to get us to calm down, back off, be patient. Patient. I heard the word patient more times than when I was a school kid. And because like we were told it's different, 5 phases, whatever. So we were listening to Thomas Tyner's 3 phases. So we were looking at this period of probing and attrition as something that could take weeks because there's an effort to not like to find all the enemy's concentrations of forces, strengths, weaknesses, etc., to try and settle on a few weaknesses, to with the initiative force them to move and so on, draw them out. So all this kind of thing. And I understood that this would take quite a long time because in phase 2 you're going to try to then go into some points of weakness, and you're going to then fully in the third phase of the campaign exploit the weaknesses that you're ready to go for and break on through, etc. So it seems, and so then when I look at Ukraine, this huge place, like the entire world, and the Russians, there's one category the Russians are still included in, knows that Ukraine is going down to the Azov Sea to cut the road somewhere between Melitopol, Berdyansk, and Mariupol. So that's no secret. So when Ukraine moves into phase 2 to exploit, to push through at some weaknesses, I thought we were talking about scores of thousands of troops moving, because once you start, you cannot sort of say, okay, pause, guy, mulligan. We start all over. Once you go to 2, it sounds to me like you're deciding to make a commitment and you're going to have to move to the very big push of the campaign, phase 3. So here is all this months we've been learning that Ukraine is waiting for all this promised stuff to even get to Ukraine, never mind to get to teams who could get familiar with it and then get it to the front and deepen the front. So I guess, so somebody tell me what is wrong. I've learned all this patience and I've been expecting to wait for several, not a week and a half, a few weeks of probing, because Ukraine is not going to be able to do this with even, never mind air, not even with long range, because so Great Britain, UK has, I understood, 700 to 1,000 Storm Shadows, whatever they're called. So nobody even believes that UK is ready to send 10% of what they have to Ukraine, or maybe they are. And Macron, how many scalps, whatever those things are, scalpers did he send? So you can't just throw those all over the place. You've got to save them for important stuff. And so I just don't understand how we can realistically think Ukraine, being a smaller army with all the brains in the world, can move to phase 2 this soon. Suddenly I'm patient. Can you understand what my problem is and where I've gone wrong, or Am I misunderstanding your timing?
No. Can I just say this really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
So you know what the game Whack-A-Mole is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Plenty played during the global war on terror.
Yes. So this is so Russians right now are being forced to play Whack-A-Mole. The only thing is, every time they try to hit it, their little hammer or mallet breaks. So let me explain. So right now, Ukraine is trying to force the Russians to move where they want them. Nuno, that's what Nuno was talking about, and this is part of it. They have the equipment because we haven't seen most of what they've been given. We've seen a very small portion of it. Well, now, just earlier, just a few minutes ago, there are reports, and I'm gonna say there are reports. It doesn't mean that it's happening, but we know that about a week ago, or less than a week ago, we heard that the Russians were moving units from south of Kherson, on the south of the Dnieper River. They were moving them east to support the troops that are trying to defend against the incursions that the Ukrainians are making, the attacks, right? So
that's the reason. That's the military reasoning behind the dam.
Exactly. But now we're seeing that because the water level has withdrawn a little bit faster than maybe some people thought, whatever. Maybe now the Ukrainians now are popping another mole. They're popping, let's say, an attempt to cross the river. Well, now the Russians just moved their troops from there. What the hell do they do now? They're making the Russians play a guessing game where the main attack's going to happen.
That's why I mentioned a supporting effort, for instance, in northern Lugansk.
Exactly.
When this is drawn out, you open a supporting effort in northern Lugansk, for instance. Then what happens? You defend northern Lugansk. You don't defend. You commit reserves to that. It doesn't stretch. You cover the feet. You uncover the head. You cover the head. You uncover the feet. Right?
It's a short blanket with
a very cold night.
Yeah, and the person you're trying to cover is like Will Chamberlain, right? 7'2". So
yeah, exactly. It's a very big guy with a very cold night with a very small blanket. I think that sums it up. I mean, that's the issue here. I mean,
it's frustrating for us, frustrating for people, because we want to see Ukraine win, but they're not going to rush this.
It takes time. It takes time. It takes time.
As long as the Russians are making the mistakes, why stop your enemy if they're making the mistakes that you want them to do?
And I believe that.
But guys, so that's what I'm saying. Like, all this time, I've been content to say we'll do phase one for a while. We'll probe. We'll draw them. We've got the initiative. And their hammer keeps breaking and splintering and this and that. And now I'm sort of understanding from what you're all saying that no, Ukraine's about to move to 2. We're about to see them push into 2 or 3 whatever identified weaknesses to see which is the weakest. And so you're like, the whole calendar has been sped up suddenly. So that's what I'm asking. I'm confused.
It has not been, no,
Lexicon, if I may.
Been sped up. Go
so
ahead.
Lexicon, there's a term in the military, right? This is a term, METTC. Mission, enemy terrain, time, troops available, civil considerations. A classic throwaway line that every staff officer, or NCO, or soldier will say is like, well, when are we going to accomplish it? Your answer is, sir, it's METTC dependent. Like, that's the thing. Like, you cannot put these phases of operations and timelines. You can accomplish it in 3 days. You can accomplish it in 3 months. You don't know. That's METTC. It all depends. And so, Lexicon, to your point, like, just because there's phases of operations, right? Like, yes, you're right. And then you go through there, but what looks like from open source might be like, well, are we still hitting targets? But maybe you're hitting targets where you have an element attacking, or you're not. We just don't know. That's the thing. And I think you cannot, when you look at war plans, right, and you're analyzing plans, you generally in your plan you have rough estimates. You analyze, okay, well, at H hour, initiation of operations, this is where we're going to be at. In D plus 10, so 10 days from the main effort, when we initiate that, we're going to be here. Yeah, that's just okay. That's a plan. That doesn't mean anything for once you're on the ground and you're actually fighting. And so it's hard to say. No military guy like you can ever predict effectively or reasonably. Like, we can't predict the future. You can guesstimate. You can make an estimate, sir, based on attrition of enemy forces. We estimate that they will be at this level of combat power. They'll be at 60%. If they reach 60%, then we can initiate our main effort and attack. But maybe something happens when they're at 80%. They open a gap, like, oh my God, attack now because they fucked up. And and so that's the thing. Like, we're never going to know here, especially with the information we have available on Twitter and open source. You're just never going to know. And it's what we're all spitballing here is speculation at best. The only reason why I say the difference where we're on now compared to the past, like a month ago, and the strikes that we were seeing, is that now we do have indication that there are brigades at least close to the front, right? And they're there. And so that's why we're like, okay, maybe they're still doing probing attacks to find weaknesses, and it's kind of like this quote unquote reconnaissance in force, although I hate that term, but recon in force. But
that's not exactly what it is. I hate the term too.
But that's kind of where we're at. And so the anticipation is, well, when are they going to go full blown? Well, that depends, and it's hard to really say.
The enemy votes. The enemy votes. What all source is saying is exactly that. The enemy votes. The enemy votes, and the enemy votes both with his ability to counter the moves we do. Ukraine does, and the enemy votes in the sense that the enemy may have the assets, may fuck up. Sorry about the term, and you anticipate your plans because you're going to exploit. But the thing is, people shouldn't get fixed on calendars and whatnot. This is going through the let's say this is going through the hoops, right? All source provided an excellent explanation. This is going through the hoops. Ukraine had a plan, but what happens? They blew up the dam, for instance. If the dam is blown, maybe there's opportunity there. If they commit reserves to defend the south, maybe there's opportunity in the north that opens up. So there's a number of things that will be contingent to operations on the ground. Some Russian commander decides to defect on his own, his whole brigade defects, what happened, right? It's these type of contingencies we cannot really ascertain.
First, I guess you're okay. So maybe I clarify one last time. So you're helping me see what I am worrying about is, so once you do this you decide to really go after some 1 or 2 weak points you've found, and you break on into that highway, the Azov Coast Road, and you bust through like gangbusters, and you've got a whole lot of forces committed to that, and you're going to exploit that. So what worries me is you got Ukraine with whatever equipment it has. You don't have a second choice at this particular campaign. When you decide to take it, you've got to know that you can hold on. And that's what I'm concerned about. Can Ukraine, if some great thing happens and there's a weakness found and they bust on through, do we feel it's got the equipment and forces in the field to hold on, keep that whole western Russian army cut off, keep them cut off, and fend off whatever's coming from Russia's left flank, and stay there? And okay.
Yes, I think so. I believe so, because I believe that Russians don't have, as all sources pointed out a while ago, the necessary strategic reserves.
Wow, I love it.
Okay, so Kerry, please go ahead.
I was going to say it should be Jens, then Kerry. Nuno.
Okay. So Jens, please go.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me keep it short. That if you had to introduce other camps, if you had to introduce it, would you use them at single targets, or would you hold them back for a shock and awe event?
I'd use them to kill. There's a priority targeting list for sure. As all source also was mentioning, there's probably artillery. There's probably counter-fire radars, counter-battery radars. Sorry, air assets and all that. There's clearly a target priority list. So I'd use ATACMS. ATACMS are important because ATACMS provide operational commanders with operational level commanders with a deep strike asset. Then when their intelligence and target acquisition forces identify a valuable target, you can hit it behind their own lines. That's the great thing with ATACMS, because cruise missiles are the contingent only being used by the Ukrainian Air Force, right? And whereas ATACMS can be used by artillery units.
I guess my thought would be that this winter was mostly about holding the line and protecting the cities, and then I wonder if ATACMS could be reserved for the counteroffensive. That was all.
I think ATACMS, first, they haven't been supplied as of yet. So there's obviously several uses for ATACMS, even striking to Russian air bases if that would be allowed by the US. But my view of ATACMS is their biggest use is providing operational level commanders, divisional commanders, brigade commanders with an organic asset that can hit beyond the front lines and in areas where it's important to hit Russian forces. I think all source can also speak to this because he knows the weapon well. So, but that's my view of ATACMS right now.
Actually, there's a guy requesting who I've dealt with before. He's requesting Bishop. If you guys want to bring him up, he was an MLRS unit. He was a logistics guy in the MLRS unit. He can speak way better than this than me. I mean, for me, like so I've been armor, right? But so mostly tanks, and then after that, kind of like collection and targeting is morally, the intel side. Like, so for me, what I would do is I look at a target. I was like, okay, as Nuno says, you have a high payoff target, right, list and a high value target list, and there's various definitions of what that means, but that's irrelevant for now. And so based on that, you're like, okay, the commander says this is what I want to blow up, right? And let's say it's artillery system, which I think is right now a priority. It should be a priority based on what I've seen, and those kind of battery riders. So I'm doing my collection. If I find it in dynamic targeting, dynamic targeting is you're looking for something, you find it, you blow it up immediately, right? Like an artillery system, maybe air defense asset that you just spot, and whatever you have, blow it up. Once you go to what's called deliberate targeting is generally, okay, now we're going to spend our time. We're going to do a lot. Okay, where, like, command centers might be a perfect example. Hey, we got a human report that Russian general officers are going to this building at this time regularly. All right, we got to collect some more. How do you collect it? Now you have your intelligence side. Now you've confirmed, okay, this is a command post for a general, right? Like recently, the chief of staff of the 35th CA that was killed. Now you go to, okay, what missile system or what weapon system is the best to destroy it? That's your target tiers. And I step away from that. Like, okay, you tell me, look, I found it. Now you fucking blow it up. I don't care, right? You do it. But that's where, okay, is it a TACMS? Is it Shadow Strike? Is this, the smoke gun ammunition? Like, whatever. And then that depends. Sometimes, you don't want to use a Shadow Strike for deep strikes. Maybe if you could use something else because it's going to be more effective. Maybe there's civilian collateral damage you want to mitigate, so a Shadow Strike is not the ideal system, or the ATACMS is an ideal system. Again, it's a process, and it's a continuous process. And I think what people a lot of time focus on is on the weapon system, right? And they focus so much on that, and they negate or forget the importance of training, logistics, and the processes of planning for that, and the continuous application of that planning for military operations. And that's what's decisive. But if you guys want more, again, Bishop, he told me he's requesting, he DM'd me. You guys can bring him up, and he can go into ATACMS way more than I can.
Okay, but those are excellent points. Thank you, all source. I'll have to go shortly, but I don't know if there's any more questions. I think someone had one more
Can
question.
I say
Kerry,
something?
I think it was Kerry. Go
But
ahead,
can I
Axel.
say something first?
Yes.
People, there's a lot of noise. There's a massive amount of noise. Don't take it for granted. Noise is heating up. Russian Telegram is exploding. There's a lot of noise. There's radio noise. There's people sending messages across. There is a huge amount of noise, and it's at one specific front line. And
Mhm.
And
Let
we
it
like
ride.
that front line.
we might get very
Axel,
lucky.
Axel.
We might get very lucky.
Let it ride. Let it ride for now. Okay.
Exactly. I said I did it right. But I'm saying that I'm inundated with messages, and we have to be patient. We just have
Let
to
it
be
ride.
patient,
Let
but
it.
it's looking good.
Trust me on this. Trust me on this. Let it ride. Yeah, I'll explain offline what I mean. Let it ride for now. Okay. Gary, please go ahead, and I'll take your question. Then I'll have to go. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you, Nuno. I found this conversation sort of with Thomas, and then leading on to you, and then hearing I can't remember the name of the guy that came in and that was supporting the discussion. Absolutely fascinating, really, really fascinating. And so I'm not looking to take away from any of that, but what I was going to say was I have all the patience in the world for the Ukrainians to take the time they need, because everything we've been discussing has to be set against the complexity of the fact that they have finite resource in terms of their human beings. They are fighting this on their own. They're not a NATO force that has people from all these different countries whose professional job has always been, they've chosen as a profession to be in the forces. These are people who are, bakers, IT specialists, blah, blah, blah. Yes, they've had 8 years to hone their skills and they are doing unbelievably well. But they are a country facing genocide, and there is the complexity of everything that is going on for them as a country, which is all the more reason to win and to get Russia out. But it is more than a 3-dimensional game of chess, and you cannot separate out all of the decisions they're constantly having to make. You can't pull that away from the complexities of what's going on in the country as a whole. So I have absolute faith in Zelensky and Zelensky, and that they will be gaming this to both win, but to also ensure that Ukraine comes out of this as a country that can thrive and move forwards. And as we've always said, Russia will always be their neighbour. And they are not in NATO yet. They are not in the EU yet. It's a very, very complex, long game for them. And they have a finite resource of human beings.
And
Gary,
Gary,
sorry, yes.
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the last that I think probably our job as we move forward may become, us as a community, may become that really forceful, ongoing backing of people having restraint and not pressurizing them, because that could be our main task, is making sure that everybody is in for the long haul, because we don't know how this is going to last, because they have to make the right decisions for them. Thank you, Nino, for taking the question.
Thank you. And I agree. I'll point out something that I was told by a good friend today, which is this is a kind of a game of chess in a long board with more pieces, and you don't see all the pieces, and you don't know some of the pieces that are playing the game. So this is a complex situation. This is an evolving situation. So let's wait. But this has been a very interesting discussion. I'd like to thank All Source, first of all. All Source has been a way too long time, man. Thanks for being here. It was way too long since we've been together in a space, mate. It was good to have you, man.
Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure.
It was good to have you, and it's something we've not done in a while. Everyone, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the time. I'll leave you in the very competent hands of Axel and David, and with everyone else. And All Source, if he stays, is damn good at this military business too. So poke his head; he knows what he's talking about. And I'll have to go.
Safe travels,
unscrewed.
Felix.
Nuno, we just unscrewed All Source's tracks. Don't worry, he can't move.
He just blew his rails. He just blew his tracks. And it's an M1. It takes an awful lot of time to change a track. So I was told by some general, but well, for another edition.
But I can only echo what David said. Thank you very much. Obrigado. It has been a real pleasure yet again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Bye. See you next week.
Thanks, Nuno.
Bye.
So, David, what kind of charge did you put on All Sorts of tracks?
Well, it was a very small one, I have to say. That if you don't want to go too big, because you might overdo it, and then there would get an overflow of water, wouldn't you?
Axel, you're lucky because I tested positive for COVID, so I'm in quarantine, so I got a lot of time.
No, I am lucky. That's good to hear. Now, think about it. Just imagine, we haven't seen any other challenges. We haven't seen much, if anything, of the Leopard 2s. We can't be seeing the M1 Abrams because they are simply not close enough to the front line anyway. But isn't it exciting that summer is there? Things are draining out, quite literally, and the steps are getting ready. What do you expect happening in summer? What are we going to see?
So, I mean, that's $1 million question, right? I mean, that is what is.
Come on, you're not here for the cheap questions, are you?
I know, right? Exactly. I'm here to be challenged to the max. So again, I think this is a fundamental issue that we're going to run into. But I think clearly, all this summer is the dominant conversation is going to be the Southern offensive. Now, right now, all are indicating is Zaporizhzhia. I still believe that's going to be somewhere along that line as the main effort, right? And again, these types of operations, Kherson, I think, is an interesting aspect. I don't see anything imminent right now. Talking to some people, the video shared in the front, it could nobody really knows what's going on there. They're saying it, but it could be Russian disinformation, just to say, oh, look, we stopped an offensive, which is also very typical. And I think people have to be very cognizant of Russian disinformation because the tactics they use is, oh my God, they're coming after us. Look at this town, it's fallen. And then 5 hours later, we launched a successful counterattack and pushed them back. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. That's propaganda, you're lying. We know. So again, that's why we have to be very careful about these kind of reports. And so what I would say is, where the main effort is going to be in Zaporizhzhia, I think people have to be acknowledged that because of the amount of fortifications that the Russians have in the south, the assumption is, right, the most likely course of action we're going to see is a very long drawn process of Ukraine slowly seizing territory, slowly but surely seizing territory. Now, there could be wild cards that get thrown, like what we saw in Kharkiv, which is a rout, and then they pull back, and then the situation completely changes. But I think that assumption is it's okay, it's going to take some time to kind of seize it. But the main thing about this whole offensive, right, that I think is important to highlight is now it's Ukraine is dictating the tempo of this war. It's not Russia. During the winter, the Ukrainians were on the defensive. The Russians were pushing forward, and so the Russians managed, because they were in the offense, they had the initiative. They got to decide basically what's going on. The Ukrainians just had to respond to the Russians, right? And that happened because the Russians mass mobilized. They committed all their troops immediately, and while that happened, the Ukrainians pulled tens of thousands of troops away to get trained on Western equipment and Western training, right? So the Ukrainians are okay, the winter offensive, we just need to hold the line as much as possible, attrit Russian forces for now, our counteroffensive. Now that the counteroffensive is happening, now as the Ukrainians are dictating where the fight is happening, now the Ukrainians have the initiative, right? Which kind of cuts the narrative of the Russians of, oh, after Bakhmut fell, Ukraine's military has been destroyed, they have nothing left. Well, look what's going on, right? You have not only Zaporizhzhia, you have Bakhmut, you have Crimea, you have the entire front. What we're basically seeing for the most part, is Ukraine dictating the offensive, taking the initiative. There are some areas where Russians are launching offensive operations, but it's very small and minute. Clearly, it's Ukraine. So based on that, the question then is going to become, okay, where are we seeing it? I think the South is going to be the main effort. I think the South is going to determine the next couple of months. That's going to be the dominant conversation. I think Kherson is an interesting conversation that should be happened because how that offensive might, again, I'm not a geologist. Somebody who maybe is a geologist can say, hey, a riverbed that has been years underwater, how long until it completely dries up in the sense that allows tanks to go forward? Who knows? I don't know. I just spitball, maybe in a couple months it's completely dry. I can see it's completely logical that a couple of armor brigades punched right through there. It's not out of the question, right? I don't think it's something completely out of the normal. Is it likely? Probably not. But again, METC dependent. War changes, enemy has a vote. Anything can change on a dime. And I think Ukraine is analyzing all this on their maps, and they're saying, okay, where, based on the information we're getting, is the best place to hit the Russians. But the important thing is Ukraine is now dictating how this war is fought, not the Russians.
Well, the question about the riverbed, I mean, that could be anything. It might not. It could even be weeks, depending on the type of riverbed you've got. So we just don't know. It's a contact wait out on that. We wait and see when the water really goes down, how quickly it drains off. Some riverbeds just rely on a vast volume of water going through, but they drain very quickly, and some just will have meters of silt in them, but there doesn't appear to be in some sections of the Dnipro to be lots of silt. There will be in some places, but it's the questions of where the places where it's not.
There's also, may I just highlight this, right in front of the dam on the Berislav side, so to say on the eastern side, there is a lot of compacted ground, and the silt which people have complained about is only on the inner side of the remaining bed, but it has been constantly flushed out, even in Soviet times, by piping operations, by pressure pipes and the likes. And the whole area right next to the riverbed there is actually quite hard. And there are certain areas where it had been softer due to an old swamp which has been drained from old maps, where the Soviets forced the Ukrainians to build a very solid gravel-based and then concrete-laid line. So there is more than enough capacity, both to the east of the dam, as well directly to the east of the dam on the old construction pallet, as well as further to the east, closer to Berislav, to utilize exactly that. And we have stressed this here since last year in summer.
Yes, in looking at Sentinel, you can see there are some bits on, especially around Berislav, where the water doesn't look that deep either. Interesting stuff.
And the distance has been shortened from what was close to 5 kilometers before to what is now what, David?
Oh, I wouldn't. It depends on the sections.
It's roughly a tenth.
Yeah, it's not a lot, right?
Yeah, it's meandering. So you're absolutely right. We can't assess it perfectly, but it's roughly a tenth. So if this is anywhere between 400 and maybe 600 meters, that's nothing, is it?
No, it's not a lot. Depending on what equipment they're using, right? I'd be interested to know what equipment they're using and how they're doing it. Very interesting. I mean, this is a contact wait out, isn't it? We're waiting to we'll hear, and then tomorrow morning we'll hear something, no doubt, or much earlier this morning. Yeah, interesting stuff.
And in the meantime, I will contact Alan, and then you can wait out for him to swap with me.
Special guest again. Today is being special guests. There's the special needs here, right? And then we got Chuck turning up, haven't we? I think I'm not wrong. We do have Chuck arriving today, aren't we?
Yes, Chuck will be here in about an hour and a half, David, and he is thrilled that you're going to be here too.
I suspect I'm more thrilled than he is. We'll have a competition. See who's more thrilled than the other. And sorry, I do apologise. Welcome, Alan. It's good to see you. I'm just adding some people. There's apparently we're popular. Mark's just turned up, and G-Man. G-Man, no doubt by now, is coming out of his he's probably had a bath, and it's so warm in the province that it probably feels like a sauna to him. Oh, we've got hands as well. Chris, you got your hand up first. Then it's G-Man. Then it's and then it's Peter. Chris.
I think it was Mark actually. Mark was first, actually. Sorry, Dave.
No, it's okay. I'm just going back on my screen.
Yeah. Hey, David, I thank you, all sorts. Just real quickly, I'm not sure if this adds to the conversation of the silt in the river or not. I mean, we know it's crucial. If that riverbed dries out, the quicker the advantage is to Ukraine to cross it easily. So I live on an old riverbed, and I got to tell you what, silt dries out fast. I mean, it dries out incredibly fast. It's sand and small particles that water drains through quickly. It's the organic stuff, like Axel was saying, the swampy organic or clay stuff that holds water. So just from my own personal experience, I wouldn't be surprised if that riverbed dries out really, really quickly, quicker than most people think. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you, David.
No, well, I'm in complete agreement with you. I think there's all the indications are it'll dry out very quickly. But it's not. That wouldn't be a surprise. This is a man-made reservoir, isn't it? So the areas they've used might be places that drain quite well. Yeah, well, we'll wait and see. It's very interesting. I'm looking at Sentinel now. Sentinel obviously only gives us some information, but it will be very interesting to see what we've got. Poor old Mark is reconnecting again. Anyway, so it's G-Man, Peter, and then Mark when he comes back.
Good evening. Yes, it's very warm in Northern Ireland, and that doesn't mean that the locals are out doing recreational riding yet. That'll come, but the heat here in Northern Ireland.
I don't think I ever had a warm day in Fermanagh, G-Man.
Well, no,
I
you
do
see,
not.
that's the thing. There's a microclimate, and they knew that your fair skin might be a problem, even though at that time you probably had more hair than now. But yeah, so it was probably something to do with the fair skin thing and their microclimate in Fermanagh. And of course, there's a lot of water there.
It always rains.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
always
chicken
rains.
and egg thing. There's also big lakes, and they tend to produce more rain, you know, because water cycle. Anyway, that's not why I come up, of course. Come up to say that everybody should retweet this space. Everybody should go on to MriyaReport.org and donate, whether by rage or otherwise. And obviously, we're all here to advocate for Ukraine. I'm just looking through, there seems to be Russian, and looking at some tweets here, Russian occupation authorities in Novakova, where the dam was blown, report intense street fighting with gunfire and explosions. So that sounds interesting. Not sure.
And that's all confusing stuff there, G-Man. There were some reports on, but interestingly, because this came on Russian channels, the Russian channels were saying, no, they're only shooting at drones, and there has been no crossing of the river. For which you might automatically think, why did they include no crossing of the river? Maybe that means there has been, but we're just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah,
right? I
okay.
automatically went to
we'll stay patient.
the reverse of what they're saying. Yeah, as I said, contact.
And there seems to be another thing kicking off. I'm not sure where this is trending, but there's something trending about hot dogs. Alan would, well, not like this one because, of course, he is He has had a near-death experience to hot dogs, but apparently Ukrainians are making waves by putting strawberries in their hot dogs. It's going to break the internet.
Is that like pineapple on pizza? We're gonna have the entire North America up in arms.
Yeah,
Strawberries
I
on
think
hot
this
dogs.
might break the
That's
internet.
interesting. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Okay, thanks very much for that, for G-Man. All right, and Mark, listen, if you're listening, please come back up. I will send you an invite in a moment if you're struggling. So Peter and then ATV. Peter.
Yeah. David, do we know where the Russian troops are actually, like, could you draw a map of the density of Russian troops and fortifications? Because I'm sure there are, from satellites and from AWAC.
Sorry, Peter. It broke. Your sound broke down for me for a moment. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. Do we have maps of the density of Russian troops and the areas that they're in, plus the main artillery and stuff like that, which would be visible from satellites and from AWACS and intelligence and stuff like that?
So there is. So again, what I would say is that the information that is, there is maps that lay out the obstacles. Like most accounts now that publish maps, like War Mapper, you create battle maps. There's an account that I deal with regularly who's starting to do a lot. Josh, JRT, Defmon. I mean, even Project Owl. They all lay out the maps. But and again, but the maps are there based on open source information. So, i.e., either a video from somebody took on the ground or commercial imagery, right? So again, what's available in open source is a lot less. We're not going to get information from intelligence assets because obviously that's classified. It's not going to be an open source. And then based on that, they generally have the location of Russian forces there. I can share some in the nest that that I've used in the past that are very reliable. That lay it out. GeoConfirm, actually, that's probably another great one. GeoConfirmed has all that laid out as well. That kind of shows everything based on pictures that have been uploaded on open source information, and they are able to actually geolocate those areas, and they lay out all that. So there is a plethora. But again, what I would always target, just the warning is, this is information that is publicly available, and a lot of times publicly available information is a very small spectrum of the actual information that is out there.
Yeah, because we also have to consider the Russians will try and be deceptive. I mean, I saw a thread today which was where they said Putin was demanding that he had the Donbass for his birthday, and they had to get the Donbass back for him for his birthday. And I sat there and I thought, Putin's not interested in the Donbass. Putin's not interested in Bakhmut. Putin is only interested in the Sea of Azov and the land grab from Mariupol down to Crimea, because that's what his plans were, and that's what and that's why I asked about, do we know where he's placed all his fortifications, where he's placed all his
So yeah, so his fortifications. I mean, the heaviest part is if you look at Zaporizhia, right, from north to south. That's the main area, right? And they're facing north to south. But it's also more extensive because we've seen them building it across the entire front, right? Everywhere they're building fortification. Because again, it goes back to this conversation that Russia has wasted their offensive capabilities. The winter offensive, from an operational strategic point of view, even a tactical point of view, it was a failure. They just wasted enormous amount of combat power for minimal gains, enabling now Ukraine to take the initiative. So now Ukraine is on the offense, Russia's on the defense. And so, but what I would say though, Peter, is I agree with you that I think here's the thing about Russia's plans, right? Russia's plans in the beginning of the invasion was a lot more than it is now, right? In February 2022 to where we are now. From regime change, et cetera, then they continue to reduce. What I would say is, I think from Russia's point of view, if you look at the winter offensive, where did we see the winter offensive mostly occur? It was in the Donbass, right? From Volodar up to Crimea. That was the main area of the offensive. Because again, I think it is still very important for the Russians to seize the entirety of the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. That is still an important objective for Russia. They if anything, that was one of the primary reasons why to achieve that. And then you have the land bridge, and then obviously solidifying Crimea. And now that Russia has annexed, quote unquote, all of the oblast of Kherson and Zaporizhia, right? I think they still, in their minds, would like to achieve the entirety annexation of all Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, and Donetsk. But the problem they're running into now is that Ukraine is on the offensive. And so I think Putin's speech, what was it, 2 days ago, where I think the plan that Putin has in his mind is, well, we'll just wait out the West. We can continue this war a lot longer, then the West might have support, and we hope that domestic political changes inside the West might cease support to Ukraine. One, I think that's a very wrong assumption to make. Two, even if their premise is right, you're still talking about, at least from the U.S. side of the house, right? You're talking about until 2025, like January 2025, if a new administration comes in, right? I mean, this is over, close to 2 years still of conflict, 18 months left, right? Russia's going to be, look at what happened in the last 18 months. Right? Use that as a guide of where Russia's military standard is right now, from a on paper elite combat formation, modern force, et cetera, T-90s, everything you might imagine, to now where we are now, we're to the point where Russia's pulling T-55s. That's 18 months of war, and look at what the Russians are. So use the same logic for 18 months from now, where Ukraine fighting when this war started with T-64s, basically, right, and old Russian Soviet equipment, to now fighting with Leopard 2s. The F-16s have not even come into play. And the Russians, in the same time, it's like they're getting less modern the more of the fight. Their elite forces have been absolutely decimated. The VDV, the naval infantry, they're gone, right? They're just conscripts now. They're not elite force. So I think Putin, in his mind, thinks, I can wait the West out. And I think he's going to be very shocked. Like, he's going to have to do, if he wants to continue this war for longer times, he's going to have to do another mass mobilization. It has to happen. Like, it's just bound to happen. There's just no way that he can sustain this war without another mass mobilization. And then we can get into conversation of politics and everything. But I think Putin wants to wait this out, and I think he wants the entirety of Zaporizhia, the entirety of Kherson, the entirety of Donetsk, and the entirety of Luhansk. And then he wants to, at least at a minimum, guarantee a neutral Ukraine, and ideally maybe even remove Zelensky and that from the current political leadership in Ukraine from power.
Right, so I'll add to that as well, Peter, before you chime in. So there are a couple of places you can find other information if you were looking for where the placements are. But thing is, all sorts were saying that where Russian troop positions are, we just don't know, and they don't have enough to fill all those defensive positions. But I'll DM a couple of places you can look. So that's the sort of thing that my brain's gone dead. I can't remember the name, but I'll DM you the link of the person who might be having it. I personally don't bother with that information at the moment. They are where they are, so it's not going to make any difference really. So I'm more interested in what's happening at the other side, because they will no doubt have all of that information.
Yeah, and my final question there was, obviously they have held back their air force, their bombers, and their more advanced aircraft. And do you think they will actually come into play, or what's their game plan?
What with you mean? You were talking about the game plan with Ukrainian air defense, you mean, or Russian air defense?
No,
Russian air.
That they've held back a lot on their air force, and I just wondered what their game plan is there. I'd feel a lot more comfortable when we have the F-16s in.
Well, I mean, they're not going to come anytime quick, so we just have to ignore that, don't we? It is what it is, right? So that would be a question really for Zagolman to answer, or Jeff if he was around. Yeah, I Can't answer it.
So is
Peter.
this why Ukraine hasn't committed their air force, or the Russians?
No, it's the Russians.
The Russians, because they can't do their air force sucks. Like this is so here's the issue, right? We are used to for the last 20 years, 30 years, even since let's say 1990, the 1990s to now. What have we seen on the news? U.S. and Western air power. Okay, the only country in the world that knows how to use air power, as we've seen on the news, is the West. Specifically the U.S. Right? That's it. There was an assumption that maybe Russia, obviously not at that level, but was kind of close to the U.S. This war has completely proven they're not. They do not have the ability to effectively utilize their air force as the West does. They just don't. They don't know. They don't have the capability. They don't have the technology management. They just the mass, etc. They just cannot operate it. So their air force, they use it. The reason why we don't see in the front is because they know if they overcommit them, they're going to get shot down. They don't have effective seed. And so they're just going to get shot down and they're going to waste it. And so they don't want to overcommit them. That's why this idea that Russia, like any military, like this is, I think, for people to understand. If somebody asks you, why hasn't the Russian committed their air force, or they haven't quote unquote committed their best, they're not sending their best to the best, that doesn't make any sense from a military point of view. If you have a capability that will decisively impact the battle, you commit it. And if the Russians are not committing their air force, it's because they know they're just going to lose their air force. And so this war is probably one of the, it's kind of interesting where we'll see if the Ukrainians, again, the F-16s are going to be important, but I don't want people to think now you're going to have air superiority and F-16s roaming around everywhere, destroying everything. It's not like that, right? The ability to do seed and to gain air superiority, really the US is the only country really that has mastered this to a level that is unrivaled. So the Ukrainians will probably utilize F-16s in different ways and to achieve success, but we're not going to see air superiority. This war is the first time where, because of anti-air, what we call A2AD, anti-access, anti-denial capabilities, i.e. air defense, the air component of this war is not that important. So they're using air defense to make sure that airspace is contested. As such, both sides fight mostly on the ground. And their air force kind of serves in the rear to maybe do some strikes of opportunity. We're not going to see the Russian air force overcommit. And if anybody says they will, like, why haven't they done it already? Like, why are they waiting 18 months? There's been millions of times they should have. The beginning of the war would have been a perfect time. They tried to. They weren't successful. They lost a lot of aircraft. They lost a lot of helicopters. They're not going to commit it. This is not going to happen.
Yeah, so I do apologise, all sorts. What you wouldn't have known is we've discussed this to death, and pretty much what you're saying, but in greater detail, really. I think Peter was asking a slightly different question, not quite so general. But I think Axel is coming up. He might add a little bit to it. But until Axel gets here, let's go to ATV.
Dobry wieczór. My question is about strategic depth, which I think, if I understand it correctly, most people would call area. And I'm just trying to get a sense. So my high level assumption is wherever Ukraine gets onto the Sea of Azov, everything west of there becomes effectively a giant kettle for all the Russian forces. My question is, in terms of strategic depth, how close actually do they need to get to the sea? Presumably they don't need to get right onto the sea, where they functionally have cut the land bridge because of artillery, drones, etc. How far from the sea do you reckon that point might be? Or do you think it's right on the coast? Thank you.
So I would have to look at a map to give you a definitive answer, because again, I think that's why Melitopol is key, right? Because Melitopol serves as a very important aspect of rail and road intersections across the south, and is vital for Russian logistics in the south. So a loss of Melitopol will be devastating for the Russians. But at the end of the day, though, so there's the military application, and then there's the kind of like this political application, right? And the political application is, well, if you see kind of like this, you look at the map and you see the red of Russia, like, even though functionally it's stupid, but if you see a red connecting Crimea to Donetsk, you're going to be like, oh, well, the land bridge is still there, right? And so that's kind of like the political aspect of this, where I think that's why you just want to seize the territory and go up to the coast to completely deny it. But a loss of Melitopol from a functional military point of view will be absolutely devastating for Russia. They would have to find very adapt ways to adjust it. But also, I think that's why a conversation of trying to go after Mariupol is also very important, because there is some highways down south. Again, you could always improvise as a military. So I think if Ukraine manages to seize, let's say, Mariupol or Berdyansk or something like that down there on the coast, I think that's the definitive blow that people are looking for, because then you can officially say the land bridge has been cut. But from a military attack point, like the key would probably be Melitopol. If they lose Melitopol, that is a problem for the Russians.
Latin, do you want to? You were going to chime in on that, were you?
Not exactly. I was just interested in having another go at Peter's question. Maybe he was going somewhere a little more specific. I'm not sure.
That would be good. Give it a try.
Yeah, no. What I was thinking is that they were wanting to. Well, I don't even really want to say it. So kind of. Can I skip?
Well, if
I'm
you
thinking they're holding those back to do more damage when they feel it's a better position to have a more destructive go. That's all.
Well, listen. So, listen, Peter. If you remember, and Latin, if you remember, we had this discussion the other day, wasn't it? Right? What is there that's in that sort of 8-kilometer range in terms of air defense, etc., that we might have, right? Because we don't have that that's around that region, and we don't have the stuff at the other bit, do we, Latin?
Talking about, like, they are committing, and this is my term that I've kind of come up with over the last few months, that they are pretty consistently committing what they believe to be expendable for whatever reason. So their helicopter force and their Su-25s are consistently being sent in on, for the most part, unguided rocket attacks, and they're experiencing almost daily losses. I think that decision was made quite a while ago, right towards the end of last year, maybe even last summer, that that's going to be the priority, is sending those assets that they just don't see as being as valuable. Remember that in dictatorships, different units within the military can have closer relations with the ruling elite, and that can also have an influence on who has to see combat first and who has to be sent to the worst places. I don't know for a fact that that's happening here, but I suspect it. But as far as anything being held back, I don't think so, because it seems to me that this is a critical phase where you could really begin. I would have thought, and maybe Allsource has thoughts on this, but I would have thought that by now that we are clearly in maybe the very early stages of counteroffensive, but where clearly from the Russian perspective something is happening, that they would really try to blunt that. And they have the resources with their more advanced aircraft. They could have an impact, but they would take losses. So I don't think they're interested in it. And I wonder about the overall motivation level of those Russian pilots.
I just look. My personal opinion. I think the Sukhoi 35 is a fucking piece of shit. I think it was overhyped. Like, their most advanced fighters are hyped. I mean, let's okay. What about the Sukhoi 57? Where's that? Like, why haven't they committed that? Because they can't. I mean, again, and then here's the problem: what people need to understand about air operations. It is not simple. Like, if anybody has been in a CAOC, a combined air operations center, where they synchronize air operations like the West does, it is not a simple thing to do. The Russians just do not have the capability from staffing, training, whatever, to employ air power effectively to disrupt Ukrainian counteroffensive. And by the way, I don't think they even have the precision-guided munition to utilize it. I don't think they have the collection to the point where they would be needed, the ISR assets needed to achieve this. Like, there's so much more that needs to be done. So you have an aircraft, right? Great. That means nothing. There's so much more that needs to be there in place to be an effective air power, to be able to execute these operations effectively from an air domain, that the Russians just don't have, that most people here, unless you've been in, like, let's say a CAOC or something like that,
you don't it's not easy to understand. And I think that's the problem that the Russians have. And I think a lot of us assume that maybe Russian air power was trying to catch up to the West, that maybe there was some level to the West, but clearly since the first day of this invasion, it was blatantly obvious that Russia did not have the capability. I mean, for the love of God, how did they not achieve air superiority yet? Like, how does Ukraine still have an air force? Like, that should be the proof in and of itself that Russia does not have the capability to use air power effectively, even from a close air support. And so that's why I would not overanalyze the air domain of this war. I don't think it's that decisive. There's other things that are more important, I think, that will be specifically from a Ukrainian counteroffensive or from a defensive operations for the Russians on the ground rather than the air power.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted there. Yes, Axel.
No, I think all sources' last statement is completely correct. Whilst it should be analyzed appropriately, but it should not probably be given much more space than it has been. And we've been very careful here to discuss more the procurement and the logistics issue, the training issue, and the unavailability of proper air power for Ukraine, as opposed to the lack of capability on the Russian side. I know that there are many people who are aficionados, of the Russian Air Force, who love their kit. I can definitely attest to one thing. I've seen the kit. I've seen it live. Germany took it over. I think these are trash cans. They were trash cans then. They had capabilities, yes, but they were built by slaves for slaves and those who don't matter, meaning they do not care for their pilots. Therefore, everything they built was a thing which they could repeatedly build quickly and they could dispatch quickly. None of their kit was ever developed to the point or even improved at a later stage to safeguard the lives of their pilots. They've never cared for their pilots because they are just equally dispensable as are their ground troops. As a consequence, they're underpaid. The recently escaped younger, second lieutenant, they have the same concept as others in the West. Continental Europe, predominantly Germany. The second lieutenant, who was a pilot and then escaped across the Russian-Finnish border close to Lappeenranta, who highlighted that essentially he was earning only 40% of what the new forced conscripts are being given as incentive. Highlighted how bad the situation was after his training, how bad the perception was of the Russian pilots, their leadership. This does not bode well for any of their fighter pilots, and we don't differentiate between bombers and fighters anymore. We differentiate between the specific capabilities, whether that is close air support, multi-role fighters, and the likes. But essentially, the whole Russian Air Force is not only a no-show because they can't, it's also a no-show because they won't and they wouldn't want to. And the lack of training they've had for so many years, the completely, utterly decrepit amount of maintenance, the lack of good ammunition, the constant, how shall I put this, changes in their orders, the constant changes in who is allowed to lead what, and then the sclerotic assignment policy of their senior officers in terms of bases, the lack of general better training staff, and the utter corruption and the lies, of course, disincentivize people who have to go up into the skies and actually become really good at their job, knowing that the G factors and the G they are tolerating will essentially shorten their lives. I mean, they may be stupid, and yes, they have a lower life expectancy because they're Russians and they drink too much and they don't exercise enough. But that there is an obesity factor the Russian Air Force has for their pilots should be enough to tell you that this is not a force to be reckoned with.
Hey guys, I do have to sign out. I do actually have a quick appointment, and then and so I'm gonna have to sign out. And then probably another space I have to jump into. But I really appreciate everybody, letting me speak. Love speaking with Nuno. That was way too long, and I'm glad times and those stars aligned, and that happened to work. So again, I hope just that I help provide some knowledge to people. And again, I would always just say, like, and I think everybody here understands, patience, patience, patience. We're going to expect casualties. Unfortunately, that's just how war works. Ukrainians will suffer casualty. It's bound to happen. We will see more Leopard 2s destroyed. We'll see all equipment's probably destroyed. We all hope it won't happen, but I think that's unfortunately just the nature of war. But I think the key aspect right now of this, of what we're seeing on the ground, is for basically 18 months, for the most part, except small windows like in Kharkiv and Kherson, for the most part, this war has always been dictated by Russia, for the most part. And I think now with this counteroffensive, we're actually seeing that Ukraine will dictate, it has the initiative. And I think this initiative, unlike Kharkiv and Kherson, which was relatively quick, I think this level of initiative is going to take a lot longer. And that allows the Ukrainians to dictate when and where they want to fight. And I think that's the important aspect of this war. And I think in the long term, I always say I'd rather be a Ukrainian general than a Russian general. I'd rather be a Ukrainian general, and again, I am optimistic of Ukrainian chances in this counteroffensive. And with that, I'm going to sign out, and hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Allsource. Thank you. Right, okay. So, Mark, Mark has disappeared again. Oh, okay. Scribe, you've got your hand up, and then I will start something in a moment. Scribe.
So I just wanted to real quick bring up a comment. I've been noticing a trend now these days that Russia's been trying to strike Odessa, which makes me kind of feel like it may be something in particular with the grain deal and maybe shutting off Ukraine's economic tap at some of Ukraine's economic tap because of how things are about to go down here in a little bit. I think Russia's trying to retaliate like the little toddler that they are.
Well, yeah, there's definitely something going on there, isn't there, Scribe? Ukraine is just underpowered where it comes to air defense. It just doesn't have enough air defense for all of these things. They're crying out for it for a very long time. There's more arriving. There's a Patriot system, and I think, is it 2 Iris-Ts coming from Germany, Axel?
7.
7?
What?
All right, okay. Yeah. All right, okay. Well, anyway, so there's 7 Iris-Ts coming from Germany. That's wonderful, and 1 Patriot system. So, but listen, now that I've sort of finished eating some food, and I've got some of myself together, I thought to go back to Peter's question, right? Because Peter was really saying what's happening with the Russian air. What sort of threat do they pose, right? And they can pose a considerable threat because at the front line, sadly, we don't have Zagolman here, and we don't have Latin here. So you've got me. So I'm just regurgitating stuff that I've heard, right? I'm not an expert on this at all, but this is what I've heard and deduced. So as it stands, Ukraine has a problem in certain areas in their air defense in terms of the distances. They don't have the really long stuff. They don't have a lot of it. So they've got manpads on the front line. They've got Gepards on the front line. They've got their ZSU-2s, and I assume some ZSU Yo-23-4s, right? Which are all great, but that's around about the 4K distance. So they don't have anything much longer than that, and that will pose a risk to the Ukrainian troops, regardless of what they have. We also have the Russians who have been standing off with those really big semi-guided lob bombs that they've been using. They're very big, and if they are aware of a Ukrainian position, they could pose a real risk, because guess what? Sadly, because the Ukrainians aren't putting a Patriot system up close to the front line because of its absolute value elsewhere. So they don't have the range to be targeting those bombs that have been dropped. So it all poses a risk. Everything like this will pose a risk because we will get some helicopters, some planes coming in because there's always someone who's being pushed by their commanding officer to go, you've got to get closer, you've got to get that target. But in general, they're going to try and stand off that distance, which is just over that 4K point. They don't have that many of those systems. But as we talked about the other day when we were discussing it, did say they've got Buck and a couple of other things that in actual fact do provide a bit more distance, but they don't have a lot of these things. And the big problem is across those lines, that's a huge distance. Where do you put them? So hopefully they'll have them with the guys, they'll have some of these systems, the Bucks, etc., going behind the Ukrainian offensive. We just don't know. But they do pose a risk, right? Regardless of whether it's a ship plane, right? The ordnance on it will pose a risk to Ukrainians on the ground. And until there is something that can pose a risk to those planes, it's going to be a problem for the Ukrainians, I'm very sad to say.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, but I didn't want to.
No, it's okay. Listen, I gathered it, but I was partially eating, and the rest of it. So I've not eaten since 11 o'clock this morning, and I'm starting to feel a little bit faint because it's 12 hours since. But I've got my brain together, which is a difficult task for me at my age. Anyway, hopefully that answered anyone's questions there. And Scribe, do you want to come back on that?
Actually, that's another situation of people sharing things across the border. Does anyone know what's going on with Poland and Belarus at the moment? I've gathered some information, but I don't know if I have all of it. Apparently, it was
the shots fired you're talking about. Are you, Scribe?
Yes, apparently the patrol unit of Poland was shot at by Belarus and the Belarus either used an air gun or an natural gun, but whatever hit the unit's vehicle had apparently a great amount of force. And that's pretty much all the information I have.
Okay. Well, if it hit a vehicle with force, it wasn't an air gun. As I know, trying to shoot the regimental bell at the John Howarth. Yes, people do those things, and they get in trouble if they're caught. Yes, as I do know, trying to shoot the regimental bell from 100 meters away. So it wasn't an air gun. But yes, I've seen the reports. I also saw the joke that they ran out of ammo after they shot 10 rounds. So we'll see.
But this brings up a serious question: is Belarus trying to cause provocation between Poland and Belarus now? Who knows?
I would kind
look,
of doubt that, wouldn't you, David? I bet this is just a drunk Belarusian soldier who took a pot shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably pissed off at a Polish guy bared his arse at him and and told him where to go, and that was it, right? I mean, who knows? But I mean, I think Poland will be very, very restrained at whatever happens. Yeah, I mean, look, I guess it would be a different case if someone had been badly injured, and there would probably be a bit of an incident. But I can't see Poland really getting involved.
Let's go on to Fella.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to Peter's question a little bit ago about, the involvement of the Russian Air Force and why haven't we seen it more. I'm going to put this in a slightly different way that may make more sense to you, Peter. I'm a rank amateur compared to you. I've only got about 70 hours under my belt total, and I'm single engine type rated. This is I was trying to sit here and look because I have it bookmarked somewhere, an article from before the war of the number of pilots that Russia has. And short version, Russia has the opposite problem that Ukraine does. They've got many more airframes than they have qualified type-rated pilots. And from what we've seen with some flight instructors getting shot down in Ukraine, it's not really clear that the Russians have a training pipeline intact to cross-train guys that might have been qualified on Su-25s onto, an Su-34, an Su-35. I'm assuming that the inside of those aircraft are significantly different. They may not be. I'm not very well up on Soviet aircraft, but the Russians I think they could make a lot of trouble with their Air Force once. And it would be a YOLO, because they start sending in large numbers of their aircraft. PAC-2s start picking them off if they get a little too close, and that'll be the last time they ever have the manpower to pull it off. And if we remember, I think it was about a month ago, 4 aircraft in one day got popped just over the border. It's not real clear, was that man pads or was that Patriot? I've seen compelling arguments both ways. I think we won't find out for a while one way or the other. But the Russians they don't have the manpower. They have the opposite problem the Ukrainians do. The Ukrainians have plenty of qualified pilots, but they lack airframes. Where the Russians, it's the other way around. They have a lot of airframes, but they lack anybody competent to fly them.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to add a little bit to that, though. This is important, right? So the thing is that I don't think we're going to be seeing a storm of planes. I think what they will do is stand off and use what they've got. The 4 aircraft. It was 5. But it was 2 jets, 3 rotary, right? So. They're not the same systems, probably not the same systems. I know everyone likes to believe it is, but think about the odds, and it's the first option, really. So I think whilst we liked it, and they have been incredibly stupid at times, but their planes appear to be not so stupid, right? They've lost quite a few, but they have quite a few as well. I think they're just going to stand off, and those 2-ton bombs present a huge risk to Ukrainian troops. And this is part of the problem with not having the air defense systems that they should have had. There are gaps within the areas they've got. So there, as we said, there's lots of manpads on the ground, but that's 4K. That doesn't help you with something that's being fired from 20K away that maybe the Buck would, but how many Bucks do they have? I know they've made the adaptation to put the, Alan, what's the Spanish missile they've adapted to go onto BUK? Can you remember?
Oh, damn. Can I remember? No, I cannot remember, David.
Well, you're older than me, so I excuse you. But anyway, there's a Spanish missile that they've adapted to put onto a BUK that gives it, that gives them more missiles, etc. But there's still gaps in air defense. As we go back to I talk about everything in warfare is since we've come out of the trees is, can you do something faster? Can you do it harder? Can you do it more often, more accurately in these things? And unfortunately, we've left a gap in those air defenses, which means that that's something that the Russian planes can exploit. As we said, those big bombs.
David, right? that is why Ukraine is always asking for more air defense, and more air defense is on the way. I mean, I happen to think that because it's at the top of Ukraine's priority list, a lot more air defense will be coming as quickly as possible. I think that obviously the NATO countries understand that without air power, Ukraine needs air defense to stand a better chance for their counteroffensive succeeding. So I think that in the future, and I hope the future is, I'm only talking about 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks down the road, Ukraine's air defense picture plugs all those gaps you're talking about on the line of engagement. That's where you really need to get it done. So David, that big bomb you're talking about for the Russians, the 2-ton bomb that they have.
Yeah, the glide thing. Yeah, so they drop it out at, well, I think is it 60 kilometers away or something like that. So it's a long ways. We don't have anything that I say we. I mean, I keep on saying we. I'm going to keep on saying we. Where because I feel I'm in the fight with Ukraine. So we don't have anything that's on the front lines that can go back that far, right? And this is the other thing with a something like a Patriot that might have the distance, but you'd have to bring it closer in, right? And then what happens if you bring something closer into the front line? As we know, that's what the Russians have been doing. And what happens when they do that, Alan?
They get HIMARS'd.
Yes. See, you've said that. I was going to say something else. They get fucking hammered. That's what happens. They get absolutely hammered because they've come in way too close, right? And that's part of the game, isn't it? That's the game that you were trying to do in terms of distance, and distance is important in many things in martial arts and warfare, right? Have I got the right distance to do what I need to do, right? So in some instances you may have to get in really close, that's your trench warfare or whatever, and other times you want to be standing off, and that'll be using your artillery. And do you have more accurate artillery? One thing I was really interested in, Alan, was something that Thomas Tyner mentioned a little bit earlier, how the Ukrainians have adapted. They're not using their counter battery fire in the way that's normally. That's not how they're doing it. They are using the counter battery part, right, without the fire, and they are using that to send up drones. Those drones are then going to find the systems, and they follow them, and then they splat them, right? Which is really interesting, because you're going, yeah, because the guys have legged it, and they go, yeah, we're safe, and then they go and have a smoke, and then kapow! It is a Batman and Robin kapow splat, bam, they're gone. I think that's a really intellectual way of dealing with the problem, right? Go, no, we don't do that, and guess what, right? Because what they've also done by doing this is they haven't opened themselves up to other counter battery fire, have they? Right? So they're spotting it, going, here we are, and then they disappear themselves. I think it's brilliant.
I caught that too. I thought it's brilliant. You know, Ukraine has been very successful recently in taking out Russian artillery, but even more important, taking out Russian radar and command posts. I mean, those are just as important as taking out artillery emplacements, if
Well,
not more important.
you can't have enough command posts, can you? There isn't someone who's been in the ranks ever who hasn't thought that through. Yes, you can't have enough command posts. Let's get that through. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, they got, was it a 3-star general they got the other day?
I think a 1-star general might, but yes, they got another
you ruined
general.
my day. You ruined my day. Anyway, so we had it was Lexicon who messaged me. She was still a little bit going, I'm still not so sure. So maybe then we'll go to you, Peter, by the way. So I'm going to explain Lexicon to your question. I think there's another way of looking at this. Instead of stage 1, stage 2, etc., just think of it as Ukraine is probably looking for a set of set conditions to happen, right? And when those set conditions have happened, then that's when all hell breaks loose, right? They are trying to set up these set conditions by doing whatever they're doing, right? So all the moment is all the preparation for it. As I said, think of it as like martial arts, the dance around, or boxing or whatever. They dance around and they're trying to, then there's a little bit of a jab here and there's a little bit here to see what's happening. And then when the opening happens, that's when it goes bang, 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 right? Because those conditions have happened. And I think that's probably the better way to say it. We've been in preparation. We want to be excited about stuff, but we're still seeing early days because they're setting things up, or maybe they're not. Maybe they have started if the suggestions are true about Nova Kahovka, but maybe they're not.
Yeah.
So, Peter, sorry.
Just very quickly, Axel mentioned several ground-to-air defense systems being supplied by Germany. Do you know what those are likely to be? Are they as good as Patriots?
We know. It said several. Did you say 8? Did you, Axel, or was it 7?
7.
7. Okay. Iris T's. 7 Iris T's. There you are. And 1 Patriot.
And those are likely to go to the front, do you think, or are they going to?
No. As we just discussed it, Peter, the closer to the front, the greater the risk. And do you want these systems that are astonishingly expensive to get blown up? Probably not. They have other things, strategic things that they need to look after. Say, for instance, Odessa, which is a place where the grain deal comes, right? Grain deal and things like that. That would be a strategic thing, a defensive decision as opposed to a tactical decision.
Yeah, and I suppose they're also going to need.
Iris T's are for, no, sorry, Iris T's, Peter, for your benefit, are for the defense of wider catchment areas of high value targets. Whether this would be, for example, if you were to take a city of Poltava or Dnipro or Odessa, this is where you would put it. Odessa Harbor, Chernogorsk, those kind of things.
Right.
Mykolaiv.
Axel, can I ask you, what would you put to defend airfields?
None of those systems. They have no relevance for it.
Right. Okay, thanks.
And fella, you got your hand back up, fella.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify something that you said about. Are we talking about when you said Nova Kahovka, the reports that the game may or may not be afoot there? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, yes, that's what we were saying.
We're not saying anything.
Okay, we're not saying anything. There we are.
It's only Russian sources, and we know how that goes.
Yes, and the Russian sources said nothing's happening. There we are. I think that's as far as we will say at the moment. There you are. Scribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, I had a two-parter. The second part was, I know we've sent over a lot of the, it's called the Hawk or something like that. It's a Humvee kit that has anti-air missile launcher mounted on the back of a Humvee. Usually 8 missiles. I don't know how many of those we sent over or what the range is on those. But if it's only 4 or 5 kilometers, that's not going to do anything against, a fighter or bomber at 40, 50,000 feet.
I do apologise. I'm afraid going to have to ask you to say that again, because as always, when someone's talking, I get distracted because I easily get distracted.
Yeah, so what I had was a two-parter. The other part was I thought, in addition to all the man pads and the IRIS that the U.S. had supplied, a number of a specific variant of the Humvee that is designed for anti-air. I think it's called the Hawk or something like that. I think it's 2 4-packs of anti-air missiles. I have no idea what the effective range on those is.
No, so and the other day I was trying to get some information from our air guys as to what we might have over the 4K up to 12K area, but they were being very close-lipped about it. So I know what you mean, but I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid. Sorry, fella. So
That's all right. I'm going to do some Googling when I get back
well,
home.
well, and then when you do, come back and let me know. I'd be very interested to know. So Scribe, and then Edward. Scribe.
So two things. When you guys said something's a foot, for me it's something's a fist. Because it's going to be soon a steel fist punching through Russian lines. And then the second thing I want to say is, you guys just mentioned Humvees just now, and that reminded me. I've been meaning to come onto space and say that there's a local National Guard facility where there used to be a whole bunch of Humvees sitting in its parking lot, and now that I passed it by just recently and a few times ago, it's now relatively empty with a lack of Humvees. I wonder where they're at.
Scribe, you muted yourself.
Okay, so there's two things. For me, when you guys said something is a foot, I feel like it's a fist because it's soon going to be a steel fist punching through the Russian lines here sooner or later. And then the second thing I wanted to say is that there was a local National Guard facility in the town that I live in that used to have a whole bunch of Humvees sitting in its gated off parking lot. Up until recently, it's now been sitting empty, and I'm wondering, where did all those Humvees go?
Well, you live in a very large country, don't you? That has a very large army, so they could literally have gone anywhere. Scribe. I mean, it would be nice to think that they've come to Ukraine, but who knows? It could just be anything. I suspect some of your police forces have heavy equipment. Some units of the Ukrainians.
Actually, no. Where I live, it's relatively peaceful. We don't have some of the issues that other cities unfortunately suffer through.
Yes. Okay. Right. Anyway, so we've got Chris and then Edwards, or Edwards. Sorry, Chris.
Well, thanks, David. I was Novakhovka, the reservoir that's going dry, and I'm always worried about like I don't know. I'm pessimistic here, but did the Russians really probably decided when the time will go? So maybe they have also put some thought into what will happen afterwards. So maybe I missed something, but for now we only discussed the possibility of Ukraine using the dried up reservoir to move some troops, but it could also be like the idea of the Russians here. So now you have to confirm me. If they would start anything there, we would pick it up. We would have the information way before they even know what they are doing. Just maybe some thoughts on that.
Oh, okay, right. So let me get you right. So you're wondering if the Russians may try some sort of counterattack across the Dnipro themselves. Is that what you were asking?
Basically, yes, but of course, on the new territory that would never be in any plans.
I understood.
That is now just drying up. Yeah.
So whilst we don't know where the troops from the Kherson region that disappeared, they believe there's between 5,000 and 7,000 have been withdrawn, right? But the chances are they've all gone to the Zaporizhia region around Melitopol. There is a suggestion that some may have gone further up northeast, but we don't know. I think I would guess, right, the chances of the Russians doing something, because they just don't have enough troops. That's the thing to remember, right? They are understaffed. Everywhere they go, they don't have enough troops. So they will know that the Ukrainians have a lot of troops in reserve. So them starting something, because if you would, let's just say, let's talk about it. If they wanted to do something, and they were quite so mad enough to attempt a crossing of the Dnipro above, let's just say, between Novakhovka and Enodar, and they wanted to go north at the other side, right? The amount of equipment they would need would be huge. They didn't have enough equipment to evacuate the Kherson properly, to the point where they were stealing those barges and welding them together and doing all sorts, meaning they just don't have enough equipment. They don't have enough manpower to do it. So midway across wherever they were trying to go, they most probably would have found themselves shooting ducks to whatever happened, especially to the Ukrainian artillery that appears to be in that region at the moment.
Great. David, I just wanted to hear it again, just to be confirmed, to have a good feeling.
No, pleasure. Yeah.
The only thing they had in this way, I was just pointing out, is that they had like the timing. They knew it would happen because they planned it, or probably, maybe not. And so they have, like, they could prepare just for the situation because they knew it would happen in advance. But you're completely right, and I just wanted to hear it again.
Yeah, no, good. Listen, it's what we're here for. The thing to remember, I would suggest, is that it's apparent to everyone that the Ukraine knew that the dam had been dammed up, right, had been set to explode, right. They haven't tried any moves across Novakhovka. They certainly had the troops to do that, because the Kherson region wasn't a heavy hotbed of Russian troops. So you've got to ask yourself, so they didn't try to cross and take Novakhovka, which, and that dam would have been very, very useful to them. They didn't do it because they knew that the dam was dammed up, and therefore they will have war gained to death everything with that dam having been blown up. So they know what they're going to do, and they'll, without doubt, by now will understand exactly where they were going to cross, if they're even going to cross there. We just don't know what they're going to do, but without a doubt they have war gamed this to death. They've had a lot of time, because the Russians did what they do all the time, is they told everyone, it was in September, that they'd mined it. At that point, all your planners, the people like Yehuda, etc., who have been planning on this, will have planned everything for that bridge or the dam to be blown up. Hopefully that helps you. Anyway, it's fella, did you want to come in on this, or you've got something else to say?
Well, yeah, I wanted to hop in on this just for a second, but I got to a stopping point, and I employed Google. The answer to the Humvee-based air defense is called the Avenger, and it looks like it's basically nothing other than an 8-pack of Stingers, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, an 8-pack
4K,
Stingers
right? So yeah,
solve a lot of problems, right? But beyond that, like, I don't think the Russians really suck at force generation and at logistics. If they were going to try a push anywhere from Novakhovka to Enerhodar, anywhere in that area, we'd see it on satellites for weeks coming. It's not like they have sufficient force laying around to do anything.
What, fella? Are you trying to tell us that the West has tech? That we can see them?
You know, what I found very illuminating, and this went over a lot of people's heads, and I've actually only heard it mentioned a few times here back during the fall. Or no, excuse me. Yeah, it was during the fall. There was a major Ukrainian strike in the Kharkiv area, and Shoigu said something to the effect of it would be about 24 hours until they got another satellite pass over it. And that made me raise my eyebrow, because you pick a point on this planet and the Five Eyes will have a pass over that within 5 minutes if they don't already have a live feed. So there's a substantial capability difference that we have flying in orbit.
Let me think. In 1988, the Russians were unhappy that supposedly we were tailing them because we had been reading since 1986 at a summit the documents some of their diplomats were holding up. These documents were on what we would call in Europe A4. I know you have a different system. You don't know what you're doing over there, I'm sure. So whatever you're doing over there with your B4, whatever kind of thingies, and your strange TypeScript, all that kind of jazz, all your ink and the stuff, Rosebud. We're able to read this with European and American satellites, actually predominantly Leica technology, of course, as you well know, and Zeiss, but we're able to read that in 1986. This is almost likely the equivalent of the Russian Cyrillic font 12 size on bad Russian newsprint paper. And we were able to read this from a satellite in 1986. Fenner, please tell me, how atavistic, backlash-oriented, retrograde, how is the degradation of Western technologies since 1986? We can't see a Russian tank anymore, right? Can we?
Oh, no. I mean, it's so bad that our satellite video footage can't determine if a screw is Phillips head or hex head or Torx. Actually, no, I'm lying. Maxar satellite video footage is that good.
And that's not even footage.
Yeah, that's not even like military grade stuff. Like the stuff we have flying in orbit is truly scary what it can do. I don't know if y'all remember the great Cheeto posted up a photo of that failed Iranian launch, and you were able to like get cars license plates and crap off of it, and that was just a still.
We must be doing something wrong if we degrade to such level. We are incompetent, are we not, in the West? And how shall I put this? I will do now something which I normally don't do, because I normally do not comment on imbeciles. I don't comment on completely stupid people. There are many of them. I mean, just go out onto the street.
You talk to me quite often, Axel. I'm just saying.
No, you're not stupid. You're very, very charming. And yeah, let's leave it at that. And highly experienced and very capable and all these things, David. And if you had studied physics, we would have had a contest on this matter. Fortunately, you employed physics. So you have experimental knowledge of things which matter a great deal. So you and I can go into battle much more easily with other people and we'll survive. Now, there are people who believe in ocean dragons, and they post this out even on social media. Now, this is, of course, a narrative, and it's a stupid, provocative mode. But if you think about the fact that we have to contest with people in our electorate, and even amongst our elected officials, who are as emblematic of what in the bad old days, when we were derogating our ancestry, and we said that people were Neanderthals, despite the fact that they weren't. And don't forget, most of us, Europeans and the likes, we have anywhere between 1.5% and 4% of our genome is Neanderthal. Some of us have more, like David and myself. Some of us have less. That's completely fine. There are people who definitely resemble previous versions of the human genome more. And they still believe in fairies and ocean dragons. Whilst at the same time, scientists have managed to crack the atom, managed to create the hydrogen bomb, managed to create nuclear fission to the level that it would work on submarines, allowed us at a time when computers were completely ludicrously bad to go to the moon and then project filming it. Yeehaw. We managed to advance through the 1970s and 80s. We managed to go through massive amount of evolution of computer technology. We are still so degraded that we cannot hold up to the T-64 tank. David and I are shattered. Fella, please help us. How can we escape from this? Why are we not kneeling down together with Marjorie Taylor Greene and all the other Putinescas to receive what, hold on, to receive
Wisdom from three toes.
to receive what AOG had received years ago, support from people who support the fringes, because both of them should go where their money comes from.
Yeah, I saw that that satire post, and it was, by the way, I wish it was real. I got by it, and it's sad because she says such stupid things that I believed that she'd said that for probably a good 20 minutes, and then I looked at the photo again, and then I saw that in the reply bubble it said LOL in there, and I was like, oh damn it, Liam Neeson, you got me again. Good show. That was fair. But there are people like there's people that believe the Earth's flat, and despite, I don't know, the ancient Hindus figured it out 6,000-7,000 years ago. The Egyptians figured it out, 5,000 years ago. There's people again that believe the Earth is flat, and when you've got somebody that's stupid, I don't know what you can really do with them other than strap them into a crude dragon and light the candle, flamey end down, pointy end up, and hope it works out.
Right. Well, with that, Edwards, you've had your hand up for a very long time. You've been incredibly patient. So here's your chance.
Oh, thank you, David. So regarding the stupid people, we had like 4 years to get rid of them. I mean, like unfollow them and block them on social media. 2 years of 5G, things, and then 2 years of COVID vaccines. After that, if you're still getting news from them, it's your own fault. I wanted to add to the fella and the stingers on the top of Humvees. Don't underestimate stingers. They had a huge role on the opening days of the war. Thanks to the Baltic states, who basically sent all of their stocks to the Ukraine and helped to stop airborne infantry to get through the air bridge to the Kiev. So what I wanted to add and then ask is regarding the Russian narrative. And time to time, mainstream media and also we here in this space are talking about what the Russians are saying and what what basically what Putin is saying and the Russian narrative. Basically, we shouldn't talk about it. We had 1.5 years in this war, and we are like still listening to the nuclear threats and etc. and etc. I mean, come on, they are just trying to say whatever, and then look what sticks, and then continue on that. They are terrorist state. Remember that. They are thieves. They are liars, and that's what they are. The Kremlin regime is like basically criminals inside the law. And yeah, what we can do, we always have to, when we hear some kind of news, think critically. Is it helping Russian narrative? If answer is yes, most likely it's a fake, or at least yeah, it's basically fake, most likely. And anyway, during the war, it's very important to help operational and informational war effort, and that's why we are here. So my question is, how we can help to spread this message that stop spreading Russian propaganda in Western media. Let them do it by themselves.
Well, great question. How do we stop them? I mean, this is the frustration, isn't it? How do we stop them? And it's almost impossible. Let me explain. I wish we could, right? But most of these publications, and there are many publications who were prepared to print utter nonsense, is because they're just slaves to the click themselves, aren't they? We've only got to look at the Telegraph, the Guardian, even the Financial Times. I did it the other day. Put a headline on for an article to get people to look at it, and then the article was something else. I don't know what we can do. Alan, who's a journalist, might be able to opine on this for a very long time. But I think there are just people who are prepared to do pretty much anything for money, instead of just taking a principled stance of no, we're not going to publish this sort of nonsense. They do. Publications like The Economist. I've read stuff from The Economist and thought, I subscribe to you. Well, I don't now, but I did subscribe. I just go, this is just, how have you written this? It makes no sense. It's just disappointing. But one thing though, I would like to go back to your first comment. So the Stinger is an amazing weapon, right, or an amazing missile, but it's still within that 4K range, and that was the bit that I was really trying to highlight. So within that 4K, there are a load, and Richard's going to talk about this in a moment. We've got a load of stuff, manpads and all these other systems that if you've got something that's got 8 Stingers on it, how wonderful is that? But it's the distance point that I was talking about. There's a gap in that area where something could be standing off. They could be at 6 kilometers and they're not at that much risk.
Oh, thank you. That's a great point. I kind of missed that. Anyway, talking about small radius small distance. Russians are not thinking really far ahead regarding the Kakhovka Dam. Come on, it's 1 month, and the whole upstream of the Kakhovka Dam will be like a good place to cross the Dnieper River. Somehow, somewhere in the Twitter feed, I saw some screenshots from Telegram channels that actually this wasn't a deliberate attack on the Kakhovka Dam. It was like kind of miscalculation by Russians. most likely they knew that they had to withdraw and they wanted to damage the dam, so Ukrainians cannot stop the bigger flow of water, so the next to the Kherson, the islands would be underwater. But yeah, maybe you have more information on that.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
can answer.
true?
No, listen, I can answer it. I think it's utter bollocks, right? Simply let me explain it, right? So the Russians had already demonstrated, right? So how to sort part of the dam out. They've already blew the, if you looking upriver, the first two sections, they blew that, right? They could have done whatever they like. They could have, if they wanted to, flood stuff, right? They could have just opened up the dam. Loads of things they could have done. They could have blown two sections, another two sections, blown it to the point, but they didn't, right? And so, and the way it's gone, I said that's not a mistake. That's a huge amount of explosives that will have been needed to cause that damage. That's not a, oh, we only wanted to make a little hole. That's a, we blew it, right? But this is all, if you think about how the Russians are, think about how they just do with Nord Stream, the 1,000,001 different excuses it could be, which is all part of what they do. It's all part of all their disinformation narratives. They'll be, they've got 500 different excuses. They had a whole load of people pushing the idea that it was just the water pressure. People saying, "Oh no, because the water was going over, that went over the top of the dam, that weakened the area there it was built on, because it's not built on bedrock." But then I was looking at it and go, that doesn't make any sense, because if the water's just trickling over the top of the dam, that just makes it a 20-meter waterfall, doesn't it? Right? So how does that compare to when the dam is fully opened, which is going to be considerably worse? Now, I think we should just accept that they blew it. They did it deliberately, and here's the thing. So they've got, is it 7 more dams they've now blown up, Alan?
I've almost lost count, but none of the dams, of course, are as significant as the Novakovka Dam. They are small dams, and in the is it the Vela Novoliska area, the dam they blew down by Kochove, it did have a military purpose, but once again, Russians didn't think it through. They actually cut off their own forces by blowing that dam.
Yeah, of course. I think the point I was trying to say is they've blown 7 other dams, or it might be 6 other dams, but the first one was the accident. So I think that was the point I was trying to make. It just isn't. They knew what they were doing. It's just a deliberate act of wanton destruction, but there will be 1,000,001 different arguments, and we'll have some of it will be deliberate disinformation from SFB and the rest of it, and some of it will be from the useful idiots who push some of these questions. Now, there is some credibility to the dam could have fallen in. I just don't buy that, because the dam was designed to take a considerable amount of force, and then to make it, say it was the dam fell down because of the weight of water. There's so many things that have to add up, in the same way as when we talked through Nord Stream and we went, it wasn't on the yacht, right? And you go through every single reason and you go, yeah, you're right, it wasn't on the yacht. Anyway, so we've got a number of hands. We've got Richard, then it's Henrik, then it's Randy, then it's Aaron. Richard, over to you.
Good evening, David, Alan, everyone else on MriyaReport. It's my first time actually speaking in the 14 months I've been listening to.
I know, and welcome to you, Richard.
Oh, thank you. I just did some Googling whilst we were talking about the gap between the very short-range air defences and what mobile air defences there was. And I found on Rafael Advanced Defence Systems, Israeli company, there's a family of mobile air defence systems called Spider, and they range, the family goes from short to long range, so from 20 to 80 kilometres. Mobile air defense systems which can defend large areas against a wide spectrum of threats such as attack aircraft, helicopters, bombers, cruise missiles, UAVs and standoff weapons. The systems are operational, combat proven and provide excellent protection for valuable assets as well as first class defense for forces maneuvering in the combat area. So I think that's what I would have hoped at Ramstein today, that they would have asked for something like that.
David, this really is in your ballpark.
So I was thinking it through, right? So listen, that's a great. The range of distance is great, and it fills a gap as far as I'm aware, right? I'm not an air defense person, and Mark Cassidy, who you are, if you're listening, you're in real trouble because I've asked you who you were around. But yeah, look. So if it fulfills a need, that's great. The questions are always mobility. Are these systems that you could put closest to the front, because they're a little bit cheaper in some ways, because Patriots are stunningly expensive. What's a Patriot? $1 billion a pop, is it, Alan?
Almost that, I think, yes, but worth every single penny.
No, I know, but yes, they are. Except that if something's worth $1 billion and that, then maybe put them close to the front line, it would be a bad thing. So it really comes down to, in a lot of things, what's the price of it? Can you risk it? And how mobile it might be? I would hazard a guess, but
no risk it, no biscuit.
Well, I know. Risk it for a Swisket, hey? Remember that advert.
If I could just jump back in, is that okay, David?
Yeah, please do.
Just looking, I don't know if you want to upload the 2 screenshots from Raphael's catalogue, but they're wheeled vehicles. They resemble the Iris T. That's what it looks like. They're wheeled, so they can presumably set up and move very quickly. Just reading from the yes, they got
there's
the
not a single picture. There's not a single picture currently of an Iris T in Ukraine. Trust me.
Ah, right. Okay.
There are other wheeled vehicles of German origin in Ukraine, of which you may have seen pictures. Some of which have counter battery value, albeit that only one of them is supposed to have been photographed.
Right. So it says on here the operational performance. The Spider family has autonomous capabilities. The systems detect threats while on the move, with firing performed instantly after halt. The Spider short range and the Spider extended range have a 360-degree slant launching that provides low-level quick reaction, lock-on before launch, and lock-on after launch capabilities. The Spider medium range and the Spider long range offer medium and long range target interceptions through a near vertical launch. Both systems enable a 360-degree launch within seconds after the target is declared hostile and provide all-weather multi-launch net-centric capabilities. The Spider systems have advanced electronic countermeasures capabilities and use electro-optic observation payloads as well as wireless data link communication.
That's quite interesting, isn't it? That sounds quite great. The only thing is Raphael and Axel. Who makes Raphael? Where are they from?
They are definitely not from Switzerland. It's not chocolate.
But what specifically? What country?
You mean Rafale or Raphael?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, they're all turtles to me. Which one?
I'm sorry to cut in. It's Israel.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, there you are. I foolish. Well, see, here you are. All right, well, that's wonderful. I thought there was the other country, the one that was tighter than a camel's ass in the sandstorm. That's the country I thought it was from, not Israel.
Can
Okay,
you
that's
stop
interesting.
it? Can you stop
I'm
it?
not. I'm not at all. I'm on a roll.
Randy, the thing is that David always wants to highlight the things Israel does, but supposedly doesn't deliver. Or maybe it does deliver, but why don't they say it out in the open? Because Israel doesn't fucking care what people think about it.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it, because it's out of reach. I mean, you can come up with a dream system that has all kinds of specs, but if it's not available now and it won't be going to Ukraine, it's really
It's
an academic
irrelevant.
question. Yeah, I have a system that is going and has gone that would fit the need.
Ooh, that'd be wonderful. What is it, Andy? Help me out.
It's the Hawks, which were the precursor to the Patriots. They're not vehicle mounted. I suppose the Ukrainians could be creative. They're on a trailer, so they're mobile. Range 40 to 50 kilometers. There's a lot of them. The U.S. and Spain have already sent some, and I was trying to see if any of the new aid packages have them. I didn't have time to check, but everybody uses them. The Netherlands, France, Germany, the U.S., Korea, Italy, Denmark, Belgium. There are a lot of them available. And some of them were phased out by our allies as late as 2005. In the U.S., it was 94, 95. They were phased out as Patriots were coming online. But I don't know about the whole radar package, but the system's mobile because it's on a trailer. So I imagine the radar and control systems are mobile too. And 50 kilometers would be a hell of a deal. And there's a lot of these, and they'll be low cost or donations. You wheel a bunch of that stuff 50 yards near the forward edge of the battle area and a couple of kilometers back, and then you're hitting 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers, let's say, beyond where the combat's occurring. It would pretty much take out any Russian air threat that would have would be any applicable to where the combat's going on.
I mean, that would be a real that would provide quite a surprise to the Russian pilots, right?
So where?
Yeah, and they're cheap. I mean, they're cheap, so there could be a bunch of them.
They're easily deployable, and the funny part is, would you believe that there would have been a frontline state where the Hawks would have been deployed?
Well, look, the Ukraine moved up a Patriot battery and did a little ambush
Randy,
job
you're
with
old
them.
enough. You're old enough. Would there have been a frontline state where these systems would have been deployed in the past?
Front
Yes, there
line.
was.
Yeah.
Germany.
That's what I was going to say. Germany. Yeah. They're probably
29 locations, 36 system setups, as in squadrons, full batteries, 9 Flak battalions, only of the Germans, but also the French had them, the Dutch had them in Germany, the Americans had them, and they all had them. Isn't it fantastic?
Italy had them and
people who didn't have them in Germany were the Brits. They had different systems.
Yeah, rapier. That was amazing, wasn't it?
Exactly. You had the rapier, and you had them in the wrong locations, which is why the Americans were beating the shit out of you between 1981 and 1983 in order to try to tell you what on earth you're doing wrong in North Rhine-Westphalia. Because it was a completely useless system to be deployed over there. You should have put it into the eastern part of Lower Saxony. Long discussions about these matters. Thank you, David. I agree with you. So what does it tell us? So the same stupid systems, fucking Russian orcs, these utterly despicable pieces of shit are deploying today, could be taken out by the same systems we built to take them out. Now, we have them. We have loads of them. So if somebody could please, take a little, I'm quite sure you could Xerox this paper. Randy, please, if you might print this out, you can Xerox it. So that it makes sense for the people who are the recipients. And you walk across Pennsylvania Avenue and you hand it to some of the guards and tell them, here's a list of things which you have completely written off. They're completely easily available. They're in stocks. They're even in actually completely mothballed stocks. And why don't you? Because they were in Bad Hersfeld. They were in Gießen, Butzbach, Hanau, Schweinfurt, Spangdahlem, Neubrücken, Würzburg, Ansbach, Rodenburg an der Lahre, Freising, Dachau, Monau, Lenkers.
Anyway, we don't need that list there.
The list is, we are so fucking stupid. It's
and
astonishing.
Axel, Ukrainian crews have already been trained on them. Spanish, and there were some Spanish and U.S. deliveries. So that bullshit about
14. They received 14. It's fucking useless.
I understand that, but then you got 14.
380 of them.
Exactly. Well, my point was you have 14 crews who know how to use them, who you are trainers. You have a training cadre already in Ukraine. You're absolutely right. All they have to do is wheel them out of the warehouse, dust them off, run a test on the diagnostic test, make sure everything's still there, and put them on a C-117, the closest rare.
Andy, it's even worse. You can go in Norway into a number of U.S. Marine Corps storage setups, and you can visit them there, where they're completely nicely oiled, preserved, vacuum packed, quite literally. And you can take them out.
The ACE Mobile Force. The ACE Mobile Force, that was the Cold War plan to bring Marines and British and American Marines into Norway, and the equipment was pre-positioned. Absolutely right. I just wonder, it's just tragic. You're absolutely right. This shit should have been there a month ago, 2 months ago, 5 months.
But I'll introduce him in a moment. So we didn't. I'm just going. There we are. Right, as if it was. It's a comedy of errors, right? So we trained people really late on stuff, and we've eventually given them the stuff. But we trained a whole load of people, and then we just haven't given the kit that they needed. But that makes sense. That's something from a dystopian future.
No. It's not. It's not the dystopian future, David and Alan or Chuck.
It's the present.
It is. No. It's the outburst of the Kafkaesque dissolution of reality, which we have accepted. It's stupid. It's completely bereft of any sense. With the death of Patton, the relentlessness, the drive, the utter drive of American power seemingly has died because there's very few of them thereafter who are willing to wield that cudgel of war, of winning at all costs. Can we please start winning?
Axel, I would say here, I'm vice president of the George S. Patton Foundation in Europe. But yes, Ladas, 2 years, Ladas. I am going to send a demand about, free the Hawks to the Republican Armed Services chairman in the House and Senate, and see if maybe we can stir something up on this, because it would be a godsend if it could be a long time before there's air defense everywhere that is this generation, but this stuff could be there in weeks, maybe even days. But it's there, it's available.
You were able to train Marines on it.
Anyway.
Yeah, I was in the Army, Axel. If you can train a Marine on it, anybody can use it.
Yes, Chuck. Anyway, right. Anyway, with that, I would like to announce that we have the marvelous Chuck, who's with us. As I said, he's our very own Care Bear. He will sort out any of your problems any and all problems, and his hours for how many hours, Alan?
The next 6 hours, David, just like you.
Yes, I'm going after 3.
Hey, everybody. David, great to be on with you. Alan, hello. Axel, hi. And Randy, I'm a fan of yours as well.
Right, so I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping first, shall we, Alan? I would like to ask everyone if you could share and retweet the space, tell everyone that he's here again, a big session is about to start. Right, everyone should get a gin and tonic or a Pimm's or anything that they should do that's alcoholic. Or if you don't drink alcohol, then I can't help you. But I think there's this thing called water. And with that, Alan.
Water is good for you. You need to stay hydrated. Chuck, I will, as the night goes on here, I'll get a lot of these air defense schematics up in the nest. There's one there now. And so this has moved maps down the line to the right in the nest.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I should have quit punching the button there.
Well, we can.
Right, Pit, have I lost everyone? Or is that just me?
David, can you not hear Chuck and me?
I can hear you, but I'm not hearing Chuck now. I'll tell you what I'll do. Axel, if you're around, I will drop down. Can you co-host me again, please?
Before you do that, David, let's just make sure Axel is around. And
of course I am. I was there 2 minutes ago. Let me just walk the dogs. I'll fix it.
I can't hear Chuck either.
Oh dear. So,
what can you hear me? I'm wondering if my mic is too hot.
Oh no, we've got you. I got you back. I don't need to leave. That's good. That's wonderful. We've got Chuck back in the house.
Oh, good. Hey, is this mic too hot or no?
No, it sounds.
Don't touch it if it is.
Okay. I got a big mouth anyway, so.
So I hope everyone can hear Chuck, fella. If you cannot hear Chuck, that simply means you need to recycle yourself. But I was just saying, I actually think starting in Bakhmut tonight is a good place to begin because Ukraine is making some advances here, as announced by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. What is now happening in Bakhmut?
Well, one of the interesting things, of course, the Ministry of Defense has asked everyone to observe operational security. There's a lot of things that can be sort of discerned, and you have to guess and triangulate. But it's always very interesting to me when I notice that the Russians are calling in fire missions on their own positions. And of course, I love it when they do that, because that means the Ukrainians have made significant penetrations. So north of Bakhmut, people probably know all this by heart right now. The TO-513 highway comes in, of course, from the north, passing by Soledar, Blahodante, and the next sort of suburb it passes by is Krasnohora. And the Russians started their day this morning by shelling the ever-living Gazugas out of Krasnohora. Well, that indicates that the Ukrainians have pressed as far as 5 or 6 kilometers, which for our American guests is about 3 miles, north of the M03 highway. This is a significant penetration. And south of the M03 highway, the Russians started their day by trying to stage offensive actions at Berezovka and Yahidny. They started with their offensive operations, but they wound up getting their attacks broken up, and the Ukrainians also pushed back in both those areas. I'll give them 1 or 2 kilometers in both those places. So a pretty good day in Bakhmut. And again, the thing to realize, what's going on in Bakhmut. Putin, Shoigu, Prigozhin, they have made Bakhmut their prize operation. This is their most significant gain. They love it. They don't dare lose it. And they don't have a clue that they are being manipulated by the Ukrainian armed forces, who are attacking in Bakhmut and thereby pinning vast numbers of Russian troops, equipment, armor, artillery. They are fixing them in Bakhmut, where I remind everybody they're fighting over a place of no strategic importance, and these troops are being kept away from places where Ukraine is actually on the offensive. So, to our Russian listening guests, please stay in Bakhmut, enjoy the weather, and try not to get lead poisoning.
But it's still tactically important to Ukraine. I mean, the Russians have suffered so many casualties here, and now we are seeing towns and villages that we grew familiar with 2 or 3 months ago: Krasnohora, Soledar, Yahidny, Verkivka, these Kramove. These are all towns, villages, hamlets, suburbs of Bakhmut that we became deeply familiar with in the 3 months that it took Russia to finally reach the eastern edge of the city after fighting for Bakhmut for almost a full year.
It's impossible to understand what it is the Russian commanders are thinking. It almost is as though they threw a dart on the eastern line of contact and said, "Let's take this place." But this fight for Russia has never been worth the candle. It just hasn't been worth it. So now they have captured pretty much every streetlight in Bakhmut. It doesn't change the fact that Chasiv Yar remains a veritable fortress. And it doesn't change the fact that the M03 and the H-32, as lines of Russian advance, they are mutually exclusive. You can do one, but not both. And therefore, you want an angle you want an attack vector that, you want 1 or 2 of them, and you want them to be able to support each other, so that if one gets in trouble, the forces are right at hand to assist and overcome. But as we've said a million times here, the H-32 and the M03 diverge at 90 degrees. So you just couldn't pick a more ridiculous, more irrelevant, or less tactically or strategically significant city, probably in all of eastern Ukraine. And I can't answer that, Alan. Why expend 40,000 lives to take this place of no military consequence? It just makes no sense at all. And now, why are you pinning down assets that when we go west here on the line of contact, look, Russia needs reinforcements right now in a couple of places where Ukraine is starting to pick up offensive steam. And unlike Bakhmut, the Ukrainians have captured a cluster of villages. And when you capture these mutually supportable locations, it's almost like exponentially increasing your offensive power. None of that's happening Bakhmut. Just insane.
And one thing we don't see Ukraine doing is fighting through the center of Bakhmut. I don't see Ukrainian forces trying to fight their way down Main Street here. Do you?
No, they are, they are masterfully attacking to the north and to the south of Bakhmut. And flash forward, Bakhmut is going to be liberated. It's absolutely going to be taken back. And it will not be taken back by fighting door to door within the urban area. Bakhmut is going to be outmaneuvered, and forces are going to converge to the east of it, cutting off the lines of communication and supply. And given the way the Russians traditionally have been fighting in this war, Russia will do anything to hold on to Bakhmut, including being surrounded. And that is what happened in Liman. That is what has happened in every place the Russians have been outmaneuvered. They have stayed too long. Kherson, Liman, Izium, on and on. It is the way they fight. They are not fighting smart. They are fighting because they have orders from the top. Like every other crackpot military dictator in history, he tells his troops not 1 inch back. And that's not the way you fight or win a war.
And if Russia, I don't know if Russia has reinforced positions in Bakhmut, but if they do, these are reinforcements desperately needed elsewhere. I might even go so far as to say to the northwest of Bakhmut, up in Kremna, where Ukraine made a well-publicized and great strike on a gathered force of Russian soldiers, waiting to hear a speech from a Russian general who was running late.
You almost couldn't make that up. You just, so you've got a situation where this local commander wants to give a pep talk to his guys who, for the last 8 months, have been mounting platoon and occasionally company-sized attacks that fail. And they fail ultimately in almost every case because the Ukrainians, with great guile, allow the Russians to reach their immediate or intermediate objectives. And then they counterattack. They wait until that Russian attack has essentially exhausted its organic resources. That's war college talk for it. They've run out of ammunition and fuel, and they need to be resupplied and they need to be reinforced. Then the Ukrainians attack and they drive them back, and they essentially annihilate this attacking force. So this has been going on around Kremenna for the last 10 months at least. So it isn't surprising that some general needs to address his men to exhort them to even greater sacrifices. But what is unconscionable is that he assembles these forces, and apparently, from what I can gather, he's put them on parade. He's lined them up in company-size elements, standing there at parade rest. He's running late for whatever reason. He is running late to the exact extent of time it takes for a local partisan to pick up a telephone and say, I have an 8-digit grid coordinate for you. The target is troops in the open. And if any HIMARS battery ever had a lucrative target, it was this. We don't know how many Russians were killed, but the casualties were in the hundreds. So maybe 200 dead. That would imply, maybe 500 wounded. So we're looking at probably the better part of a battalion knocked out because a general, it's incredible. So not only because this general was late, but I want you to think about, this is the Russian army. So there wasn't a colonel, a major, a captain, or a lieutenant who stood there at parade rest in the broad goddamn daylight, and not one of those men said, we have to break up this formation. We are the most lucrative target in all of Ukraine right now. And not one of those men had the rocks necessary to do the obvious thing for the good of his troops. They couldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. When you're fighting an enemy that is this invincibly stupid, you're going to win the war.
So back to the Bakhmut map, which is the second tweet up in the nest. Prigozhin did withdraw Wagner forces from Bakhmut, which means all of the forces fighting in Bakhmut are regular Russian forces. Is that accurate?
Yeah, they are. There are still some Wagner forces up there, but they are not. They are essentially liaison elements at this point. And interestingly, the two major penetration points right now, up towards Blahodante and also to Krasnohora, these Ukrainian offensives, they penetrated ground formerly held by the Wagner forces. And, and again, the Wagner standard operational procedure was to bus convicts to the front line and send 200 or 300 or 400 of them forward every day. And naturally, Ministry of Defense forces can't fight like that. But also, they don't know the ground. They are not any more motivated than their predecessors. And I'll tell you this, Alan. I don't think Ukraine is going to exert any more effort around Bakhmut than is necessary to pin the Russian forces here. I don't think Ukraine, at least in the short term, that they're going to really press around Bakhmut very hard. But I will say this, if they sense weakness and if they achieve a breakthrough, they will be very quick to exploit it. So everything I'm saying, I don't think they're going to press too hard here. It doesn't mean any Russian can rest. Because should this probe at Krasnohora, should this turn into a lodgment, and should this force decide or discern that there is confusion in front of it, if there's a breakthrough, they will turn this on its head and they will press forward and exploit that breakthrough. And that is what makes Ukraine a dangerous adversary.
It's not like Ukraine has reinforced Bakhmut. It's only that they have carefully rotated troops out of Bakhmut for rest, rotated them back into Bakhmut for battle. So here again is the Ukrainian army not only managing its troops well, maintaining their force, but also caring about their lives.
And that's how, even if you are cynical, that's how you get the most out of your troops. And it starts by giving a damn about their lives. And what we saw in Kremena, we saw an entire chain of command that couldn't be bothered, and that were either lacked so much situational awareness or they simply didn't care. And we talk a lot about the things that Russia cannot do in this war. They cannot concentrate their forces because they'll get hit, and they cannot surprise the Ukrainians because of Ukraine's intelligence advantages in every sphere of intelligence: signals intelligence, electronic intelligence, human intelligence, overhead imagery. In every one of those categories, the check goes to the Ukrainians. But there is no way that a Ukrainian commander is going to assemble 3 or 4 or 500 troops within reach of the enemy and leave them at parade rest for 2 or 3 hours. So why did that happen to Russian troops? And I'm telling you, it's because their officers did not give a damn. And not one of those officers was willing to say, this is preposterous. I'm not standing here with my men out in the open. But nobody would do that. It's fascinating. It's a case study. It's a case study in how to lose a war.
Oh, it really is a case study. So one last comment on the Bakhmut map. It does look like Ukraine could pinch off some pockets of Russian troops here. You have spoken often of an encircling maneuver that would leave Bakhmut in the center of a big circle if Ukrainian forces could go to the east to Popasna, which is off the map to the east, I think down the H-32 highway there. That's probably not going to happen because that would take a pretty large concentration of Ukrainian forces, right?
Yeah, it would. But what's interesting, Ukraine is dictating the pace of the fighting. I almost said the pace of the battle, but it's dictating right now where in Ukraine the fighting occurs. It has the internal lines of communication and supply, which means that Ukraine can more easily concentrate its forces to strike where it wants to. That means, of course, the Russians have to, they have to go outside the circle in order to concentrate their forces. And they, what necessitates concentration of forces? The Russians have to concentrate their forces to meet a Ukrainian point of attack. And of course, the Russians have to concentrate their forces if they are contemplating an offensive action of their own. But what is so fascinating about Bakhmut is the Russians are fixated on it. It's a political decision that has come from their dictator. It is also a safety valve for Ukraine. By pressing on Bakhmut, Ukrainian commanders can be virtually certain that more Russian resources will be sent to Bakhmut. The Kremlin cannot bear to think that Bakhmut could be outmaneuvered or captured. And these same Russian commanders, they were willing to spill metric tons of blood to take Bakhmut. And the Russians cannot conceive that Ukraine is not going to fight street to street in Bakhmut. They've got this cognitive dissonance. The Russians think, well, we did it, so that's what the Ukrainians are going to do, when categorically that isn't going to happen. And if you look at the map of Bakhmut here for a second, you can see there's the center of the city. And immediately to the east of it, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 major roads that converge into Bakhmut. So that, given those lines of communication and supply, that is, of course, that was the tactical goal of the Russian armed forces. And given the position of those lines of communication and supply, you can be certain that that is the strongest point, both in terms of three-dimensional urban battle space and Russia's ability to concentrate forces and reinforce and resupply that particular area. You look to the south of Bakhmut, south of Ivangrad, up Tane, down around Klishvinka, the city stops all of a sudden. If you're going south, the city just kind of stops. And then there are orchards and farmland, and of course the river valley of the Bakhmutka River. When the Ukrainians want, they can press on the southern end of this, and they can push back. And the Russians, instead of giving, as I would do, give it to the Ukrainians. I'd let them get all the way to the M03 high. But you can be sure that the Russians won't. And they are going to pump more men, more material into the Bakhmut area of operations. And by putting those forces there, in terms of economy of force, that's it for the Ukrainians. Instead of expending the ammunition and supplies and their own blood to take those Russian forces out of the equation, you've got Putin delivering them to this irrelevant position where, you know what, they're not fighting around Kamiansky. They're not fighting around Vuhledar. They're not fighting around, Novosilka. They're not where they're supposed to be. And the Ukrainians are fixing them in Bakhmut, a wonderful, amazing place.
David, is there anything that you are looking at in particular on the Bakhmut map?
There isn't at the moment because I've just put a cup of tea on, Alan.
Okay, I understand that. So if there were a race for Popasna, which is to the east of Bakhmut, the Russians would be wise to take off now, right?
Ellen, we've talked about this a couple times. What would scare the hell out of me is if the Russians pulled back out of Bakhmut. That would scare me to death, because then I would realize that they have freed up all of that material, all of that manpower, those vehicles, that artillery, everything else, and they could then use that as a combined arms maneuver element to strike Ukraine somewhere else. That would scare me, because it would show a sort of, Bakhmut is a tactical objective, right? If the Russians pulled back, it would tell me that somebody in the Russian army started to think strategically for once. And that would scare me, because Bakhmut still is relevant. It doesn't matter if the Russians hold it or the Ukrainians hold it. It's an irrelevant place. And, you think of all the forces there must be, the Russians have lost 40,000 men here at least. I'm guessing that there must be 70 or maybe 80,000 Russian troops in the broader area around Bakhmut. Imagine what you could do with that striking power somewhere else on the line. And Russia isn't going to do it. I wouldn't want to be the colonel who came up to the 40-foot Putin briefing table with this out-of-the-box idea, because you'd go out of the balcony with that. But that's what they should have done 8 months ago.
Wow, 70 to 80,000 Russian troops in the wrong place. Let's go west. And this is the fourth tweet up in the nest for everybody who is following along with maps. Let's go to Velika Novosilka, where, and this is west of Vuhledar, but now what's happening in Vuhledar, what's happening south of Velika Novosilka in terms of Ukrainian strategy, Ukrainian tactics, these two places on the line of engagement could well become, well, I don't want to say they're self-supported because they are too far away for that, but the maneuvers in Vuhledar and Velika Novosilka could be combined in some way, possibly, right?
Oh, absolutely. The local Russian commander is, at least he's got his head screwed on, which doesn't mean that he'll be in command very long. If you look at the map there, folks, Velika Novosilka, the north-south road there, is the TO518, and that is the along that axis is likely where Ukraine is going to want to press. It's the Morke Yali River basin there. That is the river that parallels the highway. The highway and, of course, the river are at the lowest spot here. So there is This is in a river valley that is oriented north and south. The Russians have been continuously trying to attack at MriyaReport, which is at the top there. It is south of the city. Of course, Blahodante, and then MriyaReport. The Russians know that if they can take that town, it will cut off the TO-518, and they're hoping that Ukrainian efforts to the south will wither. That hasn't happened. Over the last, within the last 36 hours, Ukrainian counter battery fire destroyed 5 Russian self-propelled guns south there around the city town, Yelnytsky. That's a pretty good morning's work. I have planted. If you look at the, you can see the fire missions. You can see the red ones. Those, of course, indicate Russian fire. But you can see a number of blue ones as well. I don't generally chart Ukrainian fire missions, but these were reported to me as being particularly effective. You can see the string of Ukrainian fire missions going south up the TO-518 highway. They were taking out Russian troop concentrations, and what this string of blue attack points tell me, the TO-518 highway is not only the goal of the Ukrainian forces, but it is the principal line of communication and supply for the Russian effort. So you see a strike on each one of these little villages, but what that's telling me is these were points at which Russian convoys were interdicted. And we do know at Urozane, a major convoy of ammunition was struck. And what is fascinating about that is that tells me the ammunition got almost to the point where the Russians needed it, which is again trying to cut off the Ukrainian advance there at MriyaReport. You look to the west of the TO-518 highway, you see all that white open space. So what we're dealing with here, this is essentially another of those Russian salients, right? And a salient, when your press is reporting it, it's a great thing. But tactically on a battlefield, if you've got anything that is not conforming with the rest of your line, if anything is sticking out, the enemy is going to bite it off. So although Russia is doing its best to stop Ukrainian advances down the TO-518, they're not doing it. And one of the reasons they will not succeed in doing it is that to the west of that highway, Ukraine controls all of that countryside. These strikes that occurred going up the TO-518 beginning this morning, they're made possible because Ukrainian artillery could maneuver to the west. And unlike the Russians, those self-propelled guns, they were targeted because, you've got a self-propelled gun, right? It can move. What you want to do is fire 3 or 4 salvos, and then if you want to stay alive, you need to move. So these Russian guns were just sitting there, and they fired too long from the same place, and they paid the price for it. And there have been no Russian counter battery hits around here. So Ukrainian artillery is shooting and scooting. They continue to maneuver, and Ukraine is continuing to press south. And I expect we're going to see some good, big gains here in tomorrow's map.
So I also see Ukraine taking out Russian electronic warfare equipment, Russian headquarter elements. This obviously degrades Russian command on this axis. And I believe it's also here, Chuck, that Ukraine killed another Russian general a few days ago, right?
Yeah, they killed the chief of staff of the 35th Combined Arms Army. He was a major general. That was a significant hit, and I think I'm also being the victim of a little information warfare. I keep getting conflicting reports as to where the general was killed. I think it was at a place called Plohi, and that is to the west of the battle map we're looking at right now. And that was where the initial report said he was killed. Then another report reported him killed very far to the south. But looking at where the points of contact are and where the fighting is, I think he was probably in Plohi, which would put him at a forward command post where he arguably should have been. But again, look, if you're a major general, you don't necessarily need to hear the cannons booming, right? You're a really important guy. You are a nexus of command, and you don't need to be that close to the front. But in the Russian army, as we've seen, they've lost dozens of flag and general officers in the course of this war because of their micromanagerial top-down command structure. And I encourage them to get as close to the front as possible. Because, again, with the kinds of overhead imagery, the kinds of electronic intelligence, radio direction finding, and basic human intelligence, partisans who are discerning enough to count the antennas on a vehicle when it passes. They know the difference between a regular BMP and a command BMP. They know these things, and they report up the chain of command, and the Ukrainians are outstanding at exploiting these targets of opportunity. And remember, you've got a mobile command center, and you've located it, and whether or not you hit it, will depend on a lot of things. But I tell you, that target will move to the very top of the list if it's reported that you've got a general or two or three in the vicinity. And remember, they hit the command meeting in Izium, and arguably, Grunasov himself was at that meeting and was wounded. So the Ukrainians are terrific at sniping these targets out with HIMARS and Excalibur shells and their other precision strike guided munitions.
So how do you manage in advance down a highway like the TO518 here? It's kind of a lonely highway, not a lot of converging highways running into it, some county roads, which, where I'm from, those are the roads that are breaking apart. They haven't been repaved in 20 years, and they all have a crown in the middle of them. But how do you cannot just send an armored column down the TO518. How do you do it?
Well, I think the key to the battle of the TO518 is going to come from the west. That little town, Novodarivinka, that's the key. And I think the Ukrainians will put together a flanking maneuver here from the west. And I'm not giving anything away. Anybody who looks at that map, any competent military commander, and I suspect this local Russian commander, he was at least smart enough to try to get to Makrovinka. But you see, what he's got to do is, of course he could sit there and go, okay, well, I'm gonna put a lot of support to the west of the TO518. That's easy to say, but he will that river that goes with it. If you've got a force, you have a force, and it is bisected by a river, then those two forces, or that one force, it's no longer integral. It's no longer, it becomes two forces. And the Ukrainians are pressing south of the TO509, which is the east-west highway that heads over to Vuhledar. The Ukrainians are making advances to the south there. And there is another road, it's an O-series road, truly like a really little county road, the 0532. And should there be a breakthrough, that's Novo Majiorsky, if they break through there, or south of Novodonetsky, and the Ukrainians are pressing both these locations, that will uncover the eastern section of this Russian effort. So, this map is looking a lot better for Ukraine than it is for Russia. And and again, Ukraine is dictating the tempo of not just this fight, but we're going to go a little farther west here in a little bit. So they are making demands on the Russian forces. And when I say dictating the pace of battle, they're also dictating the location of battle. And that means that the Russian forces are reacting, right? They are not on the offense, and they are not dictating terms of battle to the Ukrainians. The Russians are wholly reactive at this point. We talked about, the Ukraine is literally running these Russian forces from pillar to post. And by pressing here at Vielka Novoslika, they can press here, makes the Russians have to push their forces over there. They can push at Vuhledar, same thing. The Russians have got to converge over there. Then we go all the way over to Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians can push there. And the Russians have got to divert forces and move people over there. And then we go over onto the M18 highway, south of Zaporizhzhia. The Ukrainians can push there. And you can see, I just described a thing of two or 300 miles. And the Russians have got to push these forces back. The initiative and all of the initiative is on the Ukrainians, and all of the reactive playing catch up is on the Russians.
So I think the Russians did attempt a counterattack here, back up the TO518 towards Urazane yesterday or the day before. It obviously didn't get very far. What do you know about that Russian maneuver?
There have been 3 or 4 attacks there on that northern portion. They've tried attacking at Urazane. They tried to attack at Makarovivka. They tried to attack at Blahodante. And, I've been giving some props to the local Russian commander. But, look, the pumpkin pie goes to the Ukrainian commander. They have defeated every one of those Russian attacks. And, we talk about the salient, and we talk about lines of communication and supply. The Russians want to fight at the northern part of that salient. They're compelled to do that because they want to block. They want to hit the Ukrainian forces there and prevent them from going south. And at one point, the Ukrainians were fighting at Stromyhovinka. That's farther down the road there. The interesting thing is, look, when the Russians want to fight to the north, they've got to use that same road that's on the bottom of that river valley. And we saw from the series of strikes this morning that Ukrainian artillery commands all of the Russian lines of communication and supply. So it's not surprising that their attacks on the northern part of the salient are failing, because those troops at the point of attack, the Russian troops who are trying to carry the offensive operations, their reinforcements are under fire, their resupply is under fire, their medevacs are under fire. So naturally, those attacks are going to be weakened. But as they get ground down, there isn't a single Russian soldier who doesn't know that to the west, the Ukrainians have got, there's a wide open flank. And I really expect here in the next couple of days that the Ukrainians are going to push from the west. They're going to push all the way to the TO-518, and I expect the Russians to fall back.
One thing I couldn't figure out yesterday, after Ukraine occupied Rivnopil, and this is to the far east of the map here, Russia reoccupied it. I mean, what is the point of that? It is hanging way out there on the eastern edge or the western edge of this map. That's the left edge, the western edge. I just did not understand what in the world the Russians were thinking of.
No, it's insane, and Rivnopil is just it's a couple of barns, and there is one road in and out, and it's nuts. And furthermore, putting people there, they do nothing. You've expended all these resources to put these guys here, where they are literally surrounded. They are for all intensive and purposes surrounded. And furthermore, the force there, which is probably a platoon, maybe a company, their own arms and organic firepower does nothing. It doesn't impede Ukrainian maneuvers around there. They're not stopping Ukrainian artillery from moving where it needs to at will. And it just makes no sense at all. And you can't, I gave up trying to think why these guys do anything. It's crazy.
I've given up too. That's why I ask you. And that's why I'm going to take Bradford's hand here. Bradford, go ahead, please.
So this is a long shot, but we're coming up on a new moon, May 18th, a couple days. Wondering if Ukraine would use this as an opportunity to, significantly reposition forces, maybe reposition some of the air defense. It seems like Ukraine has prioritized air defense over the cities. They may, have the opportunity to move toward the front, to be able to stave off like the helicopters and stuff. Just curious your thoughts on this.
Wow, yeah. We just had a really big missile attack. The Shahed drones have become pretty much, almost irrelevant. But and they're fired at civilian targets. All of that is bad. I'm trying to look at what let's see here. They fired 20 Shaheeds and and 20 were shot down. The problem with the Shaheeds are that because they are fired at civilian targets, when they do get through, they kill civilians. And so by attacking those civilian targets with what's essentially an almost becoming an irrelevant weapon, but Ukraine has to expend air defense resources protecting its civilians. So Putin has essentially taken, literally, this isn't rhetoric. He's taken Ukrainian cities and civilians hostage, because every one of those missiles, all the air defense assets, the automatic cannon shells, everything that is necessary as point defense to protect those civilians, it would better serve the war effort, of course, if it was moved closer to the front. And I don't mean contiguous to the front, but just, you know, to provide closer cover for Ukrainian forces. Another thing that's interesting about the Shahed drone is, you know, they have probably almost no use on a battlefield per se, because they can only fly to a GPS point. You know, like an apartment building, something that isn't going to move. They can only attack a fixed position, and the Ukrainians are tactically, they are so adept that there isn't really any fixed Ukrainian military positions, right? They keep everything moving. So Putin is going to run out of, you know, options here eventually, because you can keep firing these things at the city, but as Ukraine builds up its well, I'm getting discombobulated here. Again, I'm trying to make sense of what the Russians are doing, which is I don't know how to make sense of it. But the air defense situations, this is Putin's way of keeping the air defense, Ukrainian air defense, busy protecting civilians when it could be, in fact, supporting the offensive operations right now. And you know, that's sick, but that's the way that's going.
Chuck, I want to welcome Yehuda. Yehuda, go ahead, please. If Yehuda can hear us, and if he's not speaking into a muted mic, we will let Yehuda figure out his audio issues if he has them. Meanwhile, go to Nick for a question, and then I want to see if David's cup of tea is finished and how did it taste. Nick, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Hey, quick. I do have a question for Chuck, but really quickly, I just wanted to address the question about the new moon. So the way it works is that as you near in the nights leading up to the new moon, the moon rises. It's a slender crescent, and it rises a bit later every night until it doesn't rise at all, and then it starts rising, and then it starts setting in the evening sky as a slender crescent that gradually grows, of course, up to the full moon. So there's a lot of dark nights. It's not if the goal is to move reposition units at night, it doesn't have to be on the date of the new moon. It can be it can happen all around in the nearly 2 weeks leading up to and then following the new moon. But my question for Chuck, you said, sir, if I understood it correctly, that the Russians have resupply, reinforcement, and medevac issues under, those are all under fire. And I am assuming that the medevac under fire is incidental because the roadways are under fire, and the Ukrainians can't necessarily distinguish a medevac truck from a supply truck. I would dearly appreciate a bit of clarification on that. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. It's you know, the other thing is the Russians don't expend much effort on medical evacuation, and the highway is taken under fire. You know, Ukraine does not have unlimited artillery resources. So again, this is a completely cold calculation, but I think it'll answer your question. Ukraine does not want to shoot at vehicles heading south down that highway, right? Those are not priority targets. What you want to hit are Russian vehicles heading north up the highway, because they're going to contain reinforcements, resupply, fuel, ammunition, etc. Things going south, no. So I did say medevac, but all we're really talking about is interdicting Russia's lines of communication and supply. And of course, communication is those vehicles making the round trip. And Ukraine, frankly, it doesn't have the shells to waste. Shelling Russian ambulances. That being said, we have countless examples of Russia doing exactly that, deliberately targeting ambulances that are marked. You know what? I'd almost give Russia a pass if they're shelling a military ambulance. Still a war crime, but on the scale of Russian war crimes, look, shooting a guided anti-tank missile into a busload of kids, they do that almost, not every day, but certainly every week. But Ukraine is not hitting, evacuating Russians.
Thank you. I'm really grateful for the clarification. I happily drop down to listener now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I want to bounce from David to Yehuda, Yehuda to David. Whoever has their mic open, please go ahead.
I will.
Yehuda's in the garden picking tomatoes right now. So I do know Yehuda's got I would just say an air traffic control problem at his house.
Yeah, I think he does. But let's take ATV's hand here. And then, David, really interested in your take on the map we're on right now.
Well, I'd best look at it then, hadn't I?
Yes, it's the fourth tweet up in the nest, I believe. ATV, go ahead.
Thank you very much. If it's okay to go back east to Bakhmut,
sure.
Hypothetically, Ukrainians take Krasnohora, Bakhmut's massively compromised. You've said many times that Bakhmut is the road to Bakhmut, and that may have been true going west, especially with Chasiv Yar. It was touched on a little bit earlier, but maybe if you could expound. Clearly, a massive political defeat, a massive morale hit. You can comment on those if you think they're relevant, but I was curious about the military impact, if it's significant or not. If Ukrainians would be able to take over Bakhmut or simply bypass it. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I'm looking at the map and I just zoomed it way out here. Bakhmut is still the key to Bakhmut. Let's say the magic wand gets waved and tomorrow Ukraine is in possession of, the line is reconformed and Ukraine controls the TO-513 north and south, transecting Bakhmut. Tactically, it isn't going to be a huge advantage for Ukraine. But you hit it right on the head. It would be a major PR hit for Russia. It would be seen as a political defeat for Putin. It just wouldn't look good, and the Western press would jump all over it. But between you and me and the MriyaReport listeners, folks, Bakhmut is as irrelevant as it can possibly be. But so looking at the map there, and you see that sort of nose that hangs out to the north of Bakhmut. West of Krasnohora, down by Orthivka, Vasilivka, and down towards Yahidny. That proboscis hanging out over Bakhmut. That is a perfect example of a salient. And that piece of terrain is begging Ukraine to bite it off. And that may happen. But again, to me, Bakhmut at this point Its number one utility to Ukraine militarily is that Ukraine is dictating the terms of battle to Russia. Russia does not want to lose Bakhmut, and I see it as this safety valve. If Russian defensive tactics get too hard anywhere else, or it looks like heaven forbid that Ukrainian advances are going to be pushed back, all you have to do is pressurize that area north of Bakhmut, and you can be certain that Russia is going to move heaven and earth to hold on to Bakhmut. And again, whenever in a battlefield, you can entice, compel, persuade the enemy to do anything, to move forward, to retreat, to resupply. When you can compel him to do something and you know he's going to do it, you are obligated to be in a place to do something about it. And Bakhmut is that place, right? It is the button. It is the place to put the needle. It's the place that Russia is going to reliably react to that. And moving back down to where the line of contact goes east-west, I expect to see this. I expect to see Ukraine, they will press around Vuhledar for a while, then they will press farther west, then they will press farther east. And to me, the entire goal there is to force Russia to react. And again, to run them from pillar to post. First, they're going to have to reinforce Vuhledar. Then they're going to have to reinforce Novosibirsk. They're going to have to go back and forth and back and forth. And there is a penalty to be paid for every time you move these forces, right? Sometimes these guys got to walk there. But even if they got to ride in trucks, you're paying the fuel penalty, right? You're paying the freight. Plus, nowhere in war you just get a free pass to move anywhere. Your flanks have to be secured. You've got to stockpile supplies on the way. That's what a line of communication and supply is. You've got to expend this energy to move these troops. And then there's the question of command bandwidth, which we know is limited. Look, you don't have a lot of rocket scientists up here in the Russian general staff. So by moving the needle back and forth here, they're wearing down the Russians. And we know that they're a brittle force. The big breakthrough hasn't happened yet. There's been a couple of very interesting developments, and when we go farther west tonight, we'll talk about them. But right now, Ukraine is rope-a-dope in the Russians. And, I don't see Ukraine being in a very big hurry to throw what I consider the first big punch. They haven't thrown it yet, but there's a lot of ducking and weaving, and it is showing its own results.
I want to go to Daryl. Welcome back. It's been a long time. Daryl, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Alan, Chuck, everyone.
Hello there, Daryl.
Hey, Daryl, you put a lump in my throat the other night with your poetry.
Just something that it came up. The water does that to me.
That was great, brother. That was great.
Hey, I've got two questions. One, you already kind of know where I'm going with it, and that's the field situation there in Bakhmut, and then the other, it has to do with the mines. How close are they to those mines?
Wow, there's a penetration. I don't think the Ukrainians are in Blahodante, but they have definitely pressed. And let's split the difference and say they're half as far as I think they are. Boy, they're within 2.5 kilometers of Soledar. And what's interesting about Soledar is there's no question in my mind that the Russians have pumped in lots of ammunition storage. They're certainly using it as covered command centers, almost certainly as field hospitals. They move this stuff all underground, and that's great, and that actually makes sense. It's it's hard. HIMARS can't get there. But what is interesting is when the Ukrainians get to Soledar, all the stuff the Russians have put underground, they're not going to be able to get it up. So everything that's underground will get captured. And Soledar, again, I talked about putting the needle in. And if you've ever argued with my ex-wife, the divorce attorney, she knows where to put the needle in. The needle is Soledar. And again, Russia will do anything to hold on to that place.
Okay, and now the second question, the field sanitation situation. They are advancing through Bakhmut and the areas surrounding there. What do you think? Do you see any? It's getting hot, first of all, and we know what has happened in Bakhmut over the last 6 months. Um, and I'm pretty sure it's going to take a great care for the Ukrainian soldiers as they're moving about that area because of the stench, the bodies, and everything else that has gone on there. What would you suggest? What do you think is going to be the Ukrainians' best option for this situation?
Wow. Well,
That
the
they're
worst thing,
in those areas now.
yeah, the worst thing that's going on are it's the Russians that are living in it, and I would expect, that there are communicable diseases that the Russians essentially are the ones that have to deal with because their dead are all around them. So we're looking at the diseases that have traditionally wiped out armies, right? Typhus, diphtheria, cholera, uh, diarrhea. These are the kind of things that are going to diminish Russian combat capability, and that's already happening. Every Russian unit deployed around Bakhmut, I don't think a single one of them is even at 1/2 of their booked strength. So you've got a company, right? That could be the 3 or 4 platoons of 90 guys each at full strength. Some of these companies are at 30. One platoon. Yeah. So right now, Daryl, what I think is the public health hazard is falling mostly on the Russian side.
Okay, and I guess one far-reaching question: air mobile assets. Do you think it's time that we that be visited? Getting the Ukrainians they're pushing further back. There may be more safe airspace for them, possibly to move things a lot quicker, resupplies, etc.
Boy, I don't know. I think in terms of risk to reward, if I were Ukrainian commander and there was an extremely important time critical target, I might consider an air mobile, insertion options for it. But boy, I just wouldn't want to risk those assets. And air mobile, folks, means heliborne. Airborne is when you jump out of an airplane, and air mobile is when you helicopter in. Which isn't to say that Ukrainian helicopters aren't in the fight, because they are. They're carrying out aviation strike missions. They are, they're lobbing rockets at the Russians. We talked about medevac, touched on that earlier. It is the Ukrainians that are taking care of their soldiers, and they are medevacing out their most critical casualties, as soon as they can. We all know about the golden hour. If you get hit with a bullet, if you can get some second level medical care, within an hour, your chances of survival have quintupled. And it is the Ukrainians that take care of their guys. You know, Daryl, and the Russians have to worry about air mobile Ukrainian operations because their pilots are good enough and their special operation forces are good enough. And, this is just me and my own bias. I'd want to be really careful if I were a Ukrainian commander. I just wouldn't want to commit those assets unless I really, really needed to, or the reward was high enough.
All right, thanks, Chuck. I've sucked up enough air here.
No,
All right,
brother, I'm so glad to hear your voice, man. I'm so glad to hear you, buddy.
It's great to have you, Daryl. I'm getting the messages again. I told them you're not single. Okay, just so you know, I got you.
Daryl's the Barry White of the Maria Report.
all right, guys. Let's go ahead. Let's get the other hands here.
Well, Chuck, I was going to jump in and say someone asked a question. I'll throw it all at you guys, Daryl, Alan, and Chuck. One thing I see missing from the counteroffensive: crazy, coordinated mass fires. There's some, but there's not what you'd expect. So I have a theory. I'm thinking, let's assume there are 3 defensive layers or 3 rows of defensive battle positions the Russians have. The first 2 are kind of crappy. The third is the best they've got. And it seems to me that where the Ukrainians are going is they are not wasting their artillery on these trench clearing operations that you see them doing, and they're moving and they're advancing to these first lines, the second lines, they're falling apart, they're pushing through. In some cases it's a lot of casualties, but they're making it. And then I suspect you might see tactical pause, and that's when different gun lines, batteries are going to be brought up, and then you're going to see those crazy mass fires on those concrete fortified third level defensive positions. And that's when I think you're going to see that big meat and potatoes of this counteroffensive that we're all looking for. So it seems like the Ukrainians are taking it on the chin, getting in real close, not wasting artillery on positions that can be seized without it. And then once they get within a good under tactical bound of that third defensive line in 3 or 4 areas, you're going to see them push through, and that's when I think the real penetration will occur, and then the subsequent exploitation. What do you think of that? I'm only basing my theory on what we know the Ukrainians are doing, where they are, and what weapons or what platforms they've deployed. They have used artillery for sure, but not firing for effect for 3-4 minutes on a heavily fortified Russian position and then attacking. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I saw a little hint of that here south of Velika Novosilka, the TO 518 highway. Within the last 36 hours, counter battery fire took out 5 Russian self-propelled guns, but then they went north and south down the TO 518, and they smoked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 concentrations of Russian forces. Also, a couple of headquarters elements, and it was all along the TO 518 highway. And this was just about the first time in months that, I'm a little biased there because I don't always get the data, but this seemed to be the first real big application of Ukrainian artillery, associated with some maneuver warfare. But, I agree with you. And we've always talked about, Ukrainian battery commanders, they can't just turn it loose. And you're right, they don't get to fire for effect. And I would have to agree with you. Absolutely, Yehuda. I think they're saving it up for, for the big show. And I don't think the big show's started yet.
No, me neither. Yeah, me neither. I think they've managed to advance positions where they feel more comfortable. That's when they're going to make that decision. Where are we going? Right? What's
what can we see? What have we softened up? What are our best chances to penetrate, conduct a break-in, and then exploit? Because it's you know, and I think also there's the psychological plane when the Russians see that the Ukrainians are willing to take it on the chin and take casualties, but keep going. That's got to be very demoralizing for that third row, that third line of defense on the Russian side, thinking, "Geez, um, they haven't even thrown their all at us yet. They've made it to here, and they've got to be wondering when that artillery is going to come to either suppress, neutralize, fix, destroy them in their positions." And so I think that'll be the next big thing we're looking at, is when those mass Ukrainian fires come raining down a holy hell, Chuck, on those Russians. And I think that's when we're going to see some momentum increase. Over to you.
Yeah, I've managed to pull up I've got a rough plot of the sort of major. I didn't even want to glorify some of these, but they're fixed defensive positions, and there are essentially three lines. Although the first line, it's rather sort of scattered. I would call it more of a series of kind of linear redoubts, especially in the west, and that peters out pretty much when you get east of Plohi. But where the line of contact is right now, it's still in most places about 10 kilometers to the first heavy Russian prepared defensive lines. 10 kilometers is only 6 miles, and that's well within the range of anything that would call itself an artillery system. But I agree with you, Yehuda. It's, we haven't seen, 20 guns, 20 salvos, spotter will adjust. I mean, that hasn't happened yet.
And you know why it's important, Chuck? Even though it's only 5, whatever he said, 6 miles, whatever. They want to keep their guns as far away as possible for counter battery reasons, right? That's what I'm thinking. So they want to bring them up only where they have complete control or confidence that they won't get hit. They could get hit, obviously, but I'm saying that's why I think they're relying on Ukrainian forces to push up as close to that last defensive position, and that's when I think we're going to see these mass fires.
I think the fact that Ukraine is pressing in some places, letting go, pressing in others. I think there's really something to the fact that you keep forcing the Russians to, change their own point of focus around the battle line. And I know you and I have talked about this before. You can have the greatest defensive positions in the world. They can be perfectly laid, perfectly disposed, interlocking fields of fire, everything perfect the way Robert E. Lee would have designed it. But if your guys are too tired, too disaffected, too ill supplied, tired of the fight, they're not going to fight. And I think that, this battle can be really inflected by Ukraine before they even get to these lines. You can just jerk the Russians around north of this line, forcing them to come out and engage you. And, there's still a lot of time. Look, there's a lot of summer left. I would just keep pressing them and, and make them come to you. They're paying the freight, just like they did in Bakhmut. Make them come to you, burn their fuel, burn their boot leather. There's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to come to them at all, right? Because they're in those defensive positions. I don't think counter moves are in store for them. If they did, that'd be great. Be the dumbest thing they could do. But what's really good about it is that they're saving the best for last, you could say, right? So let's just say the Russians are moving reserves around. They're confused. They see the Ukrainians pushing in 3, maybe 4 distinct salients, right? And they're pushing. It might be 2 of the 4, or 1 of the 4, or 1 of the 3. that they make that final push through. The good thing is the Russians don't know either, and just from Russian telegram, you hear the panic, right? Like, and here's another thing on the psychological plane, which is a huge portion of this battle. You're seeing the Russians have been fed a diet of propaganda for over a year, longer obviously, but especially since this invasion in 22. They've been told Ukrainians suck, they can't fight, we've captured so many, they're weak, and that going into that fight for the Russian who's thinking this is a cakewalk, we're Russia, we're huge. Seeing that you're occupying in Bakhmut, fields with tens of thousands of dead bodies, ostensibly, or you're in Zaporizhia, in Tokmak, or south of that Novo something or other place. You're seeing your first and second lines of defense all done, people withdrawing, others, other units shooting people who withdraw, just like Russia loves to do. It's a great morale boost. And you got to be wondering to yourself, holy cow, what's going on here? I thought the Ukrainians sucked. They just sliced through in 2-3 days these two defensive lines, and now they're coming at us, and these Russians ahead of us are either dead or retreating. It's gonna, as you said, it's gonna hit them hard before they even meet the first Ukrainian, I suspect. Over.
Yeah, what's interesting here at Vilia Novoslika, that town, and we're talking about the TO-518 battles right now. That town is 20 kilometers north of the Russian defensive lines in that area. So, and again, Ukraine gets to pick the places it attacks. It seems interesting to me that they hit this town, and arguably that's the town that is farthest. If you look at all the Russian defenses, Velika Novoslika is the farthest north. So I think they might even have lured the Russians out. The Russians have sortied to come to these guys. And why the Russians would do that, I don't know. Why they do anything, who would know?
Thanks, Yehuda. Thanks, Chuck. I want to cycle back to Daryl, then to Guido, then to Lexicon. Daryl.
Yeah, concerning what you were saying, Yehuda, I'm just wondering if the Ukrainians are looking at the battlefield situation and determining the right mix in some cases of the equipment that they have, and seeing how it's being, seeing how its use, what issues they may be having in some areas, and if they may be looking at shifting certain equipment around because the battlefield is not right for certain things. In that they're probing everywhere, and they're making advances. They are using the Bradleys. We know that other tanks are in use as well, but there's also issues out there in the field, the minefields, etc. And I am just wondering if it may be another thing that they may be doing is developing their mix, getting their mixes right, so that when they do, in fact, make the head charge with the heavy, go heavy, that they have what they really want in the right place. We know that they calculate everything, and I'm just wondering if that's in this calculation and in this offensive right now, what they're doing.
Was that for me only, or sorry, I lost a bit of the audio. You were talking about the minefields?
You, Chuck, anybody else?
But were you talking about the minefields, the obstacle belts?
No, I'm saying the mix of the equipment that they have. That part of the reason why we haven't seen some of the other stuff is because they are trying to develop a mix, the right mix for the battlefields that they are encountering, and that they may be moving equipment around to be in the right place for the when they do decide to hit hard. And I'm just, they calculate everything, like I said, and I'm just wondering if that's part of why we don't see some of the heavy hitting going on already.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that they're obviously going to course correct when they need different things in different places. Generally, like their combined arms, formations are doing what they need to do. They come with the tanks and the IFVs and the dozers, a tank with a shovel on it, a blade on it. And I think what they're doing is they're softening up those first and second lines, getting real close to that third, moving up assets, air defense, artillery, and then at that point is when they'll probably make the decision which is the most beneficial avenue of approach for us. And then at that point, I'm sure they'll organize in the rear those follow-on forces with the equipment that they need, and then try to maintain like make sure their sustainment plan works well in that area. Another really important thing that Ukrainians are probably thinking about are routes, right? So an operation like this is super difficult to write, to plan. I would say that the control measures, phase lines, report lines, these are really, really super important for the Ukrainians because they're advancing in different areas in a certain direction. There will be worries about, friendly fire arcs. So they have to make sure that wherever they do intend on going through, they have to pull up that plan. Okay, so if this brigade and this brigade are doing this other flanking, brigade's got to stop at a certain, phase line because they can't get ahead of the other guys or they get shot or could get in the line of fire. But I think that one of the big factors is the Ukrainians are probably using ISTAR as part of this process to determine what the routes are once they're through. So there are obviously obstacles everywhere, belts, meaning landmines, anti-armor mines. And I suspect the Ukrainians are following what the Russians are doing. So they're observing how they get to their positions because those would be the safe areas in which to go. So in other words, they don't need to rely as heavily on their engineers to clear a route if they know the Russians occupied that position through that route, and it's probably marked. The Russians aren't very, sophisticated, so I suspect that the Ukrainians are doing all of that, what you said, and then when they do choose a particular area in which to break in, there'll be the equipment there. But I mean, I'm pretty sure their assault brigades are pretty, fairly evenly equipped with probably more armor than not. So like 2 versus 1 squadron and 2 mech companies. I suspect it's probably a little heavy on the armor for those break-in units, and then the other units that would follow on probably greater in IFVs with a squadron of tanks. So I mean, the breakdown would probably look like that. A little more armor heavy for the units that are connecting the break-in, because you want to be in a tank preferably, and then followed up by a battle group or battle groups that are more infantry, mechanized infantry based. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. I have seen today that Germany is delivering more mine clearing tanks, 8 bridge laying tanks, beavers, 11 mobile and protected mine clearing systems. I don't know exactly what these are. 15 armored recovery vehicles, 4 armored engineer vehicles, and additional armored recovery vehicles. I assume these are all things on the list of what Ukraine needs now that might have been on the table at Ramstein earlier today, and Germany is stepping up. So what, David, go ahead.
I was trying to get to the mic, and I was going to say is that this stuff really should have been here about 3 months ago. Really, I was just going to add that and go, yeah, it's great, it's arriving, but really should have been here about 3 months ago, shouldn't it? That armored stuff I'm talking about.
Yes, these heavy armored tanks for demining, the heavy armored engineering vehicles, etc. But they could already be there, David. just because that's one of the great things about supply to Ukraine. So often, when equipment is mentioned, it's already in the theater.
Is that part of it? Is that how the Germans are doing it? Is it they? I thought they were announcing what they plan to send as opposed to just announcing stuff. If you see what I'm trying to say, just a question.
Yes, I do. Well, the Germans, being Germans, don't do it like the Finns, do they? Let's go to Guido and then to Jameson. Guido, please.
Well, thank you very much, Alan and Chuck, for this amazing show. As always, my question is about basically the quality of the Russian troops that they are using in this theater of operations in Zaporizhia. I'm going to put an example. I've heard that the Russians have in this Zaporizhia theater of operations some VDV units. I understand these are airborne troopers whose tasks and the objectives for which they have been trained for are just jump behind enemy lines and then hold out like they tried to do at the Kiev airfield. Of course, that thing went very awry, but anyway. So what I understand is that these VDV troops, I don't know if they are considered elite or special troops or whatever, but I understand they have suffered significant casualties and they have been what's the word, reprovisioned or reinforced with all kinds of troops, like including untrained conscripts. So once you get a unit that could be considered maybe special forces, I don't know, that kind of take pride in doing their objectives, and you take one of these units and you just task them with defense trench warfare. I mean, how does that work? And does it change the morale? The fact that most of the unit is now comprised of conscripts. What does it do to that unit? And how effective is that unit going to be in defense? And how relevant do you think this is? Well, thank you, Chuck.
That's a good points, and there's you get a special forces unit or a paratroop unit or any of these more elite units, in air quotes, and there's a big temptation on the part of commanders to use them in roles that they really weren't prepared for. Perhaps VDV is the perfect example of that. You've got troops that are trained to be delivered, jump out of helicopters, jump out of aircraft by parachute, land, regroup, and provide a deep strike capability for the conventional forces. There's a real temptation on the side of the Russians to use their special forces and often even Spetsnaz units themselves, but to use them not as deep penetration forces, not to reconnoiter Ukrainian positions, but they use them as shock troops. Here's a left field example. I always used to hear that there were I don't know, there were that SEALs are guarding some deep underground facility in the Utah desert. Well, that's not what we do. We're not a guard force. We're used for strategic reconnaissance. We're used for special reconnaissance, deep strikes, maritime sabotage, all the other things we're trained for. I like to think, yeah, we can really fight well if we're cornered. But that's not our job. If you want to defend something, to me, you want a regular straight leg U.S. Army unit. those are the guys that are your ground warfare specialists, right? They've got more assets, they've got more organic firepower than we could ever have. But it's interesting, it was the VDV that was supposed to capture Kyiv in the first 72 hours of this invasion. And not only did they not do that, but they got their butts handed to them. And they wound up skedaddling back into Belarus, trailing every piece of gear they were ever issued. Rifles, armored vehicles, the BMPs, you name it, air defense systems. They got their butt handed to them. And in my opinion, they've been almost sort of trying to rehabilitate their reputation ever since. And especially around Bakhmut. The northern sections of Bakhmut, were held by Wagner. Go ahead, just ask Prigozhin, he'll tell you. But south of Bakhmut, the backbone of the Russian force posture there was VDV. There's a couple of very capable conventional units there as well. Again, of course, these are Ministry of Defense troops, but there are some guards, mechanized rifle units as well. But I can't say that the VDV was acquitting itself very well to the south of Bakhmut. And notably, there used to be, we talked about the nose hanging out north of Bakhmut. Well, there used to be a big chin hanging out south of Bakhmut, but that has been pushed steadily back by the Ukrainians. And if I were a Russian paratrooper, I would know the name of the town Ivanensky, because they have been attacking it almost daily for the last 10 months, folks. And they have crossed the H-32 highway on one or two occasions, but they have never captured Ivanensky. And they pay for it every day. So, Guido, I know. Russia is impressing me less and less. And one other thing I would say, their troops are getting tired, and they're performing like they're tired. And you can't get soldiers to go to victories if all you feed them is a diet of defeat. Because eventually, and it doesn't take very long, for the rank and file soldiers to realize that their officers are not using them well. And then you get this schism, this wedge driven between command and soldiers. And when that happens, that force is never going to perform. And when Ukraine unleashes the real punches in this offensive, and we haven't seen one yet, and there are going to be multiple major blows that they're going to fight. Nothing, the counteroffensive moves that the Russians are going to have to provide if they want to hold on to Ukraine, that's going to call for the absolute utmost performance from their soldiers. And I don't think the rank and file Russian soldiers are going to give it to their commanders. And I think the more this war goes on, the less able they are going to be able. They're not going to be able to answer the bell. They're just not going to be able to do it.
Thanks, Guido. Chuck, I think we should take another step west in the maps here. And this is the fourth tweet up in the nest. It's the Zaporizhia axis. Folks, when you open this map, you will see that Tokmak is almost in the sights of Ukraine. So here we are seeing some pretty concerted Ukrainian advances south of Orikhiv, Chuck.
Yeah, and Alan, you and I were talking before the show, or texting each other back. When I was putting this map together, and I'm working to get all these little tiny place names and translate them into Roman characters. And then I'm plotting the farthest south penetration of the Ukrainian forces on the TO408 highway. If you zoom in there, folks. And I wish you could have seen my face when I pulled back and I saw Tokmak Air Base. And I pulled back a little more and I said, holy smokes. Actually, I didn't say smoke. It was, they're getting close to Tokmak. And there, south of Orkiv, there is a defensive line where the Ukrainians have penetrated to. Right now, I'm putting them just slightly north of Novoparkovika. There is a Russian defensive position going east and west, and it's right about there. And it is astride the TO508 highway. But unfortunately for the Russian engineers, this defensive position, it sort of favors the east. So Ukrainian force attacking down the TO508, if it saddles over to the right, it has the possibility of completely bypassing this Russian defensive position. And remember, you can dig a perfect defensive position, right? With interlocking fields of fire and, covered approaches and everything else. But you can't compel the enemy to fight you there, right? So I dig this bunker complex in my backyard, and I am ready to take on the zombie apocalypse. Groovy, Chuck. What happens if the zombies ring my front doorbell, right? Hey, well, come out in the backyard so I can fight you. That's the problem with defensive positions. From the Maginot Line to the walls around the city of Troy, right? You can't compel the enemy to fight the way you want them. And you can't compel the enemy to fight where you want them. So this development has happened, I think, in the last 24 to 36 hours. And, you see these points of contact here south of the H08 highway. And you can see that the places that Ukraine has made advances and positioned these lodgements, they are mutually supporting. So I really expect that Ukraine's going to hang on to the gains they've made here. And if you pull out of this map a little bit, take it back out, you can see Novoselika. They're putting, they've also got contact here. And east of there is Vuhledar. So you think of these piano keys being hit on this keyboard. It's the Russians that have to react to every one of these probes. And it doesn't show up so much on this big east-west map, but Ukraine is and always will be in this war. They have interior lines of communication and supply. So Ukraine gets to pick the place of battle. And it is Russia that has to hustle around on the outside of the circle. And like I say, you're making Russia pay the freight, right? They have to get to the battle. And just like we saw at Kremenna here, wherever Russia concentrates its forces, as they did on the TO518, they got to pay the price, right? Because if Ukraine can get an 8-digit grid coordinate on concentrated Russian forces, they're going to smoke them. And these guys aren't even going to make it up to the front lines. So this was a really important development. Frankly, I think that this Zaporizhzhia access map, I think this is probably the most significant Russian, this is the most significant Ukrainian achievement thus far, this activity south of Orkiv.
Thanks, Chuck. I just want to take a moment to ask folks to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We've been here every single day of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. This is 477 days now. And we will be here throughout the war and throughout rebuilding Ukraine after their victory. I also want to ask you to go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button and send a generous contribution tonight, because right now, Kherson, as everyone knows, which was downstream from the Nova Kakhovka Dam, Kherson is in desperate need. 1 million Ukrainians are without drinking water. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of homes have been inundated or washed away. And while the Ukrainians are delivering humanitarian aid on the right bank of the Dnipro, the Russians are basically refusing to deliver aid on the left bank of the Dnipro. Nevertheless, daring Ukrainians have found ways to get water and food to isolated Ukrainians in Russian occupied territory. And maybe, just maybe, Chuck, we'll move on to take a look at whether or not Ukraine can cross the Dnipro, where and when. Yehuda, go ahead.
Before you go on, Al, can I ask you a question? What are the other things that the money that gets donated to MriyaReport go to? Not just, it's not, not that it's not enough to help the Children's Hospital Kherson get a generator, but what are the other things that when people donate, their stuff goes to? I think they need to know. And you know what? I got to be honest. I think we as a group at MriyaReport, we suck at highlighting all the good things that happen when people donate. I think we don't do it enough, and I think we're going to have to show more, because we found that giving is contagious, more contagious than a virus even. People like to see the good deeds manifested on the ground. Do you want to tell the audience just some of the other things? Like, I think, for example, another $2,000 was sent today to Chef Zhenya for food, so he can feed frontline soldiers and poor people, people without food. And then, just so you know, I don't think you're on, Alan, Ferlane from the 3018 Brigade has access now to the $20,000 that they raised. And she's using a MriyaReport credit card, because she needs a credit card to use for some of the purchases. The rest is cash. And not only that, MriyaReport authorized from the unrestricted funds that you, the listener, gives another 5,000 on top of it, which they weren't even expecting, because they said they needed antennas, particular antennas. I don't know if they're for the drones or they're for vehicles. They could be for both, and that money is going to her as well. So that's new. So basically, you could go check in the nest. There's a tweet from Ferlane. I'm not sure if it's still there, which highlights the first $11,000 or $12,000 that were sent. Can we clean up that nest, please? There's about a bazillion tweets in there, and let's get the donate tweet as the premier one. But yeah, there was a tweet. Oh, there it is, by Axel. It's the fourth or fifth one in, and it's Ferlane. The request I mentioned below is quoted, and all this stuff was given to the 3018 Brigade, and that's actually the MriyaReport donation. So she just wanted to let you know. Thanks so much, and over to you. Yeah, like, what other things?
Well, yes, you're right, Yehuda. We do not blow our own horn often enough here. We've delivered tourniquets, individual first aid kits, all kinds of humanitarian aid, batteries for drones, spare parts for drones, the Ferlane's Rubige Rapid Response Unit desperately needed help, and it's MriyaReport listeners who were able to send it. And how could they send it? Very, very easily, simply by going to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org, tapping on the donate button and making as generous a contribution as you possibly can. So the other amazing thing that happened here, Yehuda, is a generous donor said he would double every single contribution that was made in roughly a 12-hour period. This resulted in tens and tens of thousands of dollars being raised. And so that meant your $1 became $2, your 10 became 20, your 100 became 200, your 1,000 became 2,000. That is a wonderful way to double your support for MriyaReport and for all the Ukrainian citizens who need
And
our help.
what's the tax implication if you're an American donor who wants to donate?
Well, because MriyaReport.org is a 501c3, it is a registered nonprofit. Any American donor is able to deduct that contribution from his or her taxes. Not in 2023, but next year when you file your taxes. So you have plenty of time to collect these tax deductions as a result of your generosity.
It's amazing. I heard one of the donors donated $1,500 through a website called benevity.com, and it allowed their employer to match it. So a $1,500 donation became I know you're good with math, so I'm going to leave it to you. Is it 3,000?
It is 3,000, Yehuda.
I was infantry. I only count to 10. After that, get someone else to help. No, it's a great thing, right? So one of the donors actually donated the money and set up a MriyaReport on Benevity. I don't know much about how it works, but there are a lot of organizations in the States that will match your donation. If the employee donates, they'll match it up to a certain amount. It's great for you. It's great for Ukraine. I heard the tape of the deputy mayor of Kherson. Oh, look, there's a fox not 10 feet away from me. Deputy mayor, sorry, was too close. Deputy mayor of Kherson was super excited when one of our donors said, "Hey, you need a generator? How much is it?" She was 7,000. If we could raise money, he goes, no. I'll buy one. And I'm like, gosh, is he adopting people right now? Because I would. I love my parents. I'm just kidding. But this guy was great. That's Lou. So this is the kind of magic that happens when good people get together. They coalesce. You find great people, and that same donor, Lou, he hijacked Thomas Tyner and said, "Hey, I want to do the same thing with you, or a fundraising drive at least when you're on." And he wants to stay on. Look, it's a spirit of giving. We're helping, frankly, save an entire nation of people. It might be small in the big picture; it's not billions of dollars, but you know what? To that hungry kid, or that mother, or that elderly person, or that soldier who's thirsty or needs food or comfort or shelter, even a few dollars goes a really long way. And that's something that we need to put into perspective. Here in Canada, I don't have to worry about my kids being blown up by a genocidal army, but the Ukrainian people do. So if you can help, maybe Chuck wants to jump in on that telethon as well. That'd be great, Chuck.
I would be honored. And folks, you're paying for things like metal detectors for volunteer EOD guys who go out there. And you know what? You're trying to get down the road. You're trying to evacuate from your flooded house, and you can't because the Russians have mined the road. So it's so important. It's so important. And
Chuck, sorry to interrupt you. We got trouble here. We need some Navy SEAL assistance. I knew that Lou was trouble when he walked in. Is that a song?
Very funny.
Come on, Lou's a TS fan.
Hey, like I said the other day, let's do it. And yeah, we are making a dent. You're right. It's not billions of dollars, Yehuda, but every little bit helps. And thank you, Chuck. Thank you for agreeing to work with us, and Thomas, and I think Nuno also offered to help us out that day. So that'll be an exciting day.
Lou,
So
you're
we
my
are the
hero,
world.
brother. You are my hero.
Eat it up, Lou, because I used to be his hero. Now you're his
Hey,
hero.
Chuck.
You're gonna get replaced too.
Chuck.
Okay, you're gonna get replaced too, Lou. Don't fall for
I know where
Chuck's
my
charm.
bread's buttered, buddy.
I love it. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you so much. I want to make some terms with you someday. You know, I want to rip down a couple of lines with you sometime on the snow, of course. On the
Yeah,
side of the snow.
I'm with you, brother. Somebody once accused me, I was this afternoon on Twitter, that I sometimes get over my skis, and I responded, never skis. It's the snowboard, dude. And Lou, I would love to rip some with you. That would be the greatest.
Hey, listen, Lou, and Chuck, I'm glad you're both here. Probably not the best time to bring it up, but Chuck, remember a story about vignettes? Guess who came to me and talked to me about vignettes? It was Lou, and then I said I have to talk to you and Chuck separately. We've got some ideas to share. What do you think?
Lou, we have got a program, and it's written up, and that'll be a sidebar, but I think you'll like it.
Lou, we did this last July. So it was when Chuck was stealing basil from my backyard, and I thought it was insects in the backyard, but it was actually Chuck. He was leopard crawling into my garden to steal vegetables. But he has something that you need to see. Let's talk offline. But anyway, good vibes all around. Like good vibrations.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Look forward to collaborating with you on that, Chuck.
Absolutely, Lou. Thank you. And look, I'm not kidding. You are my hero, and you're the force multiplier here. And folks, you're just the fact that you're here and listening, and that you're loyal listeners. And I know I'm preaching to the choir a little bit, but look, every little small bit helps so much. And this is a very lean organization. Look, nobody even gets a free piece of pizza around here.
There are no pizza parties. It's mandated.
No pizza
it's written in
parties.
stone. But listen, I'll tell you something. Out of all the funds that we're sent, these unrestricted funds, what it means is that when we have 38th Brigade or different units in the Ukrainian army that are asking for mine detectors, because that's a big call right now. But we scored a big win recently, okay? And we've got, just to tell you, we're looking at now supplying the NGU Special Ops 2nd Regiment, the State Emergency Unit of Ukraine. They're the ones that demine the liberated territory. 3029 Brigade wants 5, and the 3055 Brigade wants 5 units of metal detectors. We're now able to give extra to those groups that need it, right? This is super important, and I think that pardon me. I think that what's amazing is that when Verlaine asks for something, and because so many of you gave so generously, and then one particular troublemaker in here who gives off good vibrations because he's a Beatles fan, he doubled it. Now we can go and offer Verlaine's unit more. So she's now able to get these antennas they need for $5,000. There are all these amazing things. The knock-on effects are incredible. So instead of not just buying a solar generator for a children's hospital, I mean, who can do that? What a mitzvah! What a great deed it is for someone to say, "I purchased a generator for a children's hospital." It's like the next thing down is a kitten shelter, right? I mean, like, you can't get better than that, and that's what we did here, all right? And then not only will that generator be for the children's hospital, now because MriyaReport receives so much in donations, then there are other explorations. You can say, okay, what else needs a jet? What other hospital, maternity hospital, or this hospital, or that? That's the beauty of this. With just some motivation, with great speakers, with Lou's charisma, let's do it. I mean, it sounds like mission accomplished, but really, we are able to help out, and it's because of people like you. It's because of guests like you. It's because of speakers like you. It's because of moderators like David and Alan. and Axel, and everyone, and donors like Lou and the whole team, the whole audience here, the whole room. We turned it into a bit of a competition, and that was fun. Not for me, but it's fun for other people who are, I call them professional philanthropists, huge hearts, great visions, great morals and ethics and values and love for humanity. And that's what we're seeing here on MriyaReport every day. So you can imagine, Chef Zhenya, more money for him, more money for food. People need to eat. Why not? Right? We have other donors. Scott came in, said, I met Zhenya and Ferlane, give them $2,000 each. I don't care. Done. Right? That's the power of this. We are able to change the world. I mean, it sounds hokey. We are the world. It takes a village. These are just, catchphrases. They're words that people say. But never in my life have I ever participated in a group where they're not just words. We're acting
And
on it. We're
and
doing it.
and Yehuda, there couldn't be a more worthy cause. I mean, let's face it. We have unfolding before us a conflict that I like to frame with the words heroism versus terrorism, and Ukraine is, for many of us, a hero. They are standing up, fighting for freedom, fighting for independence, fighting for truth, fighting for justice. And, it's something that helps us all appreciate what we have. And so to give a little, to support that kind of struggle and to help these innocent people who are being terrorized, I mean, it's the least we could do. So come on, everybody, let's do it. Let's make a dent. Rage, donate. Okay.
Rage donate. Rage Against the Machine. Listen, another communique came out from some kind of international body that highlights the fact that Russians literally are torturing Ukrainian civilians and soldiers. I mean, it's literally, a Nazi-esque atmosphere in the Ruski Mir, in the Russian military. And we're watching it in front of us. And we live in a world where we can't say anymore. I wish I could have done something, but I didn't. Right? Even if you send $5, it doesn't matter. If you retweet this space, please, right now, just figure out how to do it. Go to the top. There's a button or something, copy link, or I don't know, and then go to your main page and make a tweet and say, I'm here, MriyaReport, talking to crazy experts, Navy SEALs, average Canadians, Lou, superstar from Colorado, all these people. If you could just help out by increasing our footprint, if you can help out with coffee money, even, it's going to the people that need it the most right now, and you're doing your part to preserve the world we live in. I don't know if I feel comfortable not doing something, and maybe I'm not being selfless. Maybe I'm not driven by altruistic values, because maybe I'm doing because I don't want my kids to fight in World War III. I don't want my kids to have to fight the Russians. I don't want my grandchildren to be stuck in an intractable conflict with Russia and China. Look, they didn't want to play nice. They didn't want to play fair. They had 30 years to come together. They went down the wrong path. Now their problem is our problem. Their problem is the world's problem. Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine and subsequent genocide it's a warning. It's a canary in the coal mine. Right? Just today, Poland had its border guards attacked by some unknown forces in Belarus. What is Putin doing? He's trying to stir the hornet's nest, right? I mean, they keep babbling about de-escalation and peace and blah, blah, blah. They get out of Ukraine. There, ta-da, I should win a Nobel Prize. I'm so smart. Get out of Ukraine. It's very simple. Russia wants peace. Get out, get back to your own country. Go away and stop threatening the world with nuclear missiles that probably don't even work. Stop threatening your neighbors. Guess what? If it's all the exes of one person who say the same thing, all your exes say the same thing about you, maybe you're the problem. So Russia, you are the problem. Let's face it. So if you can help out financially, if you can help out on the Twitter sphere, on the whole algorithm thing, please, we're begging you. We have 50 volunteers that sit in the back channel. There's clashes of personalities. Some people don't like this, but we all stick it through for one reason, because we know We need to keep our eye on the prize, and that prize is Ukrainian victory. There is no substitution. There is no compromise. You don't get to destroy and attack on other people and get to keep part of their land as a deal. Okay? You don't reward bullies or you don't reward genocidal maniacs. So when we're here to help and we're here raising money, we want to see those hospitals electrified. We want to see that power grid working. We want children and mothers with little babies to have the distilled water to make baby formula for their children in peace, like a normal human being would want to raise their children without the fear constantly running down to a bomb shelter because some crazed nut job who heads the Moscow regime wants to destroy another people. We have the chance, we have the ability. We are here, we are now. Today is now. All right. People say they watched Schindler's List. I'm a Jewish person. Watched Schindler's List in the 90s or whenever it came out. Oh, if I was there, I would do something to help. I wonder where those people are today, because you are here today, and this is going on today, and you have the opportunity to help people survive. I'm not asking you to sell your house, not asking you to
Come
take a
on,
mortgage.
people. It's, for the cost of a Starbucks, or, your other favorite beverage. We are living in a world of plenty. The least we can do is help these innocent civilians who are, displaced, who are being shelled while they're trying to survive, clinging to their roofs. It's horrific. And
Lou, did you see the video recently of Russian drone operators targeting Ukrainian rescuers rescuing cats and dogs, and they dropped bombs on them? How sick. How sick.
honestly, Yehuda, I don't even want to see those things. I know they're happening, but I don't want to see them. But you know what? I am willing to do something to try to make it a little bit, just a tiny little bit better for those people.
Oh yeah,
And I
Lou, you
think
put your
everybody
money where
else.
your mouth is. You
Yeah,
put your money where
exactly.
your
Just
mouth is, didn't you?
come on, folks. Let's do it. Just a little contribution. It's not going to hurt too much. They hurt me last week when I told them I would match whatever they donated, and you raised a lot of money. So
The
I was
most
like,
ever.
ouch. But hey, it's the least we can do. So come on,
Yep.
let's do it.
Let's do it. I know. Great words. Listen, Ukraine's fighting the fight for us. If you can help, great. If you can contact your company, let people know. Make it a buzz. Do what I do. I embarrass my family whenever we're in public. I start talking about MriyaReport. I start talking about Ukraine. I start talking about contacting your MPs. So what? People think you're crazy. It's fine. We're crazy in our support for Ukraine because we have to be motivated, and we have to be consistent, and we have to push through because we don't want this to be World War III. All right. Thanks so much. We took over from you, Chuck and Alan and
Oh
Dan.
no,
And
my pleasure. I'm very glad you did. Very glad, Lou. You know what? I wish I could fly you around over the city with a megaphone because your enthusiasm and folks, for the price of a Starbucks, let's make Lou hurt a little bit. So if you can reach for it, because man, we'll help it we'll put it right where it can help Ukraine the most. Lou, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And look, I'm at your service, bud. Whatever you want to telethon this, I'm down with you.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Really, really appreciate all the time and effort that you've contributed to this space. And everybody else out there, after you make your contribution, go tell your neighbors about this space and get them educated. This is the most worthwhile thing on Twitter. There is nothing else on Twitter that's worth anything. So, bring them here, let them get educated, and, let's help these people. They deserve it.
Thank you, Lou and Yehuda. Every item of news we report here, every Ukrainian voice we hear here at MriyaReport compels us to support Ukraine and to make as many generous donations as we possibly can, whether it's a one-time donation at MriyaReport.org or whether it is a monthly sustaining donation In other words, you can look at your own budget and decide how much every month you can send to support Ukrainians in need. So, Yehuda, Lou, I do want to move back to bullet points at the moment. Chuck, we have some hands up. Jameson is first, and we were looking at the Zaporizhia axis here, but Jameson, go ahead.
All right, first off, greetings to all. Chuck, do you ever do a bad brief? I'm just curious because everyone I see and every picture you put out is phenomenal.
Listen, I have bombed at the very highest levels. I've bombed with a rooms full of 3 and 4 stars. So if I'm doing good, it's a miracle.
Okay, well then maybe you got all the bad ones out of your way. Speaking of this advertising, this thought popped in my head. Maybe we should start an ice water challenge, and the minimum amount, like I don't know what the average is of people giving, but if it's 10, in order to get in on the ice bucket challenge, you have to give 15, and you have to post it on multiple media platforms. I think that would potentially catch fire, and so I just wanted to put that out there. Another observation. So me just being a history nerd, I finished reading War as I Knew It by General Patton again, but I hadn't read it in a long time. And he was saying when they attacked the Siegfried line that he was planning really hard for the most heavily defended part of that line. And when they hit that line, there was virtually no one there. And it was partly because the Germans were getting their rear ends handed to them. But secondly, he thinks that they put so much, it's like the marginal line, they put so much faith in their defenses that they didn't man them with enough competent troops. But what I really wanted to talk about is I know that we're on an offensive, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainians. This is like impressive that how they have the Russians totally on the ropes. They totally have the initiative, and they're slowly just turning up the heat. And Chuck, because you must be a huge Civil War fan, but
Oh yeah,
to
absolutely.
quote Robert E. Lee, it's a good thing that war's so horrible and we should grow too fond of it. That's what I keep thinking when I see this. But with that said, I know we got to take out their eyes, and I know we got to take out their ears and their ability to defend and to fight back. But I think, especially right now, with a big operation like this, where they're, I don't want to say withdrawing, where they're retreating, and they're using up ammo and supplies, I think if the Ukrainians set a target for hitting 200, 300 trucks in 2 or 3 days and focused heavily on knocking out trucks, how are you going to move troops? And are they going to fight really hard if they know that there's no truck coming to get them? And then, think about the beans, bullets, and Band-Aids. A modern military cannot fight. These aren't legionnaires where they can live off the land. They cannot fight without supplies. And we've already stressed out. We're already hitting the rail hardcore. We're already hitting them with HIMARS. I think if they really put an emphasis on hitting those trucks, if nothing else, it would be a huge morale kick in the pants, not that they hadn't had enough. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that, Chuck. I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, that you've hit it right on, and I think this series of strikes that happened, it was starting this morning, Ukraine time. The strikes on the TO-518 highway. Again, the Russians were trying to support an attack on the Makrovika, up the TO-518 highway, and Ukraine hit every single village, south to north, and and again, I don't know this. I have to look at the contact reports, the fire missions, I look what's in the area, and and concurrent time spaces, and I can report with a high degree of confidence that the targets that the Ukrainians took under fire were Russian logistical elements heading north up the TO-518. And, I also look at who would be on that highway going north at that time, and it was Russians. And of course, the attacks on Makrovinka were defeated. And this was the first application of heavy firepower that I've seen in conjunction with the Ukrainian combined arms operation. Now, granted, I don't usually plot Ukrainian fire missions, but in this case, I've got a person who wants to remain nameless, and I get some really, really good information from this guy. And it was concurrent, it was right on, and turned out to be true. So I think you nailed it right on the head. And I didn't so much answer a question as you made the statement first. So spot on.
If I can add one more thing to that, if I was the command, just to incentivize, I would come up with a silly patch with a ridiculous Russian blown up truck on it that said, if you can't truck it, fuck it. And whatever battery hits the most, then they get the badge, they get the honor. That's it.
Spot on. And you know what? That's called leadership, isn't it? And that's something that's in short supply in the Russian armed forces.
So let's just take a few more hands here. Lexicon, Will, and Meta.
Hiya. Well, good evening. Well, it's my evening for me. So we had a pretty exciting afternoon here. So that was afternoon for the eastern seaboard in North America. So it was nighttime in Ukraine. So there were a number of course, experts on, and we were really hearing an increase, a rise in the tempo, the pacing. And I wanted to ask you about this, Chuck, because particularly on this whole southern sector right across, while we were talking, there were reports coming in of lots and lots of fires and stuff, lots of noise, lots of noise coming from the Russian telegram channels and so on. But various friends of ours were saying, well, there's fighting going on at night at Novokakhovka. And the Russians are saying that the Ukrainians are making a crossing, a landing, they're calling it different things. Anyway, the sense we got, so I'm just pulling out a bit, looking at the whole sector. So the sense coming from these guys, to the surprise of somebody like me who's in the peanut gallery observing and learning what I can over the months, over the last weeks, where you and others have been stressing patience, thinking that we're in this first phase of this campaign, this counteroffensive, and all this prodding and drawing the Russians out and identifying where they are and maintaining the initiative, but attriting them. So suddenly these guys were talking about moving into the big hits, moving into the sort of penetration and a couple or more spots, lines. And of course, it's all driving towards the Azov Sea coastal road and railroad. And just looking at, is it what's the name? Torvat, I'm missing there, on the way to Melitopol or Beryansk or Mariupol. So suddenly it was like we're going into, or Ukrainians could be moving to this penetration phase, attempting to find some to get into some lines of weakness, and then which would move you very possibly, if anything worked, to a third phase of exploitation. So I was trying to understand, after this patience that we'd been counseled to maintain, is it possible that they're saying to us, we're all saying, well, jeepers, no, this could be moving into a more high-powered second phase. And what was concerning me is, like, when Ukraine commits, people have been saying you don't get it, Ukraine's got to do it in this campaign, and it's got one chance to make this campaign work. And so I was asking, do we mean that if Ukraine makes this bold stroke and breaks through to the Azov Sea, that they feel they can hold it, exploit it, and hold it against all the attacks from the Russian left flank? And people were saying, yeah, it's testimony to where the Russian army has fallen to. So I wondered what you would comment about that. It's like this sudden, all of us, our pulses were going up, I thought, sudden move from all the strategic patience we were supposed to have or operational to this exciting potential to up the pace. I think David, I don't think he's still around. I think he clarified it, except I was between one group of tomatoes and another, so I missed his clarification. But what do you think about all that, if I'm making my question at all clear? And let me know if I'm not.
No, you did great, and but I'd say this. There are a couple of aims here, and of course, the principal aim is to reestablish the territorial integrity of the Republic of Ukraine. That means going back to status quo antebellum pre-2014. That's the overarching geopolitical goal of this war. The means by which that is going to be achieved is the destruction of the Russian army. Okay, not compelling them to leave Ukraine. That is not good enough, because they'll be back. They will come back as long as they've got that judo chopping lunatic as a head of state. That Ukraine is not safe. So their army has to be destroyed. Okay, we want them out of Ukraine as well. And as you pointed out, absolutely, bisecting Russian forces in Ukraine. That is going to be the beginning of the fourth act of this drama. It's going to happen, and this development here that we were talking about. The Ukrainian forces are slightly less than 1/3 of the way to Tokmak. That's really important. But I don't expect Ukraine to push that very hard right now. I think that they can still get a lot of mileage out of head faking the Russians after making them respond to multiple positions on the battlefield. Think of this as a boxing match, right? Ukraine is going to be jabbing for a while, and maybe the first and second and third round just jabs. But when the Russian opponent is weakened a little bit, when he's had to do a bunch of this stuff, then it's going to be time for the right hooks and the left hooks. But there is going to be a battle of Melitopol, absolutely. But there's a lot of ways to develop that. Russia committed this man-made disaster, right? They flooded Kherson. They displaced tens of thousands of people. There's 1 million people without drinking water. It's arguably one of the most heinous environmental disasters in the history of Europe, and maybe in the history of the world, right? Short-term victory for Russia, but that river is going to dry up, and come August, the river that was securing Russia's left flank is going to be wide open, and there are going to be multiple places that Ukraine can cross the Dnipro. And Alan and I talked about this on Tuesday. Russia will be obligated to respond to every crossing point. They're going to have to divert forces towards the Dnipro River, and they don't have unlimited manpower. So when they try to prevent or deter or prevent a bridgehead from occurring on the Dnipro, they're going to have to uncover Tokmak. They're going to have to move forces away from multiple other points of the Ukrainian attack. That's what I mean about Ukraine dictating the course of the fight. But, it's Ukraine right now that's telling Russia where it's going to fight. And, Russia does not have the initiative. And folks, even if it's a squad level engagement, right? Even if it's just your 10 guys in your rifle squad fighting 10 other adversaries, if you are reactive, if you keep running around to try to respond to what the enemy's doing, you can't win that. You just can't. You win a fight by taking over and dominating and you make the enemy react, you start beating his brains out. So we've got a long summer, and Ukraine has meticulously
Right.
every battle space, and they're doing it now.
So I guess you're saying that this first phase of a lot of prodding and attriting and drawing out and so on, dictated by Ukraine, is going to go on. In your view, that's going to kind of go while ratcheting up. I think probably the pace is ratcheting up, but gradually, you'd see it taking a while more before that right hook can, or whichever hook can come in.
And lexicon, if I may, I heard you say Ukraine has one chance. This is not a one chance war. And I would really be interested in Chuck's evaluation of that. If anything, Ukraine wants to avoid such a one chance battle. I don't care what battles you look back at in history, whether it's Gettysburg or Waterloo or wherever you want to go. But I don't think Ukraine wants such a one chance confrontation. Rather, much like World War II, they are looking at a coordinated campaign over months and months, if not years. Chuck?
Yeah, folks, the war's not going to be over this summer. It's not going to be over at Christmas, and it's not going to be over next summer. It's going to take years, but this is a fight that Ukraine will inevitably win, because Russia is showing us every day that they don't have the tool to win this war. Their ground forces are already in disarray. They are already non-optimal in their combat capabilities. They're not, and they're brittle. So I look at it this way. There's going to be fighting going on this summer. I expect to see some serious and important tactical gains on the battlefield from Ukraine. But I also see winter offensives following this up, right? Russia came through this winter basically curled up in a bottom of a foxhole sucking its thumb, right? Totally on the defense. They're still totally on the defense. And it's Ukraine that is going to be making the moves this summer. And those Russian soldiers, they are going to be tired, and they are going to be sick at the end of this, at the summer campaigning season. But it's not going to end for Ukraine. They're going to keep it going. But we've got a long fight ahead of us. We're looking at incremental gains right now. But I'll remind everybody, even though we've got some good news lately, I still haven't seen Ukraine throw the major punch yet. But it's coming.
So lexicon with a very quick follow-up, please. Then to Meta, Will, Bloke, and Guido.
Okay, well, thanks, Alan. Well, it was just to that, because we know we've got an awful lot of people saying that if Ukraine goes too soon in this counteroffensive, you can't precisely this line about the one chance. And so that's what I was asking about this afternoon, that to go to that, to try and drive into this apparent weakness when I worry, could one sustain it? So I think that Chuck, you're saying that, we still got to see that phase one, or the kind of thing that we characterize as that prodding and attriting period, that's going to take some time before we can look to the big punches happening in the drive to cut through to the Azov Sea, I guess I'm thinking.
Spot on, you got it, and we're in it to win it.
Thanks a lot.
So Will is next, then Bloke, then Meta, then Guido, and we are moving towards wrapping up the Thursday night edition of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer. Will, go ahead, please.
Very quick one. I was just gonna sit and listen. But every time I see Lou here, I have to come back up and thank him. for getting that whole thing started the other day, Alan, when we were here, and it was infectious. I stayed on for about 12 hours, encouraging people to punish Lou's wallet, and we had a great time. Chuck, very quick question. In the reading that I've done in the last week, trying to dispel some disinformation, the issue of attack helicopters has come up. Does Ukraine have a problem with attack helicopters in the form of Russian Ka-52s, MiG-24s, and MiG-28s? And if they do have a problem, is there a solution to that that's evident?
Wow. Well, I like these tough questions because everybody here knows as much as I do. I think part of the solution is Ukraine being able to have air defense parity and even air defense dominance over the battle space. And air defense includes a lot of things, but one of the things, the smallest component for the next couple of years is going to be Ukrainian air superiority, right? They just don't have the aviation assets to get Goose and Maverick up there, and if it flies, it dies. Putin is very wisely, of course it's evil, but he's taken the Ukrainian population centers hostage. That's why he's lobbing the Shahed drones at them. At this point, he knows that upwards of 90% of these things get shot down. That isn't the point. The point is that Ukraine has to expend vital air defense assets protecting civilians instead of moving that envelope closer to the battlefield. As Ukraine can integrate, frontline air defense, and again, you don't have to win over the entire battlefield, the whole line of contact. What you need to win at, you need to win at the points of attack, right? And the KH-52, like any other helicopter system, it can only operate where there is at least air defense parity, because even an Apache is going to be vulnerable to sophisticated surface-to-air missile platforms. So again, so you can see that a lot of things have to come together. The KH-52 is probably the most effective attack helicopter that the Russians have. It doesn't. I wouldn't say it can't hold a candle to an Apache, but it's it's not in that league. But you know what? It's better than anything that Ukraine has. There's one more moving part here, and no American helicopter, no Apache has ever had to fight in the kind of environment that the Russians are compelled to fight in. Pretty much every rifle squad in the Ukrainian army has got a man pads, so there's a heat-seeking missile for every 13 infantrymen, and that makes it really hard on the Russians, right? When these K-52s are attacking Ukrainian targets, they very rarely get close enough to use their cannons, right? They've got to use their standoff weapons, and they've got to use them to their maximum range, because the Ukrainians are going to squirt a heat-seeking missile at them. So the solution to the K-52 problem, there's a lot of things that have to come together. The longer range air defense systems have to get closer to the front, and some of the intermediate and shorter range systems, point defense systems, and people brought up the Hawk missile platform. That has been supplied to the Ukrainians. I noticed in the latest arms package more missiles and more Hawk systems, and again, they've kind of been retired in NATO armies from frontline service. However, they're still they still work, and there are also Sunstreak. There are various other mobile more front-oriented air defense systems, and also point defense systems like the Gepard and the Skynex. These are, radar guided auto cannons, 35 and 25 millimeter, 20 millimeter. And there are other systems that I think we're going to see the U.S. provide. I mean, some of these Gatling gun systems, the systems that sort of protected the FOBs that I was at in Afghanistan, these sort of systems, they're, someone else pointed out earlier, these are things that should have been there months ago. And they're going to come, I think, eventually. But there's another thing that can sort of maybe be thought of in operation here. The goal is to destroy the Russian ground forces, to just take that capability away from Russia. And that is going to mean a 14-round fight, right? We're not going in and looking for a knockout in the second round here. We want Russia to fight 14 rounds. We want them to pay for it. We want their troops to get tired, their gear to get old, their systems to break down, and critically, the morale of their forces to decrease. Because it doesn't matter if you've got the Maginot Line. If you don't have soldiers who are willing to defend it, it just doesn't matter. And we've already seen mutinies, right? Fraggings. We see the schisms between Wagner and the MOD. Look, these are sort of irrecoverable errors. And as, John Spencer and I were talking a couple of weeks ago. There's also in the background, there's this training death spiral here, right? So you lose a company of Russian troops right now in Crimea. You lose 200 or 300 guys because they were left on a parade field in sight of Ukrainian artillery. You can't wave a magic wand and come up with 300 trained infantrymen. Russia doesn't have the capability. They don't have the training assets. They don't have the guys designated. They haven't drafted these guys yet. And more, it's looking like they don't have the equipment for them. They don't have boots. They don't have winter warfare gear. They don't have body armor. They don't have rifles, They got rifles, right? But it's like 10% of the Russian force that had modern, reflex holographic sights on their rifles, like every other Western infantryman. So, long fight. We want it to be a long fight, and we're going to win it.
David.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to add a little bit to that. If we chatted about it. We chatted about it a little bit. It's now yesterday, and the day before. So part of the thing is that whilst we know we think they've got Hawks, but we haven't seen them, and they do fill that sort of distance because there's a gap, isn't there, in terms of the missiles we've got. So we have the Gepards, Stingers, Star Streaks, etc. Well, I mean, whether they got any Star Streaks left, that would be an interesting question, which is all around about that 4K period, right? And so we do know that those KH-52s are standing off quite a bit. They're using their missiles, and that's the gap they've got. The Hawks fill that, but no one's seen them yet, have they? Apparently, they've got some trained troops, and there's a suggestion that they are in country, but no one's seen them at the moment. So, which is interesting. Maybe they're using them for something else, but that's their main problem, isn't it? Because there's a gap in that distance between the 4K to the rest, right? No one's bringing up a Patriot system onto the front line. You're probably not even going to take, you're not even an RST onto something like that. So it'll be interesting to see when and where those Hawks arrive.
Yeah, it's and I suspect the more sophisticated the system, the more capable the system. I think they're defending cities.
Yep,
I
strategic
did
targets,
though.
right, Chuck?
Right. Yeah, and the Iris-T has come out as the hidden sort of star. Apparently, there's an Iris-T battery in defense of Kyiv. Now, this was a couple of weeks ago, but as far as I knew, by 2 or 3 weeks ago, it had not missed a single intercept. Every time it let a bird loose, it made the intercept, and you know that's pretty good.
And they've apparently Germany's pledged 7 in total now. They're in the new kit list. There's an extra 2, as well as another Patriot system.
Yeah, and the Patriot is the star, and I would love to see Putin's face when they told him they've launched. You know what was it? At least 6 Kinzhals that were definitely targeting one Patriot battery, and it was Patriot 8 Kinzhal 0. Good, you really spent that money well, Vlad.
He would have been
Good on you,
fuming.
your supersonic. Yeah, his supersonic invisible missile. Good Lord.
But yeah. Anyway, listen, Alan. I was going to make one point. It was a question that came out, which we saw someone tweeted, but I thought it would be quite useful to add that at the moment. The question was around what we're saying is about how Bakhmut not really strategic, and the question was, but of course President Zelensky said it was strategic, right? But I was making the point at the time, there's a difference between having a strategic part of your strategic plan is to kill as many Russians as you can, as opposed to a city having strategic value, because it happens to be on a hill or in a valley or somewhere else, or there happens to be something else there, right? So I thought it would be useful to make that point to everyone. So making it part of your strategic plan to kill 100,000 or as many Russian troops, injure as many Russian troops in a place where they want to fight is different from the actual city being in a strategic position.
Yeah, but there is the Bakhmut conundrum in a nutshell, and it. You know, that there was a situation where, you know, as the Bakhmut battle started 8 months ago, it was Russia dictating to Ukraine the tempo and the location of the battle. But again, you know, unfortunately, whoever put their greasy thumb on the map and hit Bakhmut on the Russian side, it was the least viable location that they could have possibly picked. For example, if they decided to put the Bakhmut effort into Avdiivka, it might have changed the course of the war, but they didn't do that. Or, for example, yeah, Kremenna, but they didn't do that either. So I'm just lucky that whatever Russia has been doing at its war colleges for the last 25 years, it obviously involved more vodka drinking than scholarship. Because, look, folks, I'll remind everybody, look, I'm a naval officer, and I can see some of these mistakes. So, it's great to get Thomas Steiner on here, Yehuda on here, who have staff educations, and I have joint service experience, right? Everything that I've learned about land warfare, I learned because I served on joint staffs. But some of these mistakes are fundamental. And it isn't just the top that is malfunctioning. When I look right down, I look at field grade, the performance of field grade officers, company commanders, majors, lieutenant colonels, captains, the guys who lead companies, pointy end of this thing, they're making fundamental mistakes. And I look at the performance of individual Russian soldiers on the battlefield, they are not trained. They don't know the fundamentals of fire maneuver, fire and movement, the most basic skills that you should get out of boot camp and know. Like, I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. They don't know it. They don't know it. And you can't win a war with troops like that. You can't have bad leaders and bad troops. It's just not going to work.
David, let's take the remaining hands. We'll go to Bloke, to Meta, to Guido, to Aaron. Bloke.
Oh, thank you, Ellen, and thank you, Chuck and David and everyone who's spoken. I'll be very brief, and this is more directed to Lexicon and her questions and your questions, and why I find them so fascinating. So one thing I think is that it is very difficult to deal with uncertainty. And this is something that we're not used to, as civilians, right? Dealing with uncertainty is something that doesn't happen a lot of time in our daily lives. But in the military, there is a certain acceptance of uncertainty. In other words, an attack is more of a process than a Gantt chart. You can't figure out exactly how things are going to unfold. And it's all about improvisation. And one of the things that I took from the military was that in IT, for example, one of the best things was learning how to deal with uncertainty. You had SOPs, which I also stole. SOPs meant that people knew exactly what to do and they were drilled on how to do it. But the other thing was improvisation, lessons learned, RCAs, all of that stuff came from that framework, right? What this means is that an attack is a process. When Chuck says it could go on for like 2 years, this is based on, intuition and many variables, right? And people can really geek out on the details. They'll say that if this attack doesn't go well, then things aren't going to work out. And one thing that Chuck, I find, is brilliant at is painting the big picture to everyone and saying, these are the objectives, these are the standards, these are the quality of the troops on the two sides, and based on this you can make predictions, but they're not based on a timeline. It's a process and it will take time, but we don't know. And so dealing with that uncertainty is really difficult for people to understand, just like dealing with need to know and the fact that you may not see everything that's happening. And you have to sort of accept it, and you have to trust in the process based on the big picture items that are going to see you to victory. And based on that, Chuck is absolutely correct. Ukraine will win. It's clear. I don't know if I'm making sense exactly, but I'm trying to paint a picture of how dealing with uncertainty is part of the military. They're used to it. It's something that happens every day. So there are really, it's really difficult to make predictions. I hope I've expressed myself correctly, but I'm trying to say that there is a lot of improvisation, there's a lot of lessons learned, and there is a lot of trust in the overall willingness to win, the love of your country, the faith that you will achieve victory, and the trust in other people that are going to do their jobs. And you may not see everything. You may not have to know everything, and you sort of have to trust the process. If that makes any bloody sense at all, help me out, Chuck.
Well, I thank you for the very kind compliments, but you know, we're dealing with the information side of this war, and one of the things that MriyaReport is really good at doing is bringing people to the microphone who really know the processes of boy, I don't know what to call it. I don't want to say the processes of war, but they know the armed forces in and out. And people like Axel and Thomas Steiner and the other people who come up, they have a great command of military history. And you don't really reinvent the wheel. We often talk and use examples from the American Civil War when we talk about the war in Ukraine. In many ways, the American Civil War was the first modern war, and and unfortunately, that war is one of the things that mankind is best at. And in the American Civil War, many geniuses in warfare came forward. Of course, Grant and Lee, but there were dozens of other officers who were every bit as brilliant in their own way. And we saw eventually that what won the war was a triumph of leadership. And of course, resources were involved as well. How long would the war have gone on with Robert E. Lee driving if the South had all of the logistical support and resources that it needed? You can see it would have gone on a very, very long time. We've seen that kind of same balance here. I think the quality of Ukrainian military leadership is superb. I think the fighting qualities of the Ukrainian soldier, that they are superb as well, that they are a citizen army that has embraced the model of the citizen soldier. Operation Unifier, the Canadian Army took the lead in transitioning the Ukrainian armed forces from their Soviet legacy top-down micromanagerial command to embrace what Western armies do. And that starts at the very beginning. Officers honor their soldiers. They see themselves all as citizens of the Republic first. And if you're a citizen soldier, you have volunteered and you've given your life to the Republic and in service of the Republic. And there is this social contract between soldier and officer in my book. And in my book, as an officer, I signed for very valuable pieces of equipment, human lives, my fellow citizens. And I felt I owed them absolutely everything I could give to the process, to leading them, because I was honored to do that. And what do we have on the Russian side? We got a general who assembles his troops within artillery range and then doesn't effing show up for 2 hours. Dude, if anyone's helicopter needs to crash, it's that guy, right? That in a nutshell is the difference between the Russian army and the Ukrainian army. To get back to that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck, you've completely nailed it. I just wanted to express that we're going to have to deal with a lot of uncertainty, and we will not know, and we don't need to know. And that's a difficult concept for people to, in the age of instant gratification, where they want answers right away, or when people want to be in control, they have to give up that feeling of control and accept that this is going to be a process, and maybe there will be something that will happen that will result in an instant victory, but we don't know. And the acceptance of that is difficult for people to understand and needs to sort of be explained. And I think that you do that really well. And I just wanted to give you props for that.
Well, thanks very much. But you know what? I get asked really good questions, and 99% of the time, if someone asks a question on the Maria Report, they've already demonstrated that they fully command the facts and they understand what's going on. And man, that is great. We got the best listeners, the most generous people. You know, I'm just proud to be here. I'm proud and happy to be here.
Chuck, if we have time, we have 3 remaining hands, and then this edition of Thursday Night Bullet Points will come to a close. So I ask all of you to please go quickly. Chuck's been here for a few hours tonight. The order is Meta, Guido, Aaron. Meta, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Chuck, for talking about the Ukrainians. Have you seen the video with the Spanish trainers crying when they're leaving? And have you seen the pictures of the Ukrainians kneeling for Da Vinci's funeral? But what I wanted to say is, you touched the Tokmok and in the map, and that is in the same level as Nova Kharkova, and there's been strong sort of rumors that the Ukrainians have landed on the east bank, but it's not so. It's not confirmed. I've DM'd both David and you, and you can make your own conclusions. But my question to you, Chuck, as a strategist and a warfare specialist is, would you think that in this stage of the war, would Ukraine go to left bank to save the civilians as a strike to save the civilians, or would they be advancing towards Tokmok and secure the right bank of right flank of the troops advancing towards Tokmok from the north? And then I wanted to say that, when it comes to helicopters, it's alarming because they've been disturbed a lot about the helicopters, and they're bringing a lot of helicopters to the Sevastopol, and Ukraine hasn't received ATACMS. But Italy said today that they are giving something secretly, but they said that it would be something that they have required more than anything. And I'm thinking, but nobody's sure what Italy has. Do they have long range ground to ground missiles to give? But that was my comments, and thank you, Chuck, as always. Wonderful to listen to you. Thank you, and thank you for the space, David, Alan. Thank you.
Well, you're very, very welcome, and I thank you for a great question. I don't know if it would be militarily expedient for Ukraine to cross the Dnipro to facilitate civilian rescue operations. And I say that not as a cold kind of calculation, but I'm not sure that presenting the Russians with anything like a legitimate target would help the evacuations. There are already Russians deliberately targeting refugees. So I don't know. I do, and also I don't know the condition of the river. It is down a couple of feet from where it was. I believe that the reservoir is drained somewhere around 70%. right now. I don't know the current in the river. But I do know this. The Russians have essentially shot themselves in the foot, because the Dnipro is less of an obstacle than it used to be, and that river was securing Russia's left flank. We talked about this on Tuesday. It was a good idea to blow the dam, but it wasn't a good idea to blow it when they did. I think they've realized that now. I'm not sure that Ukraine is going to, I'm not sure that they're going to do anything imminently across the river. But I do know this: when Ukraine stages any sort of a river crossing larger than a small special operations force raid, or even a raiding party of company strength, anything larger than that is going to require a major Russian response. And again, those troops are going to have to come from somewhere, and they are going to weaken the rest of the line. So this is the kind of balancing act. And think about a boxer in the ring. We're still at the weaving and bobbing stage and jabs, and not the major punches yet. So I expect Ukraine to do everything it takes to keep the Russian forces unbalanced and reactive. And I would expect them to play that game for at least a couple more weeks before the big ones start falling. And I don't know if that answers the question, but I think maybe.
Yeah, I just maybe if you could say if it would be a good thing to strengthen the advancing forces from the north with the Dnipro crossing forces from the east bank, but I don't know. It's just a thought that because Tokmak is so guarded. Thank you.
Yeah, Meta, I don't think anyone knows. I think we simply have to see what Ukrainians decide and how the next few weeks unfold. But we do have two more hands, and I do ask you to be concise, quick, to the point. Guido, Aaron.
Thank you again, both Alan and Chuck. Well, Chuck, once you told me that getting your forces fighting each other is always masterful. Like specifically talking about Wagner and the MOD. So, in the recent days, we've seen certain episodes about this inner fighting that are indeed very serious. One of such episodes included a Russian MOD officer that mined the road by which Wagner was actually retreating, as a result of which Wagner basically fought off the MOD, they kidnapped the officer, and they very, very visually tortured the guy. They even made a video that went up on social media, and the MOD said absolutely nothing about that. They literally kidnapped a Russian officer. There have been reports, of course, of I think this is not very well known, but there have been reports about Wagner troops literally, and I'm very sorry to say what I'm about to say, but Wagner troops literally raping Russian soldiers, and this causing, of course, tremendous psychological wounds, which tended into suicide. So, in this context, some are speculating that this is a very clear indication of an impending civil war in Russia. What do you think about this? And as always, thank you very much for the amazing answers and analysis.
Oh, thank you. You can't imagine a more dysfunctional situation than exists between Wagner and the MOD. If you could imagine Blackwater forces deployed somewhere who are in this sort of situation against regular United States military forces, I think what we may have seen, look, we've seen Wagner withdraw from the Bakhmut battle space. Look at the existing situation between Prigozhin and Shoigu. And say what we will about Wagner in itself, there was a nucleus that in that organization, maybe 10 to 15%, which were pretty good fighters, right? And face it, they were instrumental in taking the northern section of the Bakhmut area of operations. Now they've pulled out of Bakhmut. Look at what's going on between them and the MOD. Where could Wagner ever work again in Ukraine? What local military commander, Russian military commander, would want those idiots anywhere near their force? So, Prigozhin exists and he still breathes because Putin can use him to prod Shoigu and the regular Ministry of Defense. Prigozhin gets to say the stuff that Putin can't say. But Prigozhin has I think he's run his course. Ministry of Defense has already set up several private military corporations. They exist right now. And I expect, I'd be completely surprised if Prigozhin lives to see the first NFL game of this season. I think by the end of the summer, I think he's going to fly off a balcony. He will have served his purpose. And those private military corporations that are set up by the MOD, that's where Wagner's military hardware is going to go. That's where his soldiers are going to go. And it's one thing for Prigozhin to say, my guys aren't going to sign contracts with the MOD. That's great. Prigozhin can say that, but I don't see his individual operators, his officers, his enlisted guys. I don't see any of those guys ever saying anything like that. Like, I'm not going to sign this contract, because they're expendable. And remember, in Russia, we went from an imperial state, right, with an absolute czar commanding serfs. Then we went to the Soviet model, where the state was more important than the individual. That whatever the state needed or wanted, that's what happened. You didn't get to object. You didn't have the protection of the letter of the law. You had nothing. If the state said, you do it. Okay, now we have a kleptocratic dictator. There are no individual rights. You don't get to say anything. So Prigozhin can spout off all he wants and blog and tweet and do whatever the hell he wants to do. But if you're a Wagner operator and someone from the Ministry of Defense puts a pen in your hand and says, sign this document, you know what? You're going to leave that room feet first, or you're going to sign the document. So I see Mr. Prigozhin's, I see a very short future for this guy. If his forces are not winning something on the battlefield in Ukraine, then what do you have him for? And he's increasingly a loose cannon. And there's going to be some point, and it's coming in the future, where Putin is going to have to say, look, Prigozhin can be replaced by a mechanical monkey and a pair of cymbals, right? And if he can't interoperate with the rest of the armed forces, what good is he? And he's more trouble than he's worth.
So, Aaron, you get the next to last question with Chuck. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay, Alan?
Loud and clear.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
it's not a question, it's just a statement. So Australia has the solution to the helicopters.
It's the Hawkeye that can carry 6 NASAM missiles. We've got an indigenous developed radar that sits on another Hawkeye. Now, a NASAM missile's like $1 million each, so but there are plenty of stock. That's an AIM 120 air to air, but the Australians have worked out how to fly it off a Hawkeye, which is just a small, 4-wheel drive vehicle. And Albanese, I hope he gets off his lazy tush. He's going over there to make an announcement. We could put that on a Hercules and get it over there within 24 hours if the go ahead was given. That not only that, there's the AIM 120, but then there's also the 120 ASD or something, of which they're going to all be scrapped. Heaps of them all around. All the NATO countries have got them because they're for the Air Force air-to-air missiles, and there'd be plenty of those. So the price wouldn't be, crazy. And then you've got 30K range to take out any helicopter assets that are harassing. I've heard the Hawkeye are a good system, but every time you fire a missile, it has to be reset. There's a problem with the control panels and everything, that there's a bit of a glitch in there, that you fire one missile and then you've got to do a whole lot of work on it. I don't know how accurate that is. That was just off another site, some American contractors that had worked with it. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, we hear that the CV90-40 will have some of the radars to take out the drones. So that has a possibility to do that, which would be great, because then you won't have that adjusted artillery when you're coming in. You can just take out any drones within about 5 kilometers with the 40mm cannon. That's all I had to say. Hopefully we send some of those Hawkeye with the NASAMs. Thanks. Bye.
Oh, I'd love that too. And Ukraine needs everything. They need everything, and the sooner it gets there, the better. And I'm hoping that the Australian F-18s can get there too. I say my prayers every night.
Well, Chuck, thank you very much again for a great edition of Bullet Points here Thursday night. My last question for you, I'll give to you on Tuesday, unless I see you before now and then, and I hope I do.
You will, brother. And David, thanks for being on, Yehuda. Appreciate you coming up. Daryl, my brother, was good to hear you too. Thanks everybody for staying with us tonight. And Alan, you are the greatest radio partner I ever had, including my fellow hippie, David McLaughlin, who worked with me at University Radio Bath in beautiful Bath, England, where I cut my radio chops. But thanks, Alan, so much.
Thank you, Chuck. I played jazz at my radio station, and I know you played a different kind of music.
I did, but we were both hippies back then, I guess. Jazz was really cool, though. Jazz was always, kind of cooler. It was fun. But Alan, thanks, brother. I really mean it. I appreciate you making this show work, and God bless, brother. I'll see you soon this weekend, I think.
Great, Chuck. Thank you so much. You're the one who makes the show work. I don't do anything. You do all the work. And I can't wait to see you before Tuesday. But on Tuesday, I'll have my last question for you, the one I was going to give you tonight. Welcome, Prince. Good to see you.
Good evening, everybody, or good morning, or good middle of the night for some of you. I hope everything's going well. How has the night been, Alan?
It's been a very smooth night, Prince. Chuck covered a lot of ground, all the way from Bakhmut to the banks of the Dnipro, and a lot of good things are happening for the Ukrainian advances. Anywhere you look on the line of engagement, Ukraine is shaping. They're moving forward. They're engaging the Russian occupiers and eliminating troops, generals, headquarter command posts, electronic warfare, uh, uh, ammo delivery, you name it. Ukraine is on it.
Seeing things coming out of Ramstein today were pretty interesting. And, unfortunately, somehow I hit my wall right around when Chuck comes on, but it's just not just on Chuck's days. So I feel like in order to be able to be alert and co-hosting, I need to take a little rest. So I miss a bit of Chuck, which makes me sad. But coming out of Ramstein today, I think we saw some good news too. We saw some partnerships to deliver more items, and I think that's a good thing. And the more items that we can get sent to Ukraine, and the faster that can happen, the better. And I think this monthly meeting, now the 13th one in Brussels, it was held this time. I think these are making a big, huge difference, and I think that they will continue to make a big, huge difference. And what it really does is show a really good, consolidated joint support for Ukraine every single month.
Yes, I agree with you. The Ramstein meeting is so important. I happen to think that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, after Ukraine has defeated Russia, annihilated the Russian army, I think you will see a new alliance born from the Ramstein meetings. These are 55 nations now supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom, its fight for democratic values, its fight to choose its own path into the EU and into NATO. And speaking of NATO, that next meeting, the NATO summit in Vilnius in July, will be extraordinarily important for Ukraine. But I also think that we will see the United States, we'll see the Biden administration speaking out about a path for Ukraine to join NATO. And that would be significant.
Yeah, I've seen a few little things about things that might be mentioned there, and things that might not be mentioned there, and pathways that might open up in the last day or two. And I think that's something we'll just be keeping an eye on to see how it develops the closer we get. Also interested to see if Turkey manages to approve Sweden's entry into NATO before that happens. Also, I've heard people say that that will happen, but then I haven't seen it happen yet. And I just saw something today about Turkey's lawmakers going into like a recess starting July 1st. So not sure that it will happen between now and July 1st. So we'll keep an eye on all of these things because they're all very important for the region, and will make a difference in the long run.
They're important for the region. They're important for Ukraine. They're important for NATO. They're important for you and for me, for anyone who lives in a democratic nation, anywhere in the world, frankly. So, Prince, I am coming to the end of my shift here tonight. I'm going to surprise you by being only, 20 or so minutes late in dropping down so we can welcome NAFO Dave up. You and NAFO, two of my favorite co hosts. You're a great team. As you know, I listen to you, retweet you into the early hours of the morning. But with that, I will say, Slava Ukraini, and good night.
Kiddo Slava, Alan, thank you so much for all you do for this space and all the time and effort you put in and all the time you spend co-hosting. It's always very much appreciated. Your soft and silky voice just makes people very happy and helps to people enjoy listening when you are on. So thank you very much. While we wait for Nafo Davo to come up, let's see what Karen has to say tonight. Good evening, Karen. How's Alaska?
Oh, Alaska is rainy and we're having a very cool spring, and there's nothing security wise that I could really share that would be interesting about up here. But the reason I had my hand up and is because I would like to know if there's any news you can share that would be acceptable to share about Sevastopol, because H.I. Sutton, or Covert Shores, however you know him, had posted an interesting tweet last night about the number of dolphins in the dolphin pen there in Sevastopol having been doubled, and they seem to be concerned about divers, seal type divers. And we don't talk a lot about Sevastopol because I assume there are things going on that can't be talked about. But if anybody, I'm really curious. Is there anything going on there that you can share? Thank you.
Well, I haven't seen Sevastopol be a big, huge part of the news lately. It just it's there. It's where the boats go and where they don't go, and that's that's it. The last big thing that I remembered out of there was maybe drones, or it might be that. And yeah, I think that was after the gas facility there spontaneously combusted thanks to a drone. And that was about the last big thing. I know that there have been times in the last 16 months when we have paid much more attention to Sevastopol, especially when Snake Island was being held and around the sinking of the Moskva. The dolphins have been there for quite a while, and the dolphins continue to be there. And I did see some word that they had increased the number of dolphins there at Sevastopol at the beginning of at the front of the harbor, and I think they keep them there, like you said, for divers and um, for possible drone attacks and other things like that. But I don't know that it really makes a difference. So Sevastopol is uh, is just going to be something that people monitor and keeping an eye on little things like if they add dolphins to the pen, or if they stop moving the big buoy across the opening, those kinds of things. How many ships are in the harbor? How many ships aren't in the harbor? People just are monitoring those kinds of things. I don't think there's anything big happening there right now, and I haven't seen any indication that something is on the horizon for happening in Sevastopol. It's just a kind of thing that some people watch more closely than others, and High Sutton is definitely somebody who keeps a very close eye on it. And we appreciate, or at least I appreciate, seeing the tweets that he puts out, helping people stay abreast of what is happening there. And of course, there are people who are on this space who monitor that kind of thing a whole lot closer than I do. As I've said many times, I am not a military minded person. I don't have the military experience, but we do have so many military minded people who listen to the space and who are very good friends of the space, and including people in the Navy. So we always appreciate hearing from them, and they come up and they share with us when there's something important to share when it comes to Sevastopol. So we just keep an eye on that. I hope that helps, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening. I'm going to drop down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and good evening, Nafo Davo. How are you?
Hey, I am I'm pleasantly surprised that my mic button is working. It wasn't working earlier. Um, so I'm doing well. Really, I got to catch a lot of Chuck's bullet points. Had to listen to it on my drive home actually, and thought he went over some really good things. And so I'm kind of pumped to be here tonight. Um, and how about you?
I'm doing okay, other than, suddenly needing to take a nap every day at the same time. But I'm glad that you got to listen to Chuck on your drive home. Were there any big highlights from that I missed while I was napping?
Well, I just liked his analysis of how they this is like this initial stage of the counteroffensive. Is this They're not doing anything. These are not the big boys. They're doing probing attacks here and there, and I liked how they talked about that Russia seems to have three main defensive lines, and in many places, the first and the second defensive line have already collapsed. And that they think the third defensive line is, of course, where Russia is keeping their best troops, and that's what Ukraine is. That's why we haven't seen a huge amount of artillery. Usually, with these combined maneuvers, you'll soften up a spot with a whole bunch of artillery first, and we haven't really seen that happening. And Chuck explained that that's probably because they're saving up their artillery for this third line, which they expect to be the toughest. And because they haven't really needed it on the first two lines, often they just have to show up, and the Russians will leave. They're not really contesting it. So that was one of the things that was heartening to me, because I've been wondering, if does Ukraine, maybe they have a shortage of artillery that we don't know about. And I think Chuck cleared that up, that that they probably don't have a shortage. They're just saving it up for when they need it.
Yeah, I think that we'll see, a lot of progress, and those are things that I've been reading also, is that there's a lot of stuff still being held back that will come in the long run, and we just aren't to that point yet. And that's one of the things that I find absolutely wonderful, and look forward to seeing this develop more and more. And I just feel like I just feel like we've still sort of barely got started, which is weird for me to say, because I'm these kinds of operations work, as and I'm seeing that now, and hoping that we'll get there. I know we'll get there, and I think that the progress that has been made in the days since the counteroffensive has sort of slowly gotten kicked off, and gotten underway. Well, I think the progress that's been made in some areas is very good and very impressive. It's not always going to be fast, and it's not always going to be 100 square miles in a certain number of days, or 100 square kilometers, excuse me. Um, sometimes it's going to take longer than others. But I see we have Alex with his hand up. Shall we go to Alex now?
Of course we should. We always go to Alex. He's such a great insight in this part of the world.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to share. It's quite interesting, actually, to see the picture. I try to fathom it. So you all know that there was a war, like Soviet Union attacked Finland in 1939, I think, and there was war. So Finland was able to maintain its independence and sovereignty, but it did have to give up part of territories. And one of such places that used to be Finland just in last century is called Kondopoga. I think this is now the territory is it's not far from Finland. It has I forgot its historic name. Well, historic name was Ingria, but anyway, so the town of Kondopoga and like how people are living there, that's I think quite interesting. So Russia took that territory in 1940. That's been how many years? 80 years, almost a century. And here is how people live there. So there are in the center of Kondopoga, there is a wooden barrack that was built in 1938. So it was still Finland when that barrack was built. It doesn't look like Russians have built anything since then. In the barrack, people are using, there is no central heating. They are using stoves. There is no water, no sanitation. The distance to nearest place with tap water is about half kilometer. And you need to cross the road. This barrack is in the center of Kondopoga. Now, for sanitation, there is a toilet in front of the building. Again, it's a wooden toilet, which recently the lock was broken, so you could not lock the door. It's just a hole in the ground. So you couldn't lock the door, and across it's just looking at the kindergarten. So kids could see, whatever it is behind the door that opens and cannot get locked. There is no plan for people living in that barrack to receive something more modern. So, yeah, that's how they live. Now, the administration look like they received some kind of complaint. And they decided to do something. Now, guess what they did? They fixed the lock on a wooden toilet. That's the only way. That's the only improvement for the last 80 years since Russian occupation. Why I bring it here? Because I know that place was part of Finland. And this is, I find it truly amazing. So they waste how many people they lost, like Russians, to take that territory. And since then, they haven't been built anything, not even a toilet. That's truly amazing. It's and I see a lot of similarities with now they are trying to grab place in Ukraine. And one thing they like in Ukraine is, well, people live their lives. They had houses, nice houses, small ones, but nice, clean, with toilets, washing machines. And they are destroying all of that, like they did with Mariupol, like they did with Bakhmut. And they do not bother to even build. And I'm sure, like, Ukraine will liberate those territories, of course. But like here is another example, like what happens to the territory that Russians occupy. It just nothing. Life stops there. They continue trying to invade other place where they see toilet and some I don't know, like chicken, pigs, whatever farms. You know, it's just amazing, and this is the way how it was. So in history, they were often attacking the neighbors to basically catch population from there and enslave them. And there was the other way around, like slaves that could run away from their master. They were settling down in the neighborhood. That's how Cossacks were living. I think Thomas was describing this. So yeah, it's truly fascinating. Is this the right word? But yeah, you know what I mean. It's hard to find a place where people have not built anything for the last 90 years. And Kondopoga is one of such place. And you look at Finland, like beautiful country, small, but people that have everything, like because they organize themselves. So yeah, it's yeah, I find it tragic that Kondopoga could be part of Finland, but it is part of Russia. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Alex. And it is it is really interesting. We do see this. We see, Russians destroy. They've destroyed so much of what they have occupied in Ukraine so far, and what they haven't destroyed, they loot. I've heard stories of trucks being loaded and being taken as they are starting to evacuate some of the occupied areas deeper into occupied territory because they see the counteroffensive coming. They see the offensive coming the way the way that they are. So they are taking refrigerators and dishwashers and toilets and everything they can get their hands on um, deeper into occupied territory or into Russia, and and then taking, having it shipped or having it taken by truck or train to Russia. I'm not sure what they're doing with it once they get there, but that's what they're doing. They're looting. I'm reading stories like that every single day. And then we see in like Mariupol, we see the construction that has taken place to replace some of the housing that was destroyed. We have heard and seen that is just really, really bad construction, and those places really aren't even complete. So it's what Russia does, and they've destroyed so much of the occupied territories that it's going to take years to rebuild, and they have to get back into Ukrainian hands so that they can get rebuilt and so that Ukraine can have her freedom. Braver, go ahead, Dave.
You would think that with all the toilets they've stolen from Ukraine, that they could at least put a toilet in that shack and instead of keeping the hole in the ground.
You would think so, but evidently not. Evidently not.
Those toilets, they need sanitation system, and sanitation system like needs to be built, and that's something they do not bother building. So even those toilets, by the way, I don't know, it's almost a joke. So I saw a picture of a stolen toilet, which obviously they could not use for its purpose because, again, you need sanitation system, but they apparently were too lazy. So they were using it as a barbecue. It's like, they built a barbecue on the toilet. I don't know. It's maybe they were trolling something, or like who would do that? But anyway, that's you know thinking back to when I was a kid. Russians, they did not they liked Georgia. They liked the kitchen. They liked dishes, like, yeah, Georgian recipes. They liked climate. They liked everything. One thing they didn't like is Georgians. So they liked everything. So they really dreamed of Georgia without Georgians, like Ukraine without Ukrainians. But oftentimes I was like hearing them, oh, why you Georgians have everything? And I couldn't understand, like, why would, and then listening, so they were jealous of people that have decent houses. They had farms. They were, growing some vegetables and selling those vegetables in the market. They hated, those vegetables. They hated farmers, and they were saying, "Oh, it's Soviet Union. We are really subsidizing you. It's hidden subsidies that we are paying you because we are selling to you oil cheaper than it should be, and we are overpaying these tangerines and fresh vegetables." I mean, and that's how they thought. Uh, Now, looking in the West, I mean, like, I go to supermarket, I can see price of fresh vegetables, and one thing that is expensive is fresh vegetables. So I don't see how on earth they were subsidizing anything, especially in a big city. It costs to grow vegetables, have them fresh, and sell them fresh. But anyway, yeah, that's some twisted mind. And I'm not talking like government policy or something. The Pravda newspaper would write something else instead. But like people, I guess this is something, some part of the culture. Very, very jealous. One thing you consistently can see is they would hate somebody's success. Like, they cannot physically stand it. Yeah, that's part of their kind of psyche.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. And before we get too much farther in, I want to go to Raver, because I think, Raver, you guys have been having some pretty crappy weather, and I want to make sure we don't miss you on your drive home. How are you this evening, Raver?
I'm in a rental car since my pickup truck no longer has a windshield. Yesterday's hail was intense, and I'm not the only fella to get hit. Monty Bebe got hit as well, and he lives about 70 miles from me. It was about a 200-mile long path of destruction. The hail that was big enough to do damage. I had egg size. He looks like he had baseball sized. But the reason I came up is you guys were talking about the counterattack, and I had written a couple of essays, I think Tuesday and Wednesday, looking at that. And I reserve the right to be wrong, but it looks like Russia has decided to fight forward rather than from her defensive positions in order to create the mass necessary to try to fight like a battle of attrition, where they can hopefully punch the Ukrainians in the nose hard enough to make them stop, because they don't have the manpower to properly man those lines that are behind them. And this is reflected in the writings that was in the Wavell room, where a British officer dug into the writings of Colonel General Romanchuk, that reflected this idea that they needed to fight a mobile series of battles rather than fight from the defensive lines, because of the way technology had made the battlefield transparent. And so what we may be seeing is Ukraine simply going, oh, the Russians are doing something different. We need to stop, take a look at what they're doing, and then we need to do something different instead of just pulling ahead like we're a bunch of Russians.
I think that's a good point, and I think that you know, what we've seen from Ukraine is that they don't feel like they have to be in a hurry to get this done. They are willing to take their time to do it right. And if what that means is taking a little bit of a step and saying, okay, so this is not exactly what we expected. We need to figure out if what we're doing is the best thing to do, or if we need to do something else, is a perfectly reasonable thing for them to do, and a perfectly reasonable thing to wonder if that's part of what they're doing. Time will tell. We'll see what happens, right, Raver?
Yeah, I've been predicting the Ukraine would use a more bite and hold strategy anyway. I've made that prediction a year ago. Um, and I think that's still going to hold true. I don't think we're going to see any great grand movements. But if Russia wants to fight a battle of attrition, ultimately I think it will work to Ukraine's advantage because the Russians have to come forward for that and expose their guns and expose their assets. And long-range precision fires and the night are two areas where Ukraine has an absolute advantage, and I think they can make use of it. So, people are like, oh, well, we're just waiting on this or we're just waiting on that. I think what we're actually looking at is Ukrainians looking at what Russia's doing and figuring out how to adapt to that. It's going to be a long, hard, bloody fight, but I think Ukraine can do it. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on the topic.
Yes, as Chuck has said many times, your best laid plans are just don't survive first contact. So once you and I think that's what Ukraine is doing. They're making contact, seeing how Russia responds, and then changing their plans. And so they're refining their plan in as Russia responds, and they figure out what they're going to do. I think that's just shows. As I have been impressed with the Ukrainian military throughout this, they have shown that they are extremely adaptable and are very forward thinking and very solution oriented. Rather than just doing things the way they were taught, they're thinking outside the box and coming up with completely new ways to beat the Russians.
Well, one of
Alex.
so one of the trademarks of the Western way of war that has served us so well is a culture of learning. Uh, it's something, that individual initiative, that ability of small unit commanders to see an opportunity and take it and exercise their own judgment to achieve the commander's intent is all built on the foundation that the organization itself it fosters and encourages a culture of learning. And that's where I think Ukraine is doing well. I think their new units are going to make a lot of mistakes. They're new units. They don't necessarily have the institutional memory to perform at the same level as, say, Ukraine's elite units like the 92nd or the 93rd. They'll learn that they've got to get their sea legs under them, as General Erling said, or maybe it was Mick Ryan. They've both been commenting on this. But that culture of learning is going to serve them well. And I don't think the Russians have much of a culture of learning. Individual units might be able to learn. The veterans will learn, hey, this kept me alive and that got my buddies killed. But I don't think it's institutionalized in the way where messages and lessons can be passed up and down the chain to make the entire force more effective. I think Ukraine actually can do that, and that's going to be their ace in the hole.
%. Alex, you have some additional comments?
Yes, thank you. I'm thinking, is it that Russians are trying to do something differently, or is it just a sign that they are desperate and under extreme pressure? And I think this is more the latter than the former. And the reason is, well, they are under pressure all the time. Like Gerasimov is under pressure. He pressures other, commanders. The thing is, Russians apparently have already used their reserve, while Ukrainians probably still have 80% of brigades ready to be deployed, but they have not tapped them yet. And the Russians, their best units are already in the fight. So they're gonna be in a very hard position pretty soon. Is it something they are doing differently? Is it something like they are inventing military doctrine or reinventing it? Could be, but looks more like they are desperate, under pressure. Their commander-in-chief has no idea about military operations, but he makes the calls. The chief of staff, we do not know if there are any better military commanders or not, but anyway, they have to take orders, and those orders can be crazy. So, yeah, it's hard to tell whether they are really inventing new doctrine here. Thank you.
So Alex, the Russians are really good in the thinking about war, but where they tend to fail is in the execution because of the underlying things like culture of learning and institutional memory. They simply don't have the formations or the units to carry out what they're thinking about. But what we're seeing is not out of line with what Romanchuk had been talking about in that article, where Russia did not have the manpower to use a defensive in-depth, like they had built at, say, the defense of Kursk, but had to go to a more mobile German-style defense where battle groups would be able to move around and take the fight to the enemy. And I think we might be seeing that, and it's all premised on the fact that they lack the manpower to do the defense in depth. So yeah, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I think that we're seeing a bunch of different things coming together, and it's making them fight forward with their best units, because what are they going to rely on? Mobics to hold the line? That's not going to work. The TikTok warriors, they're not going to stand their ground. They have basically, what's left of their contractors or VDV, and that's pretty much it. Wagner set up to be assault groups. They're not set up to defend. They're not equipped that way, and so they've got to fight early and win, and get Ukraine to pause. It's their only shot. They're trying to play poker with a pair of twos. But hey, what they're doing is starting to come into focus. And I'm about to lose y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Raver. And just a couple of things that I picked up from the day. Oh, and by the way, Raver, I hope the weather calms down a little bit. They've had some bad storms over there, and I've read some more about some in Texas tonight. But yeah, hope things clear up there and you guys stay safe. But just a couple of points that I've seen through the day that make me want to bring up here is, how many Ukrainian soldiers have been trained by NATO forces in the last 16 months? There's been a lot. And I know I've read the number, I believe, of 35,000. Actually probably more than that. That number came to mind. That was what has been trained by Canadian forces since Op Unifier started in 2015. But I want to say it's more like 60,000 total. But regardless, right now at this moment, per General Mark Milley, more than 6,000 Ukrainian soldiers are being trained at this moment. at 40 different training locations in 65 courses in 33 nations on 3 different continents. So, you know, the way that the rest of the world has responded, or the majority of the world has responded to helping to train Ukrainian soldiers to fight this battle themselves, has been absolutely remarkable. They are getting a lot of help and they're learning a lot of things, and there are a lot of soldiers who have returned to Ukraine after being trained to be ready for this fight. And you know, there's also a Reuters article today that pointed out that only a very small number of the available troops have been used so far in the counteroffensive, and the main thrust is still to come. They are staying back in the back and just waiting, and when the time comes, they will be put to use. And what this means is that Ukraine is prepped and is ready and has fresh forces in the rear that can relieve those who get exhausted at the front. But it also means that as things progress, a larger force can move forward and can dominate the battlefield. And Russians, I don't think, have that ability. They don't have that that strength. I think actually part of the strength that we're seeing are soldiers who have been moved since the Kakhovka Dam was blown up, and they've moved the soldiers to different areas, and that might be part of it. I don't know. We'll see. What do you think, Davo?
Yeah, I think you analyzed it correctly. To me, it's well, um, I just like I'm a very patient person, and so I have no problem sitting back and watching things unfold. I'm not one to predict too much in the future, because I know that um, a lot of things can change minute to minute here.
Yeah, you're not
Um,
gonna stand. You're not just gonna stand back and watch.
I'm not going to stand back and watch. No, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to talk to people here in the space, and I'm going to encourage them to contribute to MriyaReport, because you don't want, I guess I misspoke when I said stand back and watch. I'm going to sit back and I'm not going to watch. I'm going to participate in every way I can. Yeah, I chose to just kind of look past that joke at first, but I'm sorry, I can't ignore it. Um, I think we should all stay involved as much as we can, and by donating to MriyaReport, um, even if it's $1 or $5, you're staying in the fight. You're staying. You're giving your support to Ukraine rather than sitting back and just watching like some countries, Switzerland, that you know, are just watching. We don't watch. We want to help here. So, and speaking of Switzerland, is it okay if I bring up a little story here?
Well,
Um,
George put his hand up, but he might want to say something before we move on to another topic. What do you think, Dave?
sure, ask him.
George?
All right, people. Hey, people. I wanted to say, when it comes to money, right? So I saw a nice tweet there by Norman Brigade breaking down the 500 million that Canada promised. A lot of it's going to go to surface to air missiles, about 200 or some such, which I'm hoping is not only to replace some of the Buk missile system missiles, but also to be able to allow Ukraine to move some to the front. But they made a nice point. 500 million divided by 37 million people comes out to 3 cents a day. 3 cents a day. Now imagine if we were to make that 10 times, $5 billion. Let's say Canada gives $5 billion. It's 30 cents a day. If you get the same numbers when you divide the population of the United States by what we've given militarily, right? And the funny thing is, you got to realize when you sit there and you calculate militarily, that's in today's dollars, but that stuff was paid for years ago. Very, very little of what we're given is coming off the assembly line. So that stuff was sitting in a warehouse and was going to have to be destroyed at one point anyway, which would cost us even more money. So, we're talking about, we're averaging 3 to 5 cents a day, which is nothing compared to the cost that the Ukrainians are going through. Think about it, people. Think about it. People say, oh, a $3 million tank was destroyed. Okay, but that tank was destroyed to protect what? The most precious part. The cargo, the crew. Because it takes a long time to train those people, to get them efficient. And Western kit is designed to do what? Save the crews. Yeah, they might hit a landmine. Hey, we saw a Leopard 1, a Leopard 2 today. Looks like its site got hit, but hey, that roof took a hit. That roof it looks like an artillery hit. From some Russian artillery. Some would say it might have even been a Grad rocket, whatever it was. But guess what? Unlike a Russian tank, it didn't blow its top. Its turret didn't become part of the cosmonaut space program. They're designed to save the Ukrainians to fight another day. And what we've sent and what we've spent sounds crazy to people that don't know how to do math. Trust me, people, if you can't, subtract any numbers past 10, if you have to take off your socks and shoes to count past 10, don't buy into the propaganda. Listen to the people that are doing this, that know how to count. The last package is costing the Canadians 3 cents a day. That's nothing. Hell, 3 cents, we should even get rid of the penny, because where the hell we don't even use it. It just makes a hole in your pocket. So, there's more we can do. There's more that our governments can send, but we can send. Right now, we're seeing videos of Russian drones. And these asses are laughing, shelling people in boats, trying to rescue people, trying to rescue kids, women, elderly people from a disaster that the Russians caused, and they're just shelling everybody. Come on. I'm donating. Everybody on here can donate. Spread the word. Ask your friends. Say, hey, you got $5, you got $10. It doesn't sound like much, but it buys a lot in Ukraine. You got 1,000 people, everybody gets $5 right then and there. That's enough fuel to fuel those boats so they can go back and forth many times to rescue those people. It buys food packages. It buys, bottled water that they're gonna need, filters that they're gonna need, because their plumbing is screwed. The water reservoirs are polluted. They're gone. They've been washed away. So potable water, drinkable water is going to be a big problem moving forward. And summertime, it gets hot down there. I don't know if anybody's been in southern Ukraine, but it gets very toasty. And water is going to be a very high needed commodity down there. And people need to understand that. This isn't going away. There is no FEMA to come and rescue these people out. They're stuck there. The Ukrainians are already taxed. They're already stretched thin. The government's stretched thin. Because every day, what do the Russians do? They shell and destroy another house, another building, kill more people, force people away out of their homes. So we need to keep doing what we're doing on our side.
Very well said, George. Thank you for that. We do need to keep this up. Evan, how are you doing tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon, wherever you are in the globe?
Or are you talking to me?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
Evan, right?
I'm in Canada here, Quebec, Canada. This was more of a question for Chuck before he left there, but for all the military people on the panel here, just a question for going back to the Russian bomber command. If these, like, I've heard the Russian helicopters are starting to cause some problems for armor on the front. If they're starting to do their job, wouldn't this is a question for Chuck, sorry, wouldn't a commander of a soft unit like yourself send your guys in for an assassination mission against the pilots on the VKS? And what Raver said, I agree. We just have to see Ukrainians picking off the Russians for now.
Yeah, definitely a Chuck question, and the closest person to be able to answer that just put his hand up. George, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the problem. You need to know where these guys are being billeted, right? Where what their living spaces are, what the security is, how far is the airbase, right? So now we do know that there are reports that helicopters, including the type that can take out armor, the KA-52s, or what the nickname be alligators, that there's some of them being stationed at an airfield near Berdiansk, right? That's a ways of a distance. Now, are the Ukrainians going to buy time and start turning it into a Chornobayevka? If you remember that was an airport just outside of Kherson that got hit like 51 or 52 times. We don't, that's going to be a difficult call. I don't know. Ukrainians know. Ukrainians with their allies are getting the intel of what's stationed there. Now, are they waiting because they want to just hit it and take everything out? Or do they want, the Russians to keep sending the helicopters to the front? Because in the last couple of days, we're starting to see KA-52s buy it. So I don't know what the deal is. Are the Ukrainians setting a trap? Would you put it past them? They've done it. They've done well doing that to the Russians, setting them up. So, your question is valid. Like, would you send an SOF team? There's got to be a list of priority targets, right? What's the most important thing? So, is it the helicopters? Is it the aerial mining? The rocket systems that can send and remote mine areas? Is it the electronic warfare equipment? me and you and no one on the space is going to know. We could guess, but there's definitely a target list, and that target list has to be whittled down from the most important target to obviously, once you get rid of all numbers 1, 2, 3, whatever they are, you get down. So I don't know where the K-52s are, but I would not think they're at the top because the Russians are playing, their propaganda game. They've released maybe 1 or 2 videos. There is no way anybody's going to tell me that if the claims that were happening, that the Russians are claiming on their Telegram channels and all everywhere else, that we wouldn't be flooded with videos of it. Come on, think about it.
No, I was more going about against their bomber command, actually, against their strategic aviation, not their attack helicopters.
So you're talking about the bombers, yeah. Well, the other thing is that those bases are way deep inside Russia. Now, earlier today, Thomas Tyner was on here and he was talking about. Do you remember when they took out that big airborne early warning aircraft with a drone in Belarus? Right? They took it out. But Strategic Bomber Command, that's going to be a little bit more difficult because those bases are either farther inside, right? And to get an SOF team, you're talking about 300, 400, 500 kilometers inside Russia. That's going to be different. That's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I was listening to Thomas there today, and he said potentially sneak them across the Finnish border.
Yeah, I mean, but you see, that you don't want to be. You have to make sure that whatever you do cannot be traced to another country being under the assist on this. It's different when you're sending equipment in. It's different when you're coming to aid in an insertion of an SOF team that originated from your territory. That's a whole different ball of wax, right? It would be like this. We give Ukraine F-16s, and they're flying them out of bases in Poland or Romania to engage a Russian aircraft.
Fair enough.
You see what I'm saying? It would be the exact same thing. It doesn't matter if it's a Humvee armed with a tow missile launcher on it, right, or a 50 cal. If it's originating from a base that's outside Ukraine, now you're crossing into very gray territory. All kinds of diplomatic ramifications there. The last thing you want to do is you want to give the Russians any type of propaganda.
But don't they do that to us?
Well, yeah, but propaganda coups. In other words, where you get caught with your pants down. They get caught with their pants down all the time. You just don't want to be caught down. You don't want to be caught doing something where they could say, "Ha ha! See, we are fighting against NATO." You see what I'm saying? You don't want to give them anything where they can use, because this propaganda thing isn't only around Europe and
plausible
and North
deniability.
Yeah, and then you've also got to worry about the propaganda in other countries, in Asia, Africa. You've got certain countries that want to help, but they don't want to do it overtly. They're doing it covertly because of the population is maybe not buying it. But so you see what I'm saying? There's so many diplomatic ramifications there. You don't want to go down that
100%
road. And
100%.
one of the biggest things is I'm going to put this out there. That's why the Ukrainians have been very, very careful and not to put any fake videos out there, anything that they lose credibility. That's why they've been really on the ball for the, as soon as they become aware of any corruption, anything. Look, you know, some some of us on here are minorities, whatever. I remember my father used to say, "Don't go out there and prove their stereotype correct in their eyes. Not that a stereotype can never be correct, but never give somebody that's putting out a malicious, trying to paint you in a certain way. Don't give them ammunition for it. So obviously, any corruption you see, the Ukrainian government is just cracking down on it. They're not putting out any fake videos. They're trying, to keep their image clean, rightfully so, because it is. So it's the same thing with their operations. They can't be seen, you know, aiding and abetting Russian propaganda. That's the last thing they want to do. So putting an SOF team that originated in Finland, if the word gets out, then do you see what I'm saying?
Not saying it
It's a huge.
originated in Finland. It just happened to go in a forest.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, and it's a huge risk that no one would be willing to take.
No, I know.
No.
I understand what you're saying there, but I yield there. Thank you for the question.
No problem. Yeah, I just want people to understand. It would be the same thing if we give Ukraine F-16s or whatever aircraft, and now they're flying out of bases outside their country. That would not be. That obviously is not going to happen, and people should be able to understand why.
And that philosophy of them not of doing things transparently and not feeding into the Russian narrative, I think goes directly to what President Zelensky was saying to Switzerland, because Switzerland has been very reluctant to their stance is neutrality, quote unquote neutrality. I would fall back on Eli Wiesel's comment that paraphrasing, neutrality always benefits the aggressor, never the defender. That Switzerland, by being neutral here and not providing aid to Ukraine, President Zelensky said that that's actually prolonging the war and making things worse. And then he promised that these things, if Switzerland is concerned about using these things, that their weapons would be used outside of Ukraine. He's saying, no, once Russia is out of Ukraine, then that's it. These weapons that we're asking you to supply are not going to be used for anything except defending a peaceful nation. In fact, I'll quote here what he said. He said, "Now, as we defend the lives of our people from Russian strikes and overcome the consequences of the terrible crimes of this war, including the largest ecocide in Europe, we need maximum unity. The unity of all those who share with us the key values, the value of life, the value of freedom, the value of law, and the value of respect for every nation, every community, and every person." Now, if Ukraine was to do some covert operations deep in Russia, how would that affect Switzerland or other countries, their view of Ukraine and their willingness to help them in defending life and freedom and law? If you say the value of law, when Russia says they value law, we all know that's a joke. When Ukraine says that, we know that they are actually trying to establish law after a prolonged occupation by Russia and influence of Russia that does not value law. So I see I agree with that. It would be, it would make a great movie if there were some special forces deep in Russia taking out some key leaders. But this isn't a movie. This is something that Ukraine has to be very cognizant about what the world thinks of them in order to get their support and get everybody and get their the maximum unity that President Zelensky is calling for. So after I took a little, I stood up there on my soapbox. See what I did there, Prince? I stood up
Yeah,
on
I
my
see what you did
soapbox.
there. Yeah, you stood up. I'm calling the presses because this is some news. This is some news. And just since we're talking about aid, and it was something that triggered me while I was listening, and I thought, and it started with George. I blame George. But I came across a nice little summary, and it doesn't give dollar amounts, but it gives some idea here of things that happened today at Ramstein, and it's at it's a few tweets long here. It's not very long. Denmark, Netherlands, UK, and USA announced transfer of hundreds of missiles to Ukraine for air defense. Canada pledged to allocate another 500 million for Ukraine, including missiles for air defense. Norway and Germany announced multi-year packages. Denmark announced allocation of a package for long-term military aid worth $2.6 billion until 2024. Denmark and the Netherlands will hand over 14 more Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine. So that's a really quick, brief summary of the support that was shown today at Ramstein. It doesn't take long to read, but there is a lot packaged in there, and I think that's a fabulous thing. And so yeah, that's great. I think Griffin had its hand up first, and then George.
Yes, thank you very much. Regarding the Russian airports, certainly missiles to be fired by land and by air by the Ukrainians to target the hangars. One thing that is very distinctive about helicopters is that they require a lot more maintenance hours on them versus jet fighters, as an example. It's like every 10 hours flight, you need an hour or more of maintenance. And the older the aircraft and the more stressors on the fuselage will shorten the lifespan of the helicopters. So that's one thing. The other point I wanted to make was that if one looks at a map of Ukraine, if the Ukraine forces drive through and not only cut off Crimea, but move along the north shore of the Sea of Azov, go to Mariupol, and then continue on into Russia, getting past, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing these names right, but if they got past Taganrog or Taganrog, and that is east of Rostov on Don, and that would send a shockwave through to the Russians and their hierarchy. And then from that point, they could swing north. And in doing so, they would be directly attacking Luhansk on the south edge. You've got center forces hitting the center and a potential offensive coming down from the Kharkiv area. That puts the Russians in a very, very bad place. And another reason for going that far east of the Russian-Ukraine border on the Sea of Azov, it gives them a bargaining chip. So if they're at the end of the summer or fighting season ends and there's maybe cropping still in Russian hands that are in Luhansk, it would give something to Ukrainians to bargain with. You give us this back and we'll give you the area that we invaded back. And I'll just listen for
So,
people's.
well, I would, yeah, I understand the point there of getting some of Russia bargain and having something to bargain with, but I don't think that is ever going to be in the cards because Ukraine has been very very vocal that they are going to stop at their borders. They're not going to invade Russia. You know, they're kind of fudging things with having the Russian Legion go in and take Belgorod. But again, that's plausible deniability. I don't think they would send Ukrainian forces into Russian territory.
Right. Well, yeah, I agree with your point. I was just throwing that out. But one of the things is whether they do that or not, once they get up to the border and the Sea of Azov and they drive north, that the Russians are going to be in a world of hurt because they're going to be getting it three ways in terms of offensive operations. So I think things look very good for them, depending on a number of things. But hopefully things will start to progress even further as their drive into the Russians makes further headway. Thank you.
Thank you. George, you have a follow-up or a different topic?
Yeah. No, I was going to say on the helicopters, you know, the thing is they tend to be more finicky from what I remember, especially Apaches. But I do have to preface to that was in conditions in Desert Storm where, yeah, the sand, you know, and elements just wore the hell out of them, you know. But and remember, helicopters, right? Just look at what the Ukrainians are doing. They're you know, they're using them and they're firing them with rocket pods, but you know they're doing guesstimations on aerial saturation of the rocket pods. You know where they're going to land. It's not like they're going in there with you know, an equivalent of a Hellfire missile and being able to take out a tank, and that's because of the you know, the significant surface-to-air missile assets that the Russians have at the front. And that's why I'm hoping that the Ukrainians, you know, keep whittling those systems down, especially the radars, and that the Ukrainians get enough surface-to-air capabilities. If they get enough, then they can move them. They can move some of them away from protecting their citizens and their infrastructure to the front, and then you know, that would be one of the answers to some of the issues that you know, that at least the Russians are claiming that the Ukrainians are having. I'm not buying it yet because, like I said, I haven't seen many videos. And as you know, Secretary of Defense Austin said today, you know, they've taken like you know, 10 pictures and showed them you know, thousands of times from different angles and try to pass it off as new equipment that's been destroyed. So, you know, I'm going to take claims of how effective the Air Force and the helicopters have been with a grain of salt. Till I start seeing tons of videos coming out, I'm just going to chalk it up to, you know, wishful thinking on their part. Remember, they were supposed to have counterattack, and this big counterattack a couple of days ago, and that unit that supposedly launched a counterattack is pretty much has ceased to exist. It was the 127th motorized rifle brigade or whatever it was. It just absolutely got wiped out. So, you know, we have to take it, you know, as a source, you know, check the source. And the source is coming from Russian Telegram. And, you know, and CNN ticked me off today because, you know, they had a headline, oh, Russians claim that they've stopped or slowed down the Ukrainian advance. Why even put, and then when you clicked on it, there was nothing to do with that statement. I'm like, why would you even put that there? For clickbait? Like, come on. Some of these news organizations are just pathetic. But, you know, nothing shocking.
Yeah, it is. I've long since stopped watching or thinking, you know, watching CNN. It's just gotten worse the last while. But it's in speaking of Russian propaganda, there is quite a large helping of copium was put out today by Russia, claiming that Budanov, you know, the Russian's military intelligence chief, is on his deathbed and has been gone to Germany for emergency treatment. Of course, that prompted a whole bunch of memes about Budanov being dead again, and you know the Zaluzny has also been dead several times. So yeah, it's Russian propaganda will they'll take one picture, they'll reuse it hundreds of different times with different scenarios. They do the same thing over and over and over again. But that's what we're here for at MriyaReport. We're here to combat this misinformation, the disinformation, the Russian propaganda. If there's propaganda out there here on the MriyaReport, we're going to address it and give you the real scoop on what's going on. Prince, do you have a have you heard about this this propaganda that Budanov is on death's door?
I did. You know what I did? I laughed and kept on scrolling. It was just so absurd. There are a couple of things though that I've got up on my screen here. And first of all is clarification on what I said earlier today. You know how we do that? We clarify when we get something a little bit wrong. And that is actually that the Turkish parliament is not going into recess July 1st. As of July 1st, the working period of the parliament, which was supposed to go on vacation, has been extended. The decision was published in the official Gazette. In order for them to have a recess now, there needs to be an additional resolution. So it seems like there are some things that have to be taken care of before they're going to be able to go into recess, which they were planning on going into on July 1st. Now, also, in a comment on a tweet that dear Nafo Devo did a little while ago, somebody requested a boom report. And I am nowhere near as good at boom reports as Mockers is. However, I have figured out where Mockers gets some of her information, and I have an additional piece of information. I did not actually witness the boom on this one, but it is always fun and always a pleasure to inform you that something in Russia is on fire. And there is quite a large fire at a warehouse in Kursk that's been going on for a few hours now at this point. I've seen some daylight pictures of it also. I just happen to have nighttime pictures right now up on my screen, but big fire in Russia.
Can I sing a song here? The Roos, the Roos, the Roos is on fire.
Oh my goodness. You can sing anytime, Nafo Davo. And then there's the there's the cotton report that I have discovered, and it mostly just gives a list. So there was extreme cotton. I think that the point is in this one is that there's so much of it, you can't detail it. If you detailed it, it would take me an hour to read because there has just been so much cotton. But there has been in Donetsk, in Volanova, in Tokmak, the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk regions, artillery, and HIMARS. So there have been just a lot of things. I should look real quick. I have not seen anything specific, or nothing comes to mind specific about Melitopol today, as far as that is concerned. So if I just take a really quick gander here at it usually it's first thing in the morning, and nope, I don't see any, which is very unusual that I do not see any in Melitopol. But I know we had some really good cotton in Melitopol for a couple of days that did some damage to the railroad there, and that is just tragic. Not really, because the railroad through Melitopol is a very important supply route for Russia. And to know that there has been some major damage to the railroad in that area is absolutely fabulous. So that is right along the lines of what mockers would tell you as far as the boom report goes. So yes, and I do see a response from the person who requested that boom report. I hope that they are happy with that boom report, and rest assured, in a few more hours, mockers will be up, and we'll give you probably an extended boom report, and we'll monitor booms throughout the day. And I tell you, I tell you now, if I notice any booms, I will bring them to you as soon as I see them. So that is a little bit from me. I have more stuff that I can go into, but would like to see if you have any input or anything that you have special from today.
Who, me? You think I have something special?
Perhaps.
Perhaps I do. So I had a story here, and oh, yes, to go along with the Putin, well, the propaganda thing I was talking about just earlier. Putin made the rather strange claim that he was going to seize more Ukrainian territory because they've had so much success doing it the last few months. He said that because of the threat of Ukraine, they need to have a bigger buffer zone, which, in a way, I'm glad that this is coming up, because I think it's clear that we need a buffer zone, and that's been talked about on the space before. But the buffer zone is in Russia, not in Ukraine. I think Putin's a little confused there. So I think that this idea of Putin saying, "Well, we're going to take more Ukraine," it's crazy. But of course, anything that comes out of the Kremlin, if Putin's mouth is moving, he's lying. But at least the idea is out there that they need a buffer zone, and that can be worked with, I think, into creating a buffer zone in Russia, such as with the Belgorod and other regions along the border. Did you hear him talking about this, Prince? And
I don't know. Was this during his ridiculous press conference or whatever it was the other day? But this idea of the buffer zone, I like the idea of the buffer zone. but it all needs to come out of Russia's territory. Ukraine needs all her territory back. That's what I think. So if he's saying stuff like that, he's blowing smoke up everybody's. And no, he can't have it.
Yeah, well, that's what I guess my thoughts on Putin. I will not vocalize in this space because this is a family friendly space. We have a swear jar for those who are not familiar with it, and I so far have not had to contribute to said swear jar. I'm not about to start now by talking about Putin. Um, Something on a little a better note also that I was reminded of. You were talking about Turkey and their legislature. Well, the United States Senate has reintroduced a bill to use the frozen. We've frozen Russian assets, and this bill would take those frozen assets and give them to Ukraine, which I don't know why this has not already happened. This should have been, from day one. Russia invades, you freeze their assets, then you give their assets to the country they invaded. Just makes perfect sense to me. Had you heard of this reintroduction? It was by Senator Jim Risch
Yes.
from Idaho, who I have not heard of him before, but I also, even though I live next door to Idaho, I tend not to pay much attention to it.
I live next door to Idaho too, and I don't pay attention to it either. Poor Idaho.
Yeah. Is it a state? Isn't it a territory?
Actually, I don't mind Idaho that much. I have a cousin who used to live there. Actually, I still have a cousin that lives there, just a different one, but lived in a beautiful, beautiful area. Yeah. So yeah, and it was always. I only went to visit his house up in the woods one time, but it was a wonderful experience. And I'm telling you, if you live in a remote area that is so remote that you can have a sliding glass door with no blinds, no curtains, no nothing, right in front of the toilet, you are living in a remote area.
Or, maybe you're Russian. You want to show off your toilet to everybody. Look, we have a toilet.
There is that as a possibility too, but yeah, his bathroom opened up out onto his deck, and all you could see was trees, but there was a big huge sliding glass door there, and you would just sit on the toilet and look out onto the beautiful trees because there was no curtains, no blinds, no nothing. You just knew you had some privacy there.
Well, yeah. That's as long as a bear didn't show up and scares, maybe that would be better than like an enema or something. A bear shows up and scares the crap out of you.
Oh my goodness!
But
Oh my goodness!
I couldn't believe I went there.
Yeah, you did. But he did often have little black bears on his deck anyway.
Well,
yeah.
On this Senate thing, I need to add that it was Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who is a Democrat of Rhode Island, has signed on to it. So it's a bipartisan bill, and I would strongly encourage you to write your senators and tell them to get on this bill. I'm trying to get the actual number here. It's buried within a whole bunch of different links. Go ahead and while I search out this number, if you have something to talk about.
Absolutely. Yeah, but it's not quite the segue that I had.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I had a segue, but it's okay. It doesn't say it was reported by the Financial Times. Anyway, I'll let you do that while I go and look for something else here. I thought what I would do. Well, Griffin put his hand up, so we'll go to Griffin. Go ahead, Griffin.
Did you say Richard or Griffin?
I said Griffin. Go ahead.
Okay, just following up on what Nafos just said, you may be interested that the Canadian government has now formally seized the Russian Antonov 124 large aircraft. And the conversation is now going that they'll get legislation made to return the Russian aircraft, but to Ukraine to help them rebuild their civil air and their Air Force aircraft. And hopefully other nations will follow suit.
Yeah, they actually have done that. Yeah, that, and if I recall correctly, it was something that Russia was not too pleased about, and I believe that Russia Russia called one of the Canadian diplomats in for a little talking to over the fact that they had done that. So Russia was not too amused at all, and but I did see that news. That was good news. I'm happy to see it. I always go ahead.
What had transpired is a year ago, following sanctions Canada put on Russia, they snatched the Russian aircraft at Toronto Pearson International Airport, and it's been sitting there ever since. And now they're the reason why the Russians wanted to talk to the Canadian government was, excuse me, the threat that they would now basically turn it over to Ukraine. So that made them do a double spin. So I think a lot more of that is needed, including seizing cash that's around the world that can be seized and used to help rebuild Ukraine.
Yeah, and that's always good news. And just Dave, while we've been talking here, I took a little perusal through a Financial Times article on that, and I think it was just introduced today. So it won't show up on the Congress website with a good bill number probably until tomorrow, unless you want to go look through the teeny little detailed record of everything that happened in Congress today, and it could be a pain to try to find that. So, but it should be easier to search for tomorrow.
Yeah, I managed to find the text of the bill, but there's no specific number on this yet.
Exactly, and I can spell.
Can you though?
Yeah, sometimes. I have numbness in a couple of my fingers, and it really, yeah, that's why a lot of times I don't capitalize words when I'm typing, because I don't realize that I haven't hit the shift button. Anyway, it's weird.
Well, I'm with you there. I got a few numb things too.
Yeah, well,
One
I
of them's
hear
my
ya.
brain. You know, I'm a brain damaged dog.
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, yeah, but you've got that doctor behind your name, or they don't. Poor PhD people don't get called doctor all that often, but you are a doctor, so I will call you a doctor.
Yeah. Well,
But
I'm sure I make all my medical students call me doctor, just because of the irony of it.
I think it's beautiful. I think that's great. And you said this was a Senate thing. I
Yes,
just have
Senate
it
bill.
right here. Yeah. So, well, I can look through stuff too while we're talking. But what I was thinking today, thinking with your crude little enema joke, was about some news I saw regarding bugs in the water, and I think I sent you that. And actually, it's not necessarily in the water. It sounds like it's a yearly thing.
Yeah, it's that the thing you sent to me. It is a yearly thing that we have, just like with the flu. You have, there's seasonal respiratory illnesses. There's also seasonal intestinal illnesses, and this is they usually in this area of the world occur from June to September. They're saying that it's going to be July and August is going to be the peak months, and that it's going to be, I think, compounded by the flooding of the dam, but not necessarily in Kherson, but in Odessa, because that's where all of the waste is ending up, is on the beaches of Odessa, and and that's where people are, because it's not an active combat zone. People are not as careful. They don't realize the danger. They go out to the beaches. They pick up Shigella or Salmonella or E. coli or cholera, and then spread it to the rest of their family, and they spread it to your community. So they're putting out the warning now. They're probably going to close the beaches for a while, because of this. It's something I'm keeping my eye on, but I've been very encouraged by the reports I've read from water monitoring sites. They're doing a valiant job of monitoring. I don't know if, well, I'm sure it's been done before, but it just seems to me that being able to monitor your water wells in the middle of an active combat zone, that's dedication. And they're doing that to keep track, because you have to stay on top of these things, especially cholera. Once cholera is extremely contagious, so you have to stay on top of that, or you can get out of hand. And this is something also that Chuck brought up in his bullet points about the contamination, and that these are the kind of diseases that will bring an army to its knees. Something, dysentery, cholera, these kind of diseases that just go flying through an army in close combat, especially in trench warfare. It's, there's no way to keep the contamination down. Everybody's going to be exposed to it if it starts. So Ukraine, being the smart people they are, have stayed on top of that. And I have seen some reports from the other side of the Dnipro, where the Russians are, that they are having a significantly worse time of it. I've seen videos and different reports in Telegram of Russians loading up vans with sick people and hauling them off to the hospital because they have a very high rate of infection in their part of the flooded Dnipro river basin, which is not surprising given that Russians' lack of good health care in general. We've seen this throughout the occupied Ukrainian areas, that the hospitals that have been taken over by Russians are severely understaffed, severely undersupplied. They lack basic antibiotics and basic medical tools, saline, syringes, these kind of things that Russians just don't seem to be able to supply those to their own hospitals, and so people die.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we definitely have seen, even just with the response of people in those flooded areas, response to people in those flooded areas, as far as how the Ukrainian held side and the Russian occupied side has responded in this situation. You know, even there are even people risking their lives to go over across the floodplain to the left bank to be able to rescue people, and that's
You
something
mean
that's
you mean the East Bank?
it's left, isn't it? Yes, east.
Oh,
The
left is
east. Yes, left is east. Left is east in this situation. It took me long enough to figure it out in this specific area, so I'm just going with what I know. Into the Russian occupied area. So let's nip it in the bud and call it that. How about that?
yeah. This is really a tale of two cities here. You know, you've got the left bank and the right bank. That one bank is dealing proactively with the flood and the natural disaster that, well, not natural, sorry, the flood and the eco disaster that was foisted upon them. And the other side is just kind of throwing up their hands and saying, well, you know, sucks to be you. Um, and just letting
Oh,
natural
but
selection take its course.
oh no, they're doing worse than that, man. They really are,
Well,
because
yeah, they are.
they're refusing. They've been refusing to evacuate people if they don't have a Russian passport. So there, that's not quite natural selection. That's Russian selection. Oh, you don't have a Russian passport? Too bad. We won't evacuate you. Hey, take a Russian passport, and then we'll evacuate you. Oh, wait, now you have a Russian passport. Do you have the bribe that we need? Yeah. So you need a Russian passport. You need a bribe. There are all kinds of conditions that they are putting on evacuating people from the left bank. Now, unfortunately, what we have also heard and seen in the last day, um, specifically from our friends at Frontline Kitchen, was that their mission changed. And how their mission changed was that they were no longer on a search and rescue operation. They were on a recovery operation. And that is a change that does end up needing to take place after a certain amount of time in a disaster area like this one. Um, so, as I've said for days, is that I don't believe any of the numbers of how many deceased or missing that there are. I believe the numbers to be way higher, and that it's going to take time for us to find out exactly what those numbers are. And it's going to take time for them to become anywhere close to accurate, if they ever can be accurate, just because of the nature of the area and the nature of things that have been going on there. I don't think it's going to be pretty in the long run. It's not going to be, it's not going to be small numbers. Is my belief.
Yeah, and we're probably never going to get a accurate account from the Russian occupied area. Plus all of the people that were swept out to sea, and we're not going to recover. Those are not going to be recovered for maybe years, if ever. Maybe just like the German skeletons that are now found, are now visible in the mud of the drained reservoir. In 70 years or so, they're going to be finding some Ukrainians that were killed by the Russian flood.
Did you see what else was found in the reservoir?
Yeah, it was a church, I think.
The
Is that?
remnants of a church. Yes. Yeah. Isn't that sort of kind of interesting and cool?
Yeah, it is. And whenever these kind of things happen, I think, this is, I'm sure that during when they were proposing the dam was going to be built, I can't help but think that people would be protesting, saying, well, look, we've got this really, really old church here, and it's going to get flooded. And yeah, I know when they were, when they were making their proposal for the Glen Canyon Dam to make Lake Powell in southern Utah. There were huge protests because it was going to cover up a whole bunch of different ruins and petroglyphs and other things, but they went ahead and made it. And but I think that's one of those things that we forget. We have this little cultural amnesia that once the lake is full, we tend to forget what's on the bottom of it until the lake is emptied again. And just like with the reservoir there being empty, and you find this church with the drought here in Utah, the Lake Powell has been lowered quite a bit, and a lot of these ruins that were the focus of demonstrations are now visible again. And so it's really interesting, how things can come back into our memory just from water levels changing.
Yeah. Well, and one of the other things that was noted in the tweet that I read about this was that in addition to the remains of the old church, they also have discovered a cemetery next to it, which, that's also very interesting. But you also wonder what kind of history, got buried underwater, that people didn't realize. And so we've uncovered soldiers from World War II, and I'm sure some of their equipment, and a church and a cemetery. And yeah, but then that also brings to mind how many burial sites were washed up, that not old ones. I'm talking about ones within the last 16 months that were made and probably not buried appropriately, or as we would think of as appropriately. um and how much of that is washed away. I also think of how much evidence of Russian crimes have been washed away. And that stuff you can't replicate. That stuff you can't, come across the body of somebody and think, realize they've already been buried, and bury them again. That's still horrid. Um, but it's something that can be done. But the physical evidence of crimes that were committed in the occupied territories will be gone, and there's no way to replace that. Um, I was happy to see, though, in the last few days that investigators from the International Criminal Court were on site of the flood, and they were tracking things and documenting. And I know they can't get to all of the places they really need to get to yet, but they will get there in time. So anyway.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up, that the International Criminal Court is already on top of the blowing up of the dam as a war crime, and investigating it as we speak. So Russia may try to wash away their evidence, but I think there's plenty of evidence that they cannot get rid of. And these things tend to karma tends to bring them to light.
Karma does not let anybody get away. Justin Jones's constituent, I see you came up and you had your hand up for a second and then you put it down. Did you want to share something with us tonight?
Hey, good evening. I had a question going back to something Dave said a minute ago, but first, I just want to tell you guys how much I appreciate the conversation that you're having right now. It's ever since this whole invasion and genocide has started, it's something that everybody here, spends all of our time and resources absolutely as much as we can, and to do every single thing that we can within our power to educate ourselves about it, to try to educate other people about it, to try to make a difference, to not look away, to bear witness to it. But there are just some times when it's still hard to believe that this is still happening. It really is. So I appreciate you guys basically, putting some things just into words that are actually pretty hard to talk about because it's so disgusting. That damn explosion and then the artillery that they were firing at people to try to do relief efforts. A pregnant woman, died trying to rescue her grandparents, and then just onslaught of missiles into residential buildings all over the country ever since then. And it's hard to sustain this level of attention, and it's just very emotional because it's so completely unacceptable, and we want it to stop. But I really do. I appreciate you guys just continuing to shine light on the whole situation with this damn explosion, especially because you're right, like especially like the ecological and humanitarian aspect of it is still not even begun to be in recovery mode, while we're still having to shift our attention back to air defense. And it's yeah, it's really challenging. I'm so distressed for Ukrainians having to be subjected to this, but that's why we all appreciate the space so much, volunteers on this space, and just know how absolutely critically important it is that we talk about this and that we do not stop. We do not look away. We keep working on it until this is over. So we had good news today out of the Rammstein meeting in Brussels. And so, we look toward those aspects, leaders, more equipment. We look to those things to sustain us, and so that we can continue to support Ukrainian friends online, and do everything we can to try to be their strength, because they're holding up the whole world right now. So we have to be there for them, to hold them up emotionally while they're doing that. It's incredible. I have so much respect for these people. My question, Dave, I'm sorry if I may have trailed off a little bit ago. You were talking about the Senate bill. Now, I found a Senate bill, but I actually wasn't sure if it was the right one because the text, it wasn't posted. So the number I found was 1905, but that one is actually sponsored by Mansion, as far as the information that I saw online. And anyway, I wasn't sure if I had trailed off and you were still looking for it. I can message you about it, in a day or two. But I had posted that one on my Twitter account, asking people, and that's the one that I wrote into my senators, asking them to support. And basically, I just was trying to check myself, because you had mentioned a senator from Idaho. Yeah, I think you said Idaho. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was posting correct info. But if you don't have that in front of you now, or or maybe I just didn't hear you when you said it. But yeah, I was checking in on that. And if you're not for sure now, I can check in tomorrow or something and see if you were able to locate it. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know that it will be given a number before it's read on the floor of the House, and I haven't been able to find that it was read on the
Oh,
floor of the House.
there.
What's
Sorry,
that?
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Hello.
now.
Yeah,
Good.
my mic button is acting up again. Yeah, the one from Senator Manchin is a different one. This is Senator Reich and Senator Whitehouse, and yeah, it was just introduced, so I don't think it has a bill number. But go ahead and please send me the link to or the link to your tweet, so I can read up on that one too.
Oh, I haven't been able to figure out. Okay, yeah, I'm not exactly the best when it comes to text, so I've been trying to figure out how to share my tweet in my DMs, and I can't. But mainly I went searching for it, because I was seeing it discussed. Well, I saw it discussed first by President Zelensky, so that's when I went to go find it. Then I saw I saw reporting about it, but I couldn't find the bill. And then like on the clerk's site, I was able to find that Manchin bill, which I noticed was filed uh it was like a day, I think, after the dam explosion, possibly, or something like that. So, and then the text wasn't even available for that. Anyway, long story short, I wasn't sure if that was the right one or not. So I understand now that that's probably not the right one. I'm gonna take the tweet down, and I'll just wait, until we actually have something with information that people can cite to, and then I'll just post it again like in a few days whenever that comes up. So okay, thanks for clarifying that for me. I actually wasn't aware that it's not the same one. So thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it when you come up. I don't think I've ever talked to you, but I've heard you on the space before, and you've had some very good stuff to offer before. I remember noting that in my mind that you were a very good person to have on the speaker panel. So I appreciate you there, Justin Jones's constituent, and yes, I know who Justin Jones is.
Yeah.
I followed that a little bit.
Yeah, we had the primary today, and he was the only person on his party in the primary, but they had somebody else on the other party primary, and he got like 5 times the same amount of votes, which of course bodes well for the general. So it looks like he's on his way back to the state house. But you know, they're living in the American South has sometimes I feel like I'm in this weird parallel universe. You got Russian propaganda, and uh, like the fact that they're now still kind of somewhat bizarrely to me, but also not allies with Iran. I mean, even by Russian standards, you would it's just considering that they have a lot more gender equality compared to Iran. I guess,
No.
but I understand that the despots know no limits downward. So, but thank you for telling me that I'm welcome to come up and speak sometimes. I don't usually, because you guys have really great content, and I'm here to learn, and yeah, definitely want to make sure that I'm sharing the best and the most up to date info. I don't have that many followers. I I'm actually like a government employee, so kind of low profile a little bit there,
Well,
but
that's
yeah, I
all
appreciate
understandable. Yeah, that's all understandable, and
it.
yeah. So anyway, but no, I appreciate you coming up, and yeah, it's very interesting because I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I live in a part of the Pacific Northwest that is rather liberal and rather Democrat heavy. Let's put it that way. And typically, where the way it is in Oregon and Washington, the way the population centers of Portland and Seattle go, is the way the state goes because it's sparsely populated in other areas, and but you get over to other parts of Oregon or other parts of Washington, and you would think you were living in the South. I'm just going to say that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the way it is, and I think that we need to do a better job of talking with those. I was talking to another one of our co-hosts today. We need to do a better job of talking with those that we don't agree with, and helping them to see the Russian propaganda, and helping them to understand what they're actually being fed, and how it isn't the truth, and in ways that we can do that, and being able, for Ukraine to look. I told this other co-host today. I said, you and I would so disagree on so many issues, but you really are one of my favorite people that I've met since this war broke out, and I know that we would butt heads so strongly on so many different things. We haven't even talked about those things because what matters is we're both fighting for Ukraine, and we're both fighting to dispel the Russian disinformation. We're both fighting to make sure the truth about what is happening in Ukraine gets out there. And we're both fighting to make sure that our country, the United States, and other countries support Ukraine to win this as soon as possible, and to save the people of Ukraine and to help the people of Ukraine. And that's for us what's more important than anything else right now. And so it's a very good thing. It's taught us a lot. I think it teaches us as human beings, and I think it has taught us as Americans in many ways, at least those who are heavily involved here, to be able to look past some of those divisions that have very strongly developed in the last almost what 5-10 years. Look past those strong divisions, um, be able to look those over so that we can work together for a common goal, see the good in people and see the places that we agree rather than the places that we disagree, and focus on those places where we agree and help move forward, to a better place for the world. And I hope that this is a lesson that more people can learn. And it's frustrating that it took this happening in Ukraine to teach some people this, but I'm glad that it has, and I'm hoping that it spreads and continues to grow as time goes forward. So, welcome back, Nafo Devo. I'm glad to know that your nightly Twitter crash is over for the moment. I will see if it happens again.
Usually it's just once. This phone just, I can listen on here or be a speaker for hours, but if I'm a co-host, usually within 2 hours it will crash. And since I only co-host for 3 hours, usually I only have one crash. So hopefully I'll only have that one. But to dovetail in with what you were talking about, President Zelensky has invited Donald Trump and Rick DeSantis to come to Ukraine, and talk with him face to face about the realities on the ground there and how they can help.
Well, I don't think that would be a bad idea. I think
No,
that
I
would be a
don't. I
great
think that'd
idea.
be great.
Yeah. I think that, I can't say for sure, but I think that there have been leaders who haven't necessarily been as supportive of Ukraine, that have gone to Ukraine and maybe had their eyes opened a little bit, or at least I hope that's the case. And take them. Don't just take them to Bucha, which is, and not that. Okay, I'm not gonna. I gotta say this so it doesn't minimize. What happened in Bucha was horrid, but you look at the comparison of what Bucha looked like when it was freed and what it looks like now, the same street, and they've done so much work to repair and so much. I mean, it looks like an average middle class neighborhood now, and so taking somebody to the site of where these horrible things have happened, that has already been repaired, won't have as much impact as it would like taking them to some place that has recently been liberated, and some place that has um, recently been freed, and where recent torture chambers and things such as that have been found. So that's that's what I got to say about that, I guess. So take them to some place that can have an impact.
Yeah, and with the counteroffensive retaking a bunch of land already, there's going to be a lot of newly liberated areas that they could go to visit. And because I agree with you, I've seen the pictures of the year difference in Bucha, and it's night and day. It's incredible how quickly they were able to rebuild everything. And it bodes well for the future of all Ukraine that they can take these areas that Russia reduced to piles of rubble and nothing else, and turn it back into a city with a vibrant community. You know, that takes a lot of I guess a lot of dedication, a lot of willpower to bring about that kind of change that quickly.
Absolutely, it does. And I heard the word ecocide mentioned just a little bit ago, and I think that it made me think of one of the stories that I found today. Initially when the dam was blown up, um, I heard in the news that the preliminary reports indicated that about 150 tons of engine oil leaked into the water in the first days of the disaster. And I heard that there was the possibility for upwards of 300 tons. But according to Greenpeace, based on satellite data, it was determined that oil refineries, gas stations, thermal power plants, and various warehouses, a total of 32 facilities were flooded. So if you think about oil refineries and gas stations and all of these different places, all of the pollutants that will leak into the ground, well, not leak into the ground, leak into the water, and then be taken downstream to the Black Sea, and all the pollution that it will do along the way, it's a lot of damage that is going to be caused and that is being caused. And we're seeing that also in things that are washing up and how the beaches are starting to look in Odessa. Um, it's a huge ecocide and it's a huge environmental disaster. Napo Daily, you've got a hot mic. That's okay. So yeah, so so this is going to take a lot of cleanup, and the way that it is going to um, way that it's going to have to be cleaned up is going to be very difficult, and in the way that it will pollute the Black Sea and the coastal areas, and how it will kill animals in the ecosystem there, well, and living organisms that you and I don't always think about, um, will be harsh. And I saw again another report of a bunch of fish washing up dead on shore, or being revealed as dead as the water starts to recede. We saw coverage yesterday of a bunch of newts, some kind of red newt that was in the red book of Ukraine, which is their endangered species. And they were able to save a small number of them. But even then, how many of those will still survive with their environment having been killed in because of this? And yeah, and there are several species that are going to be lost because of this, and there's going to be a lot of cleanup. There's going to be a lot of recovery. I did, however, see an article that I didn't dive into really deep, but I did see that there was a nearby farmer who was a little bit of a distance, but still in the danger of flood. Um, that immediately started working around his field and dug a trench around his field to prevent floodwaters from getting to the crops that he had planted. And he was able to prevent the dangerous floodwaters from getting to his field where his crops were planted. And so hopefully he was able to save his his field there, and that his crops will grow. What's still going to end up being a problem for him in the long run is access to water, because part of what that fed was access to irrigation for all the farms in the area. And with that water not available, I'm not sure how he's going to water those crops. But hopefully he has a way, and is thinking of a way to be able to fix that problem. Um, my brother actually is a ditch rider, um, and I don't know if people know what a ditch rider is, but it has to do with rural areas and irrigation. And my brother's job is to get the orders, goes into the office, or he gets them on his iPad, or however he gets them, gets the orders for how much water a certain farm needs on a day, and he goes to where that opens and closes for that farm in this whole big web of canals in the area and ditches in the area, and he, goes and makes the adjustments there. And if debris fills up and blocks off the canal, he's got to clean it up. So, think of it that way: is a bunch of water in a bunch of different canals going to different areas to help the farmers water their fields. And it's a big, much bigger, complicated process than I realized before my brother started working in this field. But I've learned a whole lot about it since then, and it's rather interesting, actually. But being able to control how that water gets to people is rather interesting. But now at this point, we have to think that the source of that water is suddenly gone and suddenly not able to be provided, and that is going to be really hard for the farming communities. Aside from the fact, that so many fields were flooded with extremely contaminated water, fields that might have missed the contaminated water will probably not be able to get water to water their fields because the water is gone, and what their water that might be is contaminated.
Yeah, well, I think I read a report that it was like 700,000 hectares are affected by this. They were watered by irrigation from the reservoir, and so there's quite a large chunk of land around there that's not going to be able to get water until the dam is repaired, which of course is going to have long-term effects on the farmers. If they're going to even be able to keep their fields, they may have to sell because they are not going to be able to grow crops and make money to buy next year's seed. They're going to need some subsidies to keep this place alive until they can get the dam repaired and get the water back into the area. There is an effort to bring water from the north that I saw. They were working on extending a pipeline that would bring in some irrigation water to the northern part of the region. But this is going to have global effect for the next few years, as Ukraine, that area of Ukraine, provides grain for all over. A lot of it goes to Africa and the Middle East, and that's all going to be affected.
Absolutely, it is going to be affected, and it's not going to be not. It's not a good situation. Oh boy, did you? I always like to find information. I'm always happy when I find information about the First Lady of Ukraine. And I found a couple little tidbits about her today. I actually also came across her Telegram page for the first time today. Don't anybody tease me. I'm new to
Wait,
Telegram.
she has a Telegram?
Yes, she does.
Okay, you have to send it to me.
Okay. Yes, the First Lady. The First Lady received an international award today for her efforts to protect the mental health of Ukrainians. And I just love that. I love it. It's an organization called Health Right. And the way it was worded was Health Right presents this year's award for leadership in health and human rights to First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska, in recognition of her tireless work to raise public awareness of mental health issues and expand access to mental health services in Ukraine. And it's one of the things that I've noticed about her is that she's always having meetings about things like things like mental health or um, accessibility in rebuilding Ukraine, or just meetings with children, having to do with children, in supporting children through this war, and just all kinds of different things. The other thing that I came across when it came to her today was she had a meeting with the vice president of the European Commission for promotion of European lifestyle, and it was to discuss an all Ukrainian mental health program in Kyiv. So they are working together to try to make this kind of thing work, and she's being given awards for her work on this kind of thing. So I think as we go through everything that we see, and we see President Zelensky in the headlines a whole lot. We see her in the headlines occasionally, um, but it's good to see her in the headlines now and then. And every time we see her in the headlines, it's good to take note of it, because the first lady of any country can be a huge support for her husband and for the entire country. There are things that first ladies of the United States have done that have made a big impact in the long term. And I think that that is going to be something that we see happen with Mrs. Zelenska, that she's going to do some things that are going to have a big, huge long-term impact. And it's something that we've talked about on the space several times, is how mental health is going to be an issue in Ukraine. Well, it already is an issue. We have, children who are affected by loss of family, their parents, their grandparents, their fathers, their mothers, because of this war. And you know and those who haven't experienced that loss necessarily are living in an environment where they're hearing explosions and air raids go off, and sometimes seeing horrid and awful things, witnessing the death of people that they know, friends of the family, or things like that. And for the children, that's going to have a mental health effect. And of course, for the adults, all of these things will also have an effect on their mental health. Okay, I can't say I will. Not everyone will be affected for sure, but it can. And 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 then we of course get to the soldiers who are fighting on the front lines, where they also are at risk for mental health issues. And so being able to get that in process and going and working while this war is going on, and while the conflict rages on, and while these things are happening to people, is a good thing. It's good to see that she has taken this on, and is making very good progress in working with other countries and other people to make sure the mental health of Ukraine is taken care of now and moving forward. And I think that she will do that justice very, very well. And everybody rest assured, I sent Dave the link to her Telegram account.
You did. Thank you for that. I've yeah, I've been a fan of her since I first started reading about her initiative to make everything accessible when they rebuild these cities, to and her council of people with disabilities to actually be involved in the reconstruction to make their cities universally designed so everybody can have an equal opportunity. I think that's great, and I can't wait for the Crimea Beach Party so I can go over there and personally inspect the newly accessible buildings.
Well, and there are ways to make the beaches accessible too. There are some accessible beaches here in Oregon, and if there are also beaches that rent out accessible, I don't even know how to word it, beach accessible wheelchairs. So they've got these big, huge, fat tires on them with almost like paddles on them, the kind of that you would see like on a four-wheeler that you take onto sand dunes. Um, and they rent those out. Now those take away a little independence because you need to be pushed in them, but being able to get out to the water is rather cool. But there are some beaches that actually have uh, a wooden kind of walkway down towards the water on them so that you can roll down there yourself. You don't need to have a beach accessible wheelchair to be able to do that. I hope that Ukraine gets some of those kinds of things too, because being able to go onto the beach is something I think that's really special for a lot of people with disabilities and people who have had that ability taken away from them. I had a friend who developed I can't remember exactly what it was, um, but she lost all of her mobility and eventually passed away. Lou Gehrig's, she had Lou Gehrig's, I believe. Anyway, um, but in the last years of her life, she was confined to a wheelchair, and the biggest smile that I saw was in a picture where they were able to take her down onto the beach in one of those accessible beach wheelchairs, and just the joy of being able to be on the beach again um, is something you could clearly see on her face. It was great.
Yeah, there's a lot of accessible adaptations for beaches. There's um, quite a few different types of mats and things that can just be rolled out, staked down, and so they're not really permanent. You can move them around to whatever spot of the beach you want to get to. And there are some of those with big balloon tires that actually uh, have motors, and so they're electrically insulated, so you can actually take them underwater. So you can drive it right out into the surf. Um, it's great. It's going to be wonderful to go swimming in the Black Sea at the Crimean Beach Party.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love the. Okay, we're getting off on a tangent, but there's another one that I've seen from a couple that I follow on Facebook. Um, but it's almost like it's almost like a tank of a wheelchair. It has tracks, and it's used for hiking, and that was a pretty cool one too. Anyway, there are lots, like Dave said, there are lots of adaptations that happen to be able to enable people with disabilities to get to places that they wouldn't normally be able to get to. And I think that you know what, Dave, I think you should write a letter to Mrs. Zelenska and tell her in the long run, you hope that these things can be provided for the veterans of Ukraine, so that they can, well, the veterans and the citizens who have lost limbs and who may not be able to walk, um, or other things, because of or have been had their spinal cord severed because of injuries from the war. Um, all kinds of different things, but hoping that in some places they can provide these items at least if not for a low cost purchase, for a low cost rental in areas where they would be useful to people to be able to have available to use, so that they can enjoy the forests and the beaches of Ukraine.
Well, and that gets back to the heart of the matter, in that unfortunately, Ukraine is going to have a large population of people disabled by this war, and the the measure of a society is how well they can deal with, or how they treat their disabled people, how do they treat the people that are not going to give them something back necessarily. If you have a transactional society like Russia, where all that matters is what you can do for me, or who you can bribe and who you can pay, they're not going to care about their disabled veterans, and we've seen that already. Whereas in Ukraine, they're already taking steps to take care of those people even before they are disabled. They're making a society that is accessible to everyone. And that's a difficult thing to do. We have thousands of years of ableism ingrained into our society, and so that's not going to be easy or quickly thrown aside. But it has to start somewhere, and I'm glad it's starting here.
Absolutely. And it goes, that the things that you also see Ukraine working on are things like programs to be able to put veterans who have been disabled because of injuries, and I think and I hope that spreads to citizens who have been disabled because of injuries. But even within the military, they're looking for jobs within the military for people who may not be able to fight anymore because of injury, but they can still serve. They can serve in a different capacity. There's paper pushing that goes along with the military all over the place. And so you may not be able to fight on the front lines anymore, and that may not be, that isn't, of course, ideal for somebody who really wants to. However, you may be able to serve in a completely different way, that even though it's not exactly what you want to do, you are at least helping your country, you are at least serving your country and helping them to win this war. And people may think, well, pushing paper around isn't near the same as fighting on the front line, and it isn't. But you know what? If people weren't in the background pushing the paper around, those guys on the front line wouldn't have any beans, bullets, or bandages, because getting those things to the front line starts with the guys who are pushing the paper in the background. And so everybody, no matter how small they think their role or insignificant their role may be, plays a big role in the long run. Because if you want that HIMARS missile to be able to take out the concentration of Russian forces, it's got to start somewhere in the line, logistically, and that may start with a paper that you pass from one person to another saying that this needs to go, and then it will go, and then it will destroy Russians, and that's the point.
Yeah. Well, um, so I have a little piece of good news here to share. We like to emphasize the positive here. And this one I thought was very positive. So Bulgaria is on board now they want to be part of the EU's initiative to supply 2.2 billion of artillery shells to Ukraine. Um, So there were only two countries in the EU that didn't sign on to this initially, and now there's only one. Do you happen to know who that is?
Oh, gee, I can't imagine Hungary.
No, it's actually not. It's Ireland. So,
Okay.
so we need to put some pressure on our Irish friends to get Ireland on board with this.
Well,
So,
do you know anybody who's Irish?
I know a few. There are a few people. We have some co-hosts, I believe. I really like to listen to them because I love their accent. But
Yeah.
if G-Man is out there or David, come on up here if you're. I guess it's pretty early still in Ireland, isn't it? But Favid's in Florida, so it's really late there. So
Yeah, we're sort of in a Irish-free time zone, I think, at the moment.
yeah, unfortunately, well, yeah. If we have any of our listeners are from that are from Ireland, yeah, come on up and explain to us why Ireland isn't on board.
Yeah,
So do you have? Well,
go ahead.
I say that's. I have a whole bunch of stories, but they're not nearly as positive as that one. Do you have any positive stories right now?
I have one that's. Oh wait, we have a request. We may have some info here.
Oh, I've not seen any requests.
Yeah, I know.
Twitter box.
I know. But we may have a bright and early, shiny, bright and early person in. Good morning, Ming.
Good morning. Yeah, no, I'm in Ireland. I'm sorry, I just joined, so I missed what the question was.
David, what was the question about Ireland? Do you hear me?
Well, yes. So the question is the EU initiative to provide artillery cells, 2.2 billion towards artillery shells. It says that in the EU, Bulgaria was the only EU country except Ireland that didn't join this agency project initially. And so since Bulgaria is now on, I was wondering what Ireland was doing.
Sorry, I lost sound there for a moment. What was the agency?
European Defence Agency.
Oh, right. No, that's to do with Irish neutrality. They're really fierce about it. And that's to do with, obviously, the history with the UK. So they have their own defence forces. They're not huge or anything, but they very much focus on UN missions. So you'll find them in Lebanon, in Cyprus, in the Golan, places like that, in Africa. But they simply do not want to have anything that forces them to put troops abroad for which would threaten their own neutrality.
Oh, okay. Well,
but in fairness, this Ukraine conflict has a couple of things. First of all, if something big happens, they do their bit. So, for example, the Second World War, I think about 60,000 of them signed up with the British Armed Forces alone, and this whole Ukraine thing is really beginning to make them reevaluate their neutrality.
You know, we had this. I've had this talk about Switzerland's neutrality too, and it's neutrality always helps the aggressor. And so if we can get the neutral countries to realize that if they want to remain neutral, unfortunately, they're going to have to pick a side because, you know, to quote some Rush lyrics, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
No, and that's absolutely right. But keep in mind that you know, in relatively recent Irish history, the aggressor was Britain.
Yeah, that is true. I do appreciate that. Go ahead, Prince.
Well, and it's not just Switzerland and Ireland. It's also Japan has maintained a fairly neutral status, but we have seen that change. But Japan is looking at ways um, to do things such as sending shells to the United States, which is allowed under their laws. But then what happens to them after that? I think they just sort of turn away. Um, they've been able to provide things to the United States already that are helping to provide things to Ukraine. So it's one way or another. Sometimes the countries who are neutral are finding ways to help, and of course with Japan, the other thing that we see, and I don't know if we would see this with Ireland or Switzerland or other countries as much, but what we are seeing is people who um, are contributing in other big ways, such as humanitarian ways. Japan has helped a great deal on the humanitarian side, and what we've heard from our friend Tokyo Tom is that they will help a whole lot in the rebuilding, and we know that Japan also has helped a whole lot when it comes to demining and helping to train deminers, EOD workers to demine in different countries such as Cambodia, and so they are they may not be providing ammunition directly to Ukraine, but they are providing ammunition to the United States, which is possibly alleviating some of what the United States needs. But it's also then looking at humanitarian ways and EOD, and EOD is going to be so important, so important in the long run here in Ukraine.
So Japan just passed a legislation to support so that they can export defense equipment now to Ukraine and other countries. So
I
they're
thought so.
yeah,
thought so.
they did have a workaround where they were selling TNT to the U.S. Then the U.S. would pop that TNT into 155 artillery cells. But now they've also passed a law that they can sell defense equipment directly to other countries.
Yeah, I thought so, but my brain is sort of like a sieve at times and didn't quite remember exactly. So I I have to trust on the PhD mind.
Well, I'm
Did you just mute yourself?
oh sorry, my mute button is like 5 seconds delayed, so it's kind of hard to predict how long it's going to be until it turns on. Speaking of something that's hard to predict, we have the British invasion is beginning. How are you doing, Mockers?
Morning. I have just terrified the cats by dropping my phone on the kitchen floor, and they all scattered in different directions as though I'd like tried to kill them. But other than that, no, I'm good. Half awake still. Give me 5 minutes. I'll get some coffee in.
Yeah, 2 sips. 2 sips. You shouldn't even be on the speaker and panel until you have had 2 sips of coffee. Just saying. I think I told her, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did. I remember. Yeah, you don't want to interact with mockers without coffee is a terrible thing. A- Not a terrible thing, but let's just say abrupt. And maybe we could just send mockers to Russia without coffee.
Pity the fools. Pity the fools.
A bit of a fool.
Oh man. Oh, I've got the next one. Ukrainian, and I don't know how scientifically advanced this is, but I thought this sounded like really, really cool about digital cancer diagnosis technology. I have no clue what that is, but Nafo Devo, with what you do for a living, I'm betting you do, and you can tell us how wonderful this probably is for the country of Ukraine.
Um, yes, we use it. It's kind of the standard of care in the U.S. We've been it's not quite as cool as the headlines like to make you think. Basically, it's just digitizing tissue sections so that instead of having a pathologist that has to look at the tissue section, they scan it in, then they can use AI to analyze it with pathologist direction and then give you a diagnosis much quicker without necessarily, it's basically like having the world's best pathologist leased out to every single hospital in the United States, where there's a sliding scale of how good a pathologist is. Not necessarily. I have interacted with some pretty poor pathologists, so I wouldn't want them working on my case. But this allows every hospital to have access to the best pathologist, and that's what Ukraine is. They are modernizing their uh, cancer treatment and what is the word I'm looking for? Their standard of care for cancer patients. They're bringing it up to speed with the rest of the modern world. This also goes in line with their a story we've covered several times in the past year about them going to electronic medical records, so that people that the people that are leaving Ukraine, lots of the people that are not able to fight, which are people that are sick, have chronic illnesses, cancer, diabetes, etc. They've now left Ukraine and are in Romania or Poland, um, uh, and they need to have access to their medical records. And so, by digitizing these records, Ukraine early on made it possible for everybody, whatever country they go to in the EU, will have access to their medical records. And this is just a continuation of that project, being able to have your tumor pathology digitized so that the pathologist in Poland or Romania or Germany can look at your pathology report from a couple of years ago and see if you have progression or not. So, yeah, it is very good for cancer patients in Ukraine to finally have this, but it's not necessarily cutting edge for the rest of us.
Well, but that's the thing. It's good for cancer patients in Ukraine to have this, and that's one of the things that we saw at the beginning, especially, and I think it probably continues, is that so many cancer patients needed to go outside of the country for treatment, and I think part of the issue, and I could imagine part of the problem, was getting records along with them, and having something like this where their tumor profile, I guess, is maybe a word, um, can be looked at by doctors in different countries because it's digitized and online. will make it much. We'll be able to make their treatment more consistent and more reliable, and will cut down possibly on the amount of tests that they will have to go through in the long run, because doctors will be able to look and see exactly what it is what's going on. Because from what I understand with cancer, and having had a few people close to me with some pretty severe cancers, it can help to be able to be able to tell. It's now, see, I can't even remember, and this was just this summer. We had to have a specific type of testing done on my mom's cancer to see if she was a candidate for a certain kind of therapy, and because she wasn't a candidate for things like chemotherapy, but because she was a candidate for this other kind of therapy, immunotherapy, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
immunotherapy. They would have had to sequence some genes to find out which pathways were active and which ones they could target.
Yes. Yes. So anyway, but being able to possibly have some of that stuff already done to be able to tell what they can and can't do to treat somebody can be very, very helpful. Anyway.
Yeah,
So
it
that's
just
that.
it makes the care consistent across uh, uh, country lines, country boundaries. It's just because you move to another part of the world, that shouldn't dictate how well your medical care is. And this is a united or a consistent effort that's been going on to globalize healthcare, so that it doesn't matter where you are, you have access to the same healthcare. Um, and that's a long ways away, but it has to start somewhere, and this is one of those places where it's starting. I'm very encouraged by it, and I'm also very discouraged that there are countries like Russia that are consistently not trying to improve their healthcare for every citizen, and in their healthcare is specifically focused on people that can afford to bribe the doctors to do it. So we've wandered off into the healthcare weeds, and I can continue to go into these weeds for much longer than our audience is probably willing to listen. So I'll stop. But Aaron has put up his hand. How are things in the penal colonies today?
Yeah, all good, but take it back to the medical.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Your volume is very, very low and sort of distorted.
How about now? Hello? Okay.
Much
Yeah, so
better. There you
I
are.
was on Twitter last night, and there's a Greg Skowalski. You might have heard of this anyway. He's an Australian fellow. He just retweeted that there is a phone number for Ukrainians to call, and they can contact doctors all around the world. So if they're in a place where they don't have access to a doctor, there's some type of service where they're able to use this phone number and get some kind of telehealth. Some kind of telehealth, and it seems to be a thing that a lot of different doctors all around the world are sort of offering their services for, which is a positive thing, I'd say. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Where can we find this number so we can post it? This is really important.
Okay, I'll have to go back to what's her name? Dr. Nick. Is it Dr. Nick? The specialist on political affairs and
and so forth. She replied to his tweet and said, "What is it?" And then he posted up all the details of it. So she might know if I'll try and follow this guy up on Twitter, and I didn't reply to it, so it'll be, I don't know his name. You know how you got to know the name and the handle to search for people, but I'll have a go at finding that information and bringing it to you. Thanks.
Well, if Dr. Nick replied to it, I can look through her replies and find it. But yeah, look for it, and whoever finds it
Yeah.
first.
Dr. Nick replied last night, or that's last night my time. So you're looking at, what would it be? Be about 18 hours ago, and she replied, "Oh, where's the details to this?" And then he posted it. So Dr. Sleuth, and use your detective skills. Maybe you can find it. I'm going to be busy. I've got to pack up work and take the kids to Auskick and football, and so I'm going to be busy till tonight. I'm not going to have time, but yeah, that sounds interesting. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. A quick question while you're here. I heard that Australia had revoked the lease of that the Russians had on a piece of land they were going to build their embassy on. I guess he's already gone.
Yeah. Or he didn't hear you, but yes, they did. What ended up happening, Will told us about this briefly last night. So just the summary here is Australia said, you guys can't have this anymore, and Russia said, oh yeah, we can, and took them to court. The Supreme Court of Australia, I believe, said, yeah, Australia, sorry, but you're wrong this time. Russia can keep this piece of land to build their embassy on. And so at that point, the government of Australia said, that's really nice, Supreme Court. We appreciate you, but we also make laws. And so they did a law in rather rapid fashion, it sounds like, and created a law to be able to take that piece of land away from Russia. And so that's sort of how that ended up going. Make sense?
Yes, I love to hear when legislatures get creative and do things that are actually good.
Mockers, why you got your hand up, honey?
Well, I was just going to come in and say there's more than one way to skin a cat, isn't there? No, I don't like the expression, but you know what I mean.
Oh, I had to cover my cat's ears when you said that.
Yeah, but there is more than one way to get things done, usually. And, you know, if you're a legislator, somebody who actually creates laws and the law isn't helping, well, then, yeah, you create some better laws, don't you? That's how it should work. And yeah, I absolutely love it when they get creative because, I mean, you can see recently almost like the rise of the bureaucrat. You know, the person who's been dealing with this wordy rules and laws and stuff all their lives, and now is able to come out and say, "Oh, we can use this to do that." You know, there have been some recent use of, shall we say, law that has been around but maybe hasn't been given the amount of clout that it should have been in the past. And now, you know, there are lawyers and very, very bright people, much brighter than me, who are able to figure out that actually we can use this against, you know, this particular problem, and we can actually, you know, fight this sort of lawfare game with our own terms. And it is nice when we get one over, especially on Russia, because they love a bit of lawfare. They think it's something that they're very good at, and they, I can't say they're not. They manage to twist people into all sorts of conundrums because they find ways in and around stuff. If you don't close a loophole, they're going to find a way, aren't they? So, yeah, in general, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, in general, they the legal people, I want to say people like at the UN and the OSCE and stuff like that, they're having to use laws and legal means to try and tackle Russia now. And we had a little talk about the UN yesterday about how they could be maybe a little bit better, but there is a lot of movement in the right direction with regards to getting laws in place, sanctions, all these sorts of things that I suppose in the past we've never really needed to test these theories. Things have sort of bimbled along as they were without any massive flare-ups, and yet now it's come to that point. There's an awful lot of very clever folks making sure that the laws are correct, tight enough in some cases, and a bit more relaxed in others, and being able to pull out a single line of legislation and use it. I found these things quite impressive, actually. Some people really know their stuff. Okay, I've rambled now. First thing in the morning. Carry on.
So I think you're here to push me out of my chair, and this is the time of night or the time of morning when Mockers attacks a cripple. We all love this, but I'm going to step down. Oh, see what I did there, Prince? Step down.
I did.
But before that, I did find the mobile number for the doctor consult. I'm going to throw that up in the nest really quick, and then I'll drop down. So actually, I guess I'll drop down and then I'll come back up as a speaker and put it up in the nest if you'll let me. Is that okay?
We'll think about it.
Okay, I'll think about it. Yeah. Well, so anyway, it's been great hanging out with everybody tonight at the NAFO night shift. And everybody have a good trip around, a good spin around the sun today. And we'll see you next time. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava NAFO Dave. Now, go away and go get yourself some rest and bed and things like that. In the nicest possible way, go away. I have, I'm sure, a CH invite incoming very soon, but I'll just send a little reminder. There we go. Right, so another thing I do have is numbers. Now, some numbers are good and some numbers are missing. There's no special equipment today, Prince. I nearly cried. But then I remembered that there's been lots of special equipment very recently, and we can't have everything that we want. Yes? So, I will hit you with the numbers. Oh, sorry, I just have to rub my eyes a little bit. There we go. I can read now. So, 590 liquidated personnel. We have 10 tanks. Prince, did you know? Did you know that's 9 more tanks than they had in the parade of Moscow?
Isn't that Yeah, that's miraculous.
I know.
It's 9 more.
9. 16 armored personnel vehicles. We have 19 artillery systems and 2 MLRS. I think that's always good to see. Excuse me. 24 UAVs. I tell you what, they're definitely going through some of these Shahed drones, aren't they? Yeah, they seem to be having less and less effect with them. So yes, they've got tons of them, but I have noticed that more recently, nearly all of them are getting shot down, and well, that tells you that Ukraine has adapted to that situation, and it has become very adept at shooting them down. Oh, cat's talking to the birds. Nearly forgot, 13 vehicles and fuel tanks. Unlucky for some, but especially for the Russians, I feel. What do you reckon, Prince?
I reckon. And you know, about the Shaheeds, or the other kind of drones, as we like to call them, that starts with an S and ends with a T, head
I
drones.
call them Shahed. It's very close to the other word, but you know, close.
Yeah.
Also, Shaheed means martyr, I believe, and Shahed has a slightly different meaning, and it's not as, you know, meaningful. So that's why I call them Shahed.
Yeah. And the theory is to why on earth do they continue to send them? Why, oh why do they keep on wasting these god awful little annoying mopeds? Why do they keep doing that when they know 90 to 100% of them are going to be shot down? And I think there's a really simple answer, and I'm sort of stealing this, I think, from what I heard from Chuck or Alan or somebody earlier today, and it's simply to try to run Ukraine out of resources. That's what it's about. They know they're not going to do a whole lot of damage with them, if they manage to do damage with them at all. But they want to exhaust the resources that Ukraine has to be able to shoot them down.
There's just a little problem with that, Prince.
They're not going to run out.
Yeah, that's the one. You see, Ukraine have some friends with deep pockets and production abilities, and also they're extremely happy to. Well, it's taken a while, but let's just say they're getting there now to sell new arms in the future, and really, you should see, you know, the excitement on these companies' faces when they see their products doing really well. So I would say, I mean, yesterday there was information about Thales. That was it. I was trying to think what the company was called. Thales. They produce a certain product, and it's in my DMs somewhere. It wasn't the Javelin, it was something else. It's another shoulder-mounted missile. And Starstreak. Oh, it's come to me. They created the Starstreak, and it's no longer in production, but it's got such rave reviews and it's performed so very well that they're going to do their best to start producing that again. Now, I think that's, you know, let's just say there's a few systems, such as I think the Iris-T, which were getting